In 2025, I uploaded 24 videos, so I compiled every single one into one video, starting with BMW ball knowledge. Oil, blown head gasket, burble tune, receding hairline. Let me put you on some of the most insane BMW game ever, starting with the M50, M52, and M54 engines. The E34, E36, E39, E46, Z3, early X5s, basically anything BMW put these engines in them. These engines are crazy. There's a good reason. They're that good. Okay, first of all, these engines are smooth. At 6,000 RPM, you can still set your beer on the dash and it will not spill. Because BMW is the inline six company. They know exactly what they're doing. In short, these cars are reliable enough to daily, but fun enough to step on the gas pretty hard. And definitely simple enough to fix them. They're pretty reliable, but if you need to fix them, they're very straightforward. And you can boost these engines for $1,000 on eBay. They might blow up though. Unlike the N52, the BMW N52 B30 is the perfect inline six with no boost that BMW made. While it does not have a dipstick, it is a very, very reliable engine. It's kind of like the little brother to the N54. But let's be honest, it's kind of the older brother because it's humble, it's cool, it doesn't have turbos, and it's super reliable. You want to just hold the gas down for fun? Do it. You can just bounce off the rev limiter. This thing's going to drive you home. You're never going to get stranded with an N52. But it's very slow. It is really, it's a very slow engine. Stock, I think they make 230 horsepower. I brought my N52 up to about 270. It's still pretty slow. That's why you'd get an N54. The N54 is bullshit. The twin turbo version of the N52 has a cast iron block, but it still blows up a lot more than the N52. If you want the project car of all time, get the N54. Super tunable car, but it's gonna blow up. The next car, I almost don't even want to put you on it because I kind of want to buy one for myself. It's the BMW 335D. It's a perfect mix between the N54 and the N52 with the miles per gallon of a Prius. At 40 miles a gallon, 270 horsepower stock in a diesel BMW. Once you do an EGR delete, you're gonna get 350 horsepower with a tune, of course. The most reliable, most comfortable, most coolest sounding BMW ever. Do I hear Optimus Prime hauling ass down the I-5, or is that just a BMW 335D? These things sound insane. Why don't more people know about this car? This car is f***ing awesome. So let's say you want everything from a BMW 335D, except for the space. They are very small cars. Even though the E90 is a sports sedan, it's pretty cramped, and that's why you get the E70. The BMW E70 chassis is the SUV version of the E90s, and it comes with the 335D version. If for some reason you have a family of 5, by accident or something, well, this is the perfect car for you. So the E70 doesn't only come in the diesel version. It also comes with the X550i, or one of the options is the X550. This engine is so unreliable that I'd suggest getting an N54 before you get one of these. But at the same time, it's making 400 horsepower stock. The N63, I believe. N63? Yeah, might have to double check that. The BMW E70 X550i is crazy. Massive car, 400 and something horsepower stock. This thing's pretty sweet. They look pretty cool too. I think the front looks kind of buns, but the back is awesome. They're really big, they're really good looking, especially for a soccer mom car. I'd say one of the practical elements of it is that fat people can sit in it. Okay, but let's say you want the space of the SUV, but you want the sportiness and the size of the sedan. That's where you get a wagon. Unfortunately, the US has kind of f***ed us. They don't have many wagons to offer from BMW, just the slower ones. The BMW E91 comes with the N52 engine. E34 Touring comes with the M50 or M52 engine. There's options out there. They're just not that great. Maybe it's worth doing an engine swap. One of the greatest things about owning a BMW is the BMW has some of the best stock rims that you can get. The M Parallels, the Style 65 as well from the E39 M5. There's a BMW Style 5 BBS RC, BMW Style 32s. You get the idea. BMW has some awesome wheels to choose from. I want to put you on the craziest this BMW wheel game as well. BMW sells OEM spinners. Well, not spinners, just like center caps that float. They're badass. I think another important thing to touch on with BMWs is they all sound good with a muffler delete or just a modified exhaust. Like if you look at an Infiniti G35, for example, it just sounds like shit when you modify the exhaust. But when you cut the muffler off of almost any BMW, it just sounds amazing. I know this doesn't really have any correlation to what I was just talking about, but the BMW E28 looks so fucking cool. The 633 CSI or the 850 CSI as well, like Jesus Christ. BMW just knows exactly what they're doing. But I gotta be honest, BMW absolutely fucked up once. It was the BMW i3, I believe. Holy shit. I think another thing to consider is that BMW owns Mini Cooper, and they produced with Chrysler the R53 Mini, a 4-cylinder supercharged Mini Cooper, and it comes with a 6-speed transmission. F***ing cool, man. It's Now, originally I was not going to touch on these cars. I think the BMW 328i from like 2013, it's cool. I mean, the N20 engines sound okay. They're just kind of bad. Like they're 4 cylinders, they're turbo. You might as well just get a Subaru or something if you want a 4-cylinder turbo. If you're getting a BMW, you have to get a 6-cylinder engine. I'm just saying, like that's what they're known for. That's what you should get. Get a B58. I'm sure if you know anything about BMWs, you probably know about the B58 already. I mean, say it with me now. Downpipe and a tune. Downpipe and a tune. These things just download power. You just get sent an email, 150 horsepower. Like, what the fuck? Do you know any other cars that do that? Or engines, I mean, like, yeah, get a 340i, 440i, just a fucking M Light. So BMW's xDrive is their all-wheel drive system. And although it might not be as good as Audi's Quattro, it's like still really good. And it has a really good bias as well. So it's like 40% of the power is in the front and 60 is in the back. But what's even better is there's an app called xDelete. The app costs like $150. You download the app, you get a license, and then you can just upload xDelete, and you can like customize how much xDrive you have. You can also make it all rear wheel drive if you feel like doing some donuts or something. I think if you're gonna lower your car, I definitely would suggest lowering your BMW. They have so much space in the fenders. You can get just H&R Sport Springs. It's like totally great ride height and it feels comfortable. If you want a more stiff ride, you can definitely get some BC Racing coilovers. Bilstein definitely makes some good ones as well. I think one of the more important things that I want to touch on from this is that there's actually like a mini fridge in your center console. We all know that no car brands are perfect, and somewhere along the way they always hire someone who comes up with a really shitty idea. We have BMW making you pay monthly for heated seats, and then we got the PT Cruiser just looking ugly. I want to just talk about some of the worst car fumbles of all time. First of all, we got the Cybertruck, of course. I'm gonna just drop this one in Cybertruck tier. I don't even want to talk about it. But next I want to talk about a more important one, the Pontiac Aztek. It came out in 2001, and it was meant to be like a gateway into the more young traveler type of people, but instead it's just really shitty. It comes with a tent, which is kind of cool. I don't even know if it was a good tent though, but the interior was bad, the price was bad, it was super expensive, and the car just looked like shit from a butt. And surprisingly, it struggled off-roading, considering like it's meant to be an off-roading car. I don't know how they managed to do that. Also, for some reason, they didn't really hit the outdoorsy market. They actually hit the meth cooking market, and Walter White drove this car. For that reason, I'm gonna give it a B tier. So when Dodge released the Hellcat, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew who was gonna buy this car. Their target audience loves this car, even enough to steal it, honestly. Obviously, they didn't really stick with the trends with their success. So yeah, they released an electric car. They made an electric Hellcat. The only way that this is better than normal Hellcats is that you can quietly slide on the ops. I suppose they were trying to pivot to a new audience. Definitely giving this one C tier. When I was 16 years old, I got my full driver's license. Finally, I was able to go anywhere that I wanted, that my Honda Civic could go at least. But can you imagine if you had that freedom when you were 15 or even younger? When I was 15, my freedom was wherever my parents would drive me or like my bike. And that brings me to Reliant Motors. What do you know about Reliant Motors? These cars are the biggest fumble ever. This bike company tried to make cars, and they were still legally considered bikes. If that's not a fumble, I do not know what is. The first car was made in Williams' backyard, and they just like figured out how to build this car themselves, which I give them respect for. People who are broke and didn't want that much road tax or didn't have a license drove this car. So whenever you see one of these on the road, you better steer clear, because they will probably get you in an accident. Even though this car has 3 wheels, that's not what it's famous for. It's famous for tipping over. These cars would just roll around. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, they're super slow. The engine only has 30 horsepower, and the 1-cylinder engines top out at 60 miles an hour. So wait, if they made a V8, would that mean it would have like 240 horsepower with a top speed of 480 miles an hour? Okay, well, let's say worst case, you end up with one of these cars. It might be fun. I mean, in like a stupid way. It might be fun to drive around, but you do not want to back up hills, trust me. I mean, not that I have any experience in these cars, but what I've heard is that these things will tip over badly if you reverse up a hill. I think the police actually drove these cars a little bit in the UK. If you were getting pulled over by one of these, it would be like, thank God, because you could just tip them over and then keep driving. What are they gonna do? I fucking hate Reliant Motors. I'm gonna give Reliant Motors a D tier. So I just want to touch on the BMW cup holder epidemic. In the older BMWs, they just did not have any cup holders. I guess it was to improve the driving experience, because when you're driving really hard, you don't want to put your drink down. But honestly, I do want to have a drink while I'm fucking driving. Not in the bad way. I guess the ultimate driving experience is just putting your drink in the fucking glove box. I consider this a major fumble. Let me know what you think in the comments though. While Subarus are some of the best off-roading or like rally type of cars, they also fumbled super badly on one of their cars. The Subaru WRX STI. Yeah, I know you're surprised that I said that, but it'll just fucking blow up and burn. I mean, enjoy the car while you can. I'm sure it'll be really fun. Just don't push it too hard, because it will actually blow up and fucking blow up. Giving it an A tier. Even if you're not time traveling, the DeLorean is super unreliable. They look kind of cool in my opinion, but it's just a V6. It has the power of a 4-cylinder and the gas mileage of like a V8. Super unreliable, just not cool cars at all. I'm gonna give this one a B tier. So we all know Mustangs are a symbol of awesome in the USA. Maybe a symbol of awesome everywhere. That's why people are always bringing them to car meets. Old people, young people, whoever. They're just bringing them to car meets and then they're fucking crashing them. People's feet are way too heavy in these cars. They have a lot of power. Terrible handle. You step on the gas, you're gonna go sideways. That's all. I don't know if this is a car fumble or if this is a buyer fumble, but it's a fumble. They're just always ending up in a crowd. I think the Mustang's gonna be the first S tier fumble because it's not actually their fault. So the older Mercedes E-Class is a hard one for me to absolutely hate, because they're really good cars. Like they're pretty, I mean, they're quick, they handle well, whatever, comfortable on the inside. They just look so fucking ugly. Oh my God. The 4 headlights, they look like fried eggs. Steve Madden is the one behind this. He's the designer of that car. Holy shit. Another Mercedes fumble is that you have to make a yearly payment of $1,200 to maintain your car's full capabilities. I'm talking horsepower, torque, 0 to 60 time being dropped by 1 second. Like, are you kidding me? $1,200 on top of owning a Mercedes already? A year? That's crazy. Imagine you just buy a really nice Mercedes and then you don't make the payments and now it's slow. That would just feel so bad. I think I'm gonna have to drop Mercedes right above the Cybertruck, because this really pisses me off. I live pretty close to Canada, so 6 months out of the year, I'm pretty much freezing my ass off every day. That's why I drive a BMW, because my heated seats get heated so quickly. But the newer BMWs, they make you pay monthly just to warm your ass up. This is a major fumble. BMW, I want to give you an F tier for you. I want to say, I don't think it's always the car brands that are fucking up. I think it's the drivers. A lot of people, when they first get a car, when they first get their Honda Civic, they really want to modify it and get some more power out of those 4 cylinders. So the first thing that they do is get a K&N intake filter. K&N is kind of a major fumble. Those cone filters that you just put in the engine bay, those are hot air intakes. That just makes your engine less efficient and more noisy. I mean, I think the noise sounds cool, but it just makes it slower. My personal favorite thing to do is just get a high flowing filter for your stock airbox. It makes the car faster and makes it like drive how it's supposed to. So to the people getting the K&N cone filters and you don't have like good airflow, A tier fumble, because at least you're trying to modify your car. On the same note with modifying your car, aisle 5 in AutoZone is the biggest fumble of all time in the auto history. Biggest fumble that has ever happened is aisle 5 in AutoZone. You can see people building the goofiest cars just using the stuff that they find in aisle 5 at AutoZone. The people working the cash register at AutoZone are always laughing at you when you get something from aisle 5. I mean, we've all been there. It's kind of a canon event. Yeah, I mean, what do they have there? They just have like cherry bomb muffler deletes and like Transformers Autobot stickers and stuff. Like, what? I don't want to see that on people's Toyota Corolla. Aisle 5 at AutoZone is definitely a B tier fumble. So we all know Volvo is the safe bricks on the road. Literally one of the most rectangular wagons you could ever see, other than the cube car maybe. They're most likely driven by your local college professor or maybe a chiropractor. But did you know that Volvos can basically anything they want to? Volvos are extremely badass cars. They're so badass that even Gus Fring from Breaking Bad drives one of these. They're kind of chill looking on the outside, but pretty freaky on the inside. Like 100 years ago, Volvo got the reputation for being built like a tank. Say you bomb a Volvo dealership, the smoke will clear and the building will be gone. All the Volvos will be as spotless as they were when they came out of the factory. If you catch a Volvo in the wild, you kind of have to steer clear, because if you get in an accident with this car, you're gonna get mowed down. These cars will not sacrifice their driver for for your safety. If you T-bone a Volvo, your car is probably going to get totaled, and theirs will not. If you see a Volvo flip over and roll towards you, you're probably going to get steamrolled. But that's obviously not a realistic scenario because a Volvo will never flip over. Volvos are just so badass that they will not break ever, and they will not explode,
and they will just sit exactly where they are.
If you've watched my other videos, then you should know that BMWs are the best inline 6 company ever. Well, Volvo is basically the same, but for turbo inline 5 engines. Back in the 80s, they built the 240 Turbo. This car comes in almost any trim you can think of, and it was surprisingly fast for the time, but not quite as fast as the 850 TR or the 850R that they built in the 90s. These are basically the first Volvos that mogged hard. 250 horsepower in the 90s is absolutely fucked. The Mustang GT only had 215 horsepower. 250 horsepower in the 90s is like bringing a chainsaw to a pillow fight. First of all, turbo inline 5s might be the best sounding engines ever. Secondly, the video title does not lie. Volvos look awesome. Something about the geometry, the headlights, I don't know, they just look like the craziest sleepers of all time. Maybe that's what Volvo is, the craziest sleeper of all time. Volvos just subtly look so nice. They have so many nice features too. For example, let me just talk about the Volvo S60R and V70R for a minute. These are basically the same cars except the S60R is a sedan and the V70R is a wagon. I believe these came out in the early 2000s. This is the time that car manufacturers were snorting coke on the job. BMW put a V10 in a family sedan. The Audi RS6 C5 was insane. And of course we have the E55 AMG and the Jaguar XJR. These cars were just wild. Horsepower numbers that were unheard of at the time. But then we have the Volvo S60R and V70R. So these turbo inline 5 family cars packed a very solid and reliable 300 horsepower stock. They come with a Spaceball manual transmission, which is pretty badass. But more importantly, they were way overbuilt. Have you ever heard of stitched leather in the bottom of a car's door card? They also have suspension that you can change as you drive. Comfort's just for when you're going for a cruise, sports when you're driving through the canyons, and advanced is for when you're actually racing. Volvo claims that their suspension can keep the car in a horizontal attitude relative to the road. To be fair, I don't know what the else the car could be relative to the road, like perpendicular, but regardless, the suspension settings are really cool. These cars also came stock with Brembo brakes. They can basically stop on a dime. The leather seats are super comfortable too, and they have a rare trim called Nordicap, which is a blue leather interior, which is awesome. Anyway, I basically sold you on the S60R V70R, right? Well, let me first put you on the Volvo S80. It's their 2007 V8 sedan. They're not terribly fast, but super comfortable and sound amazing. So the V8s in these cars were actually built by Yamaha. Yeah, the people who make pianos, lawnmowers, boat engines. They also made a Volvo V8 and it screams. I think stock it's about 315 horsepower, which is still pretty solid. It's not super fast, but it's very solid for a sedan. You can find these incredibly cheap on Facebook too, which is nice. But there's some drawbacks before you go buy one. So their all-wheel drive system, I don't really know what I think of it yet. It's super good all-wheel drive and you will not slip out. That being said, it's way front-wheel drive bias, and we know how I feel about front-wheel drive. Also, there's the steering. I've heard these cars have very loose steering and it's not very responsive. They have a really wide wheelbase, so you don't get a very tight turning radius either. And unfortunately, there's limited aftermarket support. There's extremely good aftermarket support, but sadly, there's just not very much of it. I've heard that IPD is a great company for aftermarket support. Anyway, that's where the cons end. I think one of the greatest things about these cars is how underground they are. As I said earlier, Volvos are the best sleepers. So what I'm getting to is that only old people drive these cars, right? Which means these cars are extremely well maintained and you don't need to worry about buying them secondhand. These cars are literally grandma owned and grandma driven. You don't usually see grandmas at street takeovers, right? They're also usually listed for under $10,000. Which my broke ass really fucks with. Next, I want to talk about the newer Volvos. I'll get back to the old ones in a minute, but I don't usually see people talking about the newer ones. Did you know that some of these cars are making about 450 horsepower stock? The Volvo S90, V90, and XC90 all make dumb power. Unfortunately, they're all hybrid cars, but I think 450 horsepower is pretty tempting, right? I think these cars would be very ideal daily drivers, or at least a great car to have for a road trip. Volvo really knows what they're doing when it comes to comfort. 58 miles a gallon is nothing to complain about either. Okay, back to the older Volvos. They're still great cars, they look great, they're comfortable, but they're very far from canyon carvers. Some people have built very impressive Volvos though. The Volvo 240 might be the perfect car for anyone. They are slow, but there's so many trim levels for this car and so many people have modified them into drift cars, off-roading cars, drag cars, race cars. They're kind of like the BMW E30 of Volvo in my opinion. Just a perfect blank canvas. The Volvo 240 is super slow, but fortunately has a very large engine bay, so you can toss something faster in there. While Volvo may not be the perfect car brand, they definitely have created some amazing cars. The safety of Volvos unfortunately has to take away from the fun a bit. The really safe all-wheel drive system or the wide turning radius. While Volvo has created the daily driver of all time, there's a chance that they haven't created the sports car you've been looking for your whole life. Volvo mogs, but only as much as safe family cars can mod. So as long as you're not strange, your car probably has an exhaust. Everybody's exhaust is a little bit different, and it's one of the first things you modify when you're modding your car, because it changes the whole experience of driving the car. So now I want to talk about what your exhaust says about you. To the people that just have a stock exhaust, that lets me know that you're not very into cars. You might drive a Kia Soul and just go to work and back. Another reason your car's exhaust might be stock is if the car has a louder exhaust from the factory, like the Mercedes C63. You either have a very cool car or you're a bit boring. Next up, we have the straight pipe. If your car has a straight pipe, that lets me know that you didn't quite get enough attention as a child. You probably forgot to take your medication when you made the decision to give your poor car a f***ing straight pipe, just to release some pent-up anger. Your car is most likely under $5,000, and it's probably powered by a VQ engine. Your credit score might be somewhere around 13. You're probably talking to the dudes with custom exhaust talking about, you need to release the beautiful symphony that your engine produces and cut that shit off, twin. I don't really with straight pipes if you haven't caught that already. Next up, we have the burble tune or flame tune. I know burble tunes and flame tunes don't actually have anything to do with your exhaust system itself, but I think touching on this is still very relevant. Starting off with the burble tune. Burbles are not bad. There's a difference between your car having natural burbles on deceleration and actually scaring people. I think having a burble tune tells me that you're a younger driver and drive a newer BMW. You don't have many friends, so you decided to push people further away from you by making your car sound like it's braking while you're driving. As far as flame tunes, I mostly think they're weird, and you're probably weird for having one. But if your car happens to spit a flame with two-step or something, or just spits a flame somehow, then it's extremely cool, and you're extremely cool. If you pay someone to tune your car just to waste gas by burning it and ruining your exhaust, then I think you're a weird attention seeker. But don't even get me started on spark plugs in the exhaust. Next up, we have the muffler delete. If you're running a muffler delete on your car, you definitely care more about your car than someone with a straight pipe. I can respect it. It's definitely one of the cheapest exhaust modifications that you can do besides just cutting the entire thing off, but I think a muffler delete might just be a car got cannon event, but I would definitely suggest upgrading eventually. Okay, next up we have the axle back. An axle back exhaust is exactly what it sounds like. It's just taking care of everything behind your rear axles, so most likely just the mufflers. If you're running an axle back exhaust, you have more taste than someone who did a muffler delete. You like to hear a little more noise than the stock exhaust, but you don't want to be obnoxious. You might be a bit older, but you're still a chiller.
The resonator delete.
I personally believe resonator deletes are for the village idiots. Your resonator helps keep drone out, and I can't think of any reason that you'd want your car to drone. Drone is the sound that your car makes at a certain RPM, and you will just be hearing it constantly if you don't have a resonator. If you'd like a higher flowing resonator just to build some power, just buy a vibrant ultra quiet resonator or some other sport resonator. No need to go deaf hearing the bad sounds coming from your car. Now I want to talk about the catback system. This is probably one of the first actually good ones. Someone who has a catback exhaust has a lot of respect for their car. They might not really know how to use a welder, so they just buy the kit that they can put together themselves. You can usually buy these exhaust systems for a reasonable price online and just bolt it on. These exhaust systems can give the car a great tone. They usually replace the stock muffler and resonator with a sportier muffler and resonator. When I say sportier, I just mean smaller and higher flowing. They just allow for some more volume to come from the engine without ruining the driving experience. And your car will probably stay legal. Next up, we have headers. If your car has catless headers, it means you're pretty far into the build, and you most likely don't live in California. Catless headers give a pretty solid bump in horsepower. They remove the primary cats, which allows the exhaust to escape the engine much faster than before. Unfortunately, headers can make your car sound quite different, for better or for worse. When I put headers on my BMW, I was very happy with the power gain, but I didn't like the sound as much as the stock headers. If you put headers on your car, you're cool, but also be careful because it can be illegal. Next up, we have the dual exhaust. Dual exhaust systems are 100% badass, and they can actually help with your car's performance if you're running an X pipe or an H pipe. These exhaust setups are common for sports cars or cars with a V8 engine. If this is your exhaust setup, you probably have a cool car. But wait, some people have fake dual exhausts. Just having two exhaust tips on the back of your car does not mean you have a dual exhaust. A true dual exhaust goes from the headers all the way to the muffler separately, while a fake dual exhaust, like on the Dodge Charger V6, just a regular single exhaust that splits into two at the end. If you have a dual exhaust, you're probably chill and have an awesome car. If not, time to hand over the pinks to another naive driver, then upgrade to something legit. Single exit big bore. If you have a big single exit exhaust, you're probably an anime watcher who also likes cars. I'm always seeing these setups on the JDM cars like the Toyota Supra, the Honda Civic, 240SX, and basically all of the Japanese cars. Having a big single exit exhaust either mean you have a super cool Japanese car or you just slapped a fart can on regular traffic. So it's hard to conclude what this setup says about you. You're either in high school and just want a loud car, or you have refined taste taste and a sweet sounding car. Now I have to talk about the hood exit exhaust. Having a hood exit on your car might actually be one of the coolest things ever. Okay, obviously this is probably the most bold mod you could do to your car ever, but they look super cool, especially if you have a diesel car. I would recommend this mod to about 1% of the population, but to those who did it, you're probably badass and live in the middle of absolutely nowhere. The valved exhaust. So a valved exhaust is pretty much the perfect exhaust system you could possibly have, but it means you can change your car from quiet to loud whenever you want. Having a valved exhaust probably means your parents bought your car for you, because having an exhaust like this is really only common on newer sports cars. So unless you install the valves yourself, you're either rich or spoiled, but you also have a sweet exhaust setup, so that's nice. Building or paying someone to build a custom exhaust for your car is the best of the best ways to make noise come out of your car. The reason that this is the best option is because you can choose the highest quality parts to put in your car, and you can decide exactly what you want your exhaust to look like and sound like. You can add an H pipe for torque, you could add an X pipe for horsepower, and you can add a drone pipe to reduce the bad sounds that come out of your car. If your car has a high quality custom exhaust, you're probably the coolest person ever, and you also have a solid chunk of money. Or debt. Either way, you truly care about your car and want the performance and sound benefits from a custom exhaust. So you're the coolest person on this list by far. Every level of car and their classes explained. At level 1, we have miserable. If you or someone you know has a car in the sub $1,000 range, I feel really bad for them. I definitely wouldn't want to drive behind someone with a $1,000 car on the interstate. This is the type of car that you have to push down a hill to get started. It has no seat belts, 3 misfiring cylinders, and bald tires. Like, you can see your reflection in these tires. Or it might just be a Chevy Equinox, I don't know. You could probably build one of these cars in your backyard, like the smart car. I really don't know how these are road legal or if they can even go 60 miles an hour, but they're on the road. Thankfully, there's cars like the 90s Outbacks and Crown Vics that can somewhat reliably get you from point A to point B. Then you have the broken ass cars like the Ford Ranger and Chevy S10, which both probably have the exhaust sawzalled off. These are the type of cars you'd buy off your uncle for $500 and he'd say, runs like the day I got it. But then you open up the hood and there's a mini ecosystem. The fastest option might be a beat to shit Chrysler 200, but I'm pretty sure a Suron is still faster. At level 2, we got boring. Unless you put as much as the car's worth into mods, these cars are just boring common traffic. On your average commute up or down the I-5, you'll see these cars everywhere. The classic Chevy Blazer with mud tires, a school of Miatas, a few Honda Elements and Civics, or just some dude in a landscaping truck. Even though everyone on the highway is traveling at a mile a minute, somehow a Kia will always zoom past. The way they're driving those Kias, you know, it's probably started with a USB cord. Once you get off the I-5 in Portland, you'll see all the granolas managed to upgrade to a Subaru Forester XT. Those dudes might not always smell the best, but you know they're having a great time. But shit, dude, you totally took a wrong turn. Now we're in like a weird part of Portland. This is where you see the beaten up 7 Series and other luxury cars. Sometimes you have to compensate for your current situation. To summarize level 2, it's just people who make slightly weird financial decisions, but definitely ride in style. At level 3, we got chill. This is a tier of cars that most people have, mainly because they actually work. Whether it's a base model BMW, a 60s Impala, or a shitbox Silverado with faux antlers, you can live pretty lavishly at this level. These cars were most likely bought in cash for around $4,000, and they're very relaxed daily drivers. You might see these cars parked in neighborhoods on the outskirts of town, but you know they've been given some love by the unks. I personally love these cars because they always have some unique character. I feel like they always have some weird smell or something. It's the type of car you drive to the lake. They can get dirty and it doesn't matter. It's a chill car. Next up, we have the enthusiast. This is where things start to get interesting. This level is for those who enjoy going to the occasional cars and coffee and know a thing or two about their car. In the middle of nowhere where dudes have to make up their own fun, they finally upgraded to a Ford F-150. They can drive the truck comfortably, but also have some fun with it off-roading or hauling stuff to work. But unfortunately, it's usually financed to people who drove the landscaping trucks can finally afford a lowered, more sporty landscaping truck. With some nice subwoofers in the back and a Little Trees air freshener on the dash, they're definitely getting to the jobs a lot quicker with these trucks. This level also includes the V6 Challenger. Finally, a sweet taste of the badassery of owning a boat, with the small setback of a payday early loan. Unfortunately, the only good thing about owning a boat like this is the straight line speed, and you don't really get that with the V6 Challenger. Arriving to the cookout in this V6 is gonna look awesome. For the people who actually like cars, they've finally been upgraded to something more worthwhile. At this level, you can get the keys to a reasonably clean BMW E30. Great for some canyon carving or just some other car activities. This is a major stepping stone for the car guys. At this level, the granolas can get a little further up the hill. They have a second generation Toyota Tacoma. It reeks of weed. Has a bunch of weird stuff in it too, but it's a blast to bring up the dirt roads for some camping with a great view. Definitely a Pacific Northwest special. The people who like flashy stuff made their way up to a Lincoln Town Car, sitting pretty on some chrome 22s. This thing looks like it's straight out of Pimp My Ride. Everyone thinks this dude looks a bit stupid, but you know they're having an awesome time driving it. Level 5, upper middle class. Unless you have a scat pack, having one of these cars probably means you live in a gated community. Of course, you have to have the pink Jeep equipped with all the rubber ducks, Stanley Cups. Although it might have tire shine and has never driven through a puddle in its life, it's still a chill ride. But you can't go over 40 miles per hour in a Jeep or you might die. At this level, people's insurance is the last level's rent, and anyone with an SUV in this level is getting scammed $500 for an oil change. Rednecks in this tier are in debt about $400,000, but at least they have an excuse to haul 2 tons of wood and take up 3 parking spaces with their lifted F350 dually. But the Edgars went the other way. They have a lowered Chevy S10 with a nice exhaust setup and crazy sound system. They have glossy ass paint too, and a clean engine bay. Personally, I'm taking the S10, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. The guy who had the E30 started reselling sneakers and just got a BMW M3 competition, thanks to the loan he took out with his parents as collateral. Level 6, the neck breakers. At level 6, we finally get into some real shit. The people who can afford these cars at level 6 probably have some solid generational wealth or some successful company or something. Or maybe they're just comfortable stacking up debt. The rednecks have nearly upgraded to their final form, the Ford Raptor R. These things absolutely rip. They're built to go almost anywhere from the factory, but knowing these handy rednecks, they've definitely upgraded the suspension and things like that. Our Edgars made it up to a single cab Silverado 1500 turbo, like a street setup type of truck. Slightly tacky mods, but that's all part of the beauty. This thing can absolutely rip and looks pretty badass. The dude who was driving the Scat Pack finally released something successful on SoundCloud and managed to finance his way to a Trackhawk. The dude can stomp the gas and get whiplash. Trackhawks are absolutely awesome. Even if you have to finance it super badly, at least you have a Trackhawk, right? Back to the guy with the M3 competition. He convinced his parents to give him a small loan just to get a GT3 RS. Just like Brez Scales. The 911 GT3 RS is super fun around the corners and an awesome driving experience. Someone whose parents helped them buy it will probably crash it, but not to worry, they can afford to get another one as needed. Some of these cars in level 6 you'll see in more luxury areas like Santa Barbara, California or Bellevue, Washington. You can just turn a corner and like bam, Escalade V, or better yet a massive pink Hummer. But you probably won't see the granolas in these areas. At this point they've gone off the grid and managed to build a van that they can live in. It has everything they need: a bed, a JBL, a kitchen, a shower, well, maybe not a shower, and a golden retriever. Everything. And this brings us to level 7. Level 7 is when we get to the old money. Absolutely insane shit, like holy smokes, goddamn. First of all, I'd like to touch on what the rednecks are driving. They drove their Ford Raptors to a military base and traded in for an M4 Sherman. This is gonna look awesome in the front yard. This thing is an absolutely badass daily driver, and no one is gonna mess with you in this thing. Edgar reached his final form and got a wide-body G37. This thing is on bags, super flashy neon wrap, and it's got a massive turbo and a very bright Starlight headliner. Edgar's gonna need all this power so he can pick up all the tortas. Unfortunately, the GT3 RS wasn't quite enough. Although it was really fun to drive, too many people have them. So the dude with the GT3 RS decided to go crawling back to his parents and have them buy him a Ferrari F40. This dude has no idea what he's driving, but they're popular on TikTok, so they must be cool, right? This guy says he was able to afford the Ferrari F40 by doing a curb painting side hustle. Make sure to buy his course. As awesome as the Trackhawk has been, it's time to add another car to the collection. Of course, we have to get a Hellcat Red Eye. Since this is so much smaller than the Trackhawk and makes more power than the Trackhawk, it's a major upgrade. It's a major upgrade twin. A very great car for the commute to 7-Eleven and back. It cuts down the drive time a lot. So the granolas started to get a little bit sick of their van life. You can only make so many travel videos before you're ready to move back into a regular home. They sold their van and bought a Toyota Land Cruiser. For Granola Girl, this is the absolute peak of all time. So many more travel videos to make, and the car can get you almost anywhere. Very good choice from the granolas. The other cars in tier 7 are just ridiculous. The person driving a pink Hummer upgraded to a Lamborghini Urus, only because it's a bit easier to park than the Hummer. If you want to take a day trip to Nordstrom's, this is the perfect car to drive. The luxury dude. They managed to get their hands on the luxury of luxury. This comes after getting a penthouse in Miami, a couple of homes in Beverly Hills, and the nicest apartment in GTA 5. This is the absolute smoothest ride you will ever be in. Trust me, I know from experience. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is insane. It's super quiet inside with 280 pounds of soundproofing. The paint literally has diamond stardust in it. And don't forget to buy a bottle of Taste of Diamonds or whatever, however you say it, because this thing has a champagne cooler in it. From lifted trucks to super slammed cars, this is what your suspension says about you. If your car has stock suspension, you probably have a pretty comfortable ride, or at least it does what you need it to do from the factory. If you're doing some easier off-roading, but you don't need to do anything too crazy, then maybe the stock 4Runner suspension is enough for you. Or maybe you occasionally go drive your car through the back roads at legal speeds, and your stock Miata suspension handles the corners well enough for you. A good suspension setup can be pretty pricey, so I understand wanting to keep it stock. Cut springs. Speaking of pricey, cutting your springs is not pricey at all. I mean, maybe putting a bunch of rocks in your trunk would be cheaper, but cutting the springs is still very cheap. After you cut your springs, the car might look pretty good, but only for about an hour before it sags and becomes undrivable. If you cut your car's springs, you don't really give a shit about the car and you're just having fun.
Lifted.
Hell yeah, brother. Lifting your car or truck is cool, as long as you're doing it for a good reason. I think the only good reason to lift is for off-roading, not just for going to the store and back. Because when your car is higher up, so is your center of gravity. If you don't actually need the extra ground clearance, you're just trading your vehicle's handling for looks. If you have a lifted car for a good reason, then you're probably the type to go on awesome adventures. If you lifted your car for looks, then your wife's name might be Frank.
Hydraulics.
Hydraulics are fucking cool. I think bouncing cars are the most ridiculous, but also the most badass suspension setups that you can do. It's just so impractical for anything except listening to music. Putting hydraulics on your car became popular in the 60s because people wanted good-looking low cars, but they'd get harassed by the police. So they decided to add hydraulics to lift the car up and avoid tickets. But I suppose at some point it got taken a step further, and these cars jump now. So yeah, I don't really know how the fuck that happened. If you're running hydraulics, you're either a bit older and into the classic stuff, or you're just kind of funny.
Lowering spring.
Lowering springs can be the less expensive option for making your car just look lower, but still ride nicely. The slightly stiffer springs help you around the corners and feel a lot better than stock springs. I would recommend swapping out your stock shocks when you install lowering springs. If you have lowering springs, you probably just don't feel like spending coilover money. I think lowering springs are respectable, but I'd definitely go with coilovers if you can. Coilovers are a great option because with high quality ones, you can adjust so many things on them. People don't just get coilovers to adjust the ride height. You can adjust things like the camber, caster, toe, preload, damping, corner weight, anti-roll, and sometimes other things. They're very amazing. Sometimes coilovers can make the ride a bit too bumpy for some people, but they make cornering and everything else just that much better. Coilovers can be used for almost any driving setup. Track, drag, rally, precision, hill climb, drifting, and basically anything else. But make sure to get good ones. You're better off getting nice lowering springs than cheap coilovers. Reasonable coilovers can start at around $800. That even is still kind of cheap for coilovers. You're going to want to set aside about $1,500 for a nice set of coilovers. Bilstein is a great brand. BC Racing is pretty great too, but something like the $300 Max Speeding Rods coilovers are far from ideal. Coilovers are kind of an all or nothing type of deal. So in my opinion, if you run good coilovers on your car, you're pretty set on making this thing handle like a go-kart. If you're running cheap coilovers, then all I can do for you is pray. Bags. Bags are for the fitment boys. They sound fucking awesome when you air them out. And they always look good when you're parked. They can make for a pretty smooth ride too, but they're just not quite as good as coilovers for handling. They're also super expensive, so if you're running bags, then you might be kind of rich. Also, bags aren't the easiest to install, so you either have the capital to pay for the labor, or you have a brain that works. Slammed, stanced, or static cars are interesting to me. I think excessive camber is pretty stupid, because to me it doesn't look great, and it wears out your tires very fast. But I know the people who are driving these cars are having a lot of fun, so I envy that at least. If your car is stanced, you're just having fun, don't really care how your car performs as long as it looks good. Static cars have no suspension. They look super funny to me because they're always bouncing around on the tires. They're just like slammed or stanced cars. You're only doing it for the fun of it. Also, these cars have super stretched tires for some reason. Sway bars! Most cars have sway bars from the factory, but you can buy sport ones that stiffen up your car a lot. They don't change the up and down suspension, just your car's body roll. Sporty sway bars are a game changer for taking corners and canyon carving. If you've installed sway bars on your car, then you absolutely know what you're doing. Nice job. But some people like to detach their sway bar end links when they're off-roading, because then each wheel can move more freely. If you're rock crawling without your sway bar connected, then your car can have amazing travel. I wouldn't suggest attaching your sway bar end links unless you're actually going off-roading. That much body roll would look ridiculous on the street. If you run no sway bars off-roading, that tells me that your car can go almost anywhere.
Well,
Wheel spacers are more of a fitment thing than suspension, but I still think they're worth mentioning. People use wheel spacers when they want their wheels to poke out a bit more, but they don't want to spend money on a new set of wide wheels. Wheel spacers are a bit sketchy, but as long as you get hub-centric ones with a little lip on the bore, then you're good. If you run wheel spacers, you either have perfect fitment or you're a little bit poor. Broken suspension. It's not necessarily something you intentionally run, but you will know if you see someone who's driving a car with broken suspension. If their shocks are blown, they're always bouncing around and the car is handling pretty poorly. Or if your car makes a bunch of clunking noises over bumps and turns, it could be the ball joints, control arms, or tie rods, basically anything down there. It's pretty easy to tell when your suspension isn't working well. Regardless of what your suspension setup is, if it's broken, you're most likely not very well off financially, or maybe you're just weird or just a procrastinator. Suspension is one of the most important aspects of your car, so you should always make sure everything is functioning correctly. Squatted truck. Squatting a truck is like the armoire of closeted. The closeted of closeted. A whole wardrobe of closeted. Not only does it look really strange, but how the fuck do you see? Like your truck is literally 45 degrees towards the sky, and you're not even hauling shit. I don't consider squatting a truck a suspension setup. I feel like it's just a weird lifestyle. I don't know. All that angle just to drive to Cabela's and back, I don't see the point. If your truck is squatted, you're very closeted, and that's okay. Don't worry about it. And you do not have squatter's rights. You gotta get rid of that shit. Electromagnetic. Electromagnetic suspension is very far from common. I just think it's interesting, so I want to talk about it. In 2004, Bose released a prototype of the Lexus LS400 with electromagnetic suspension. Yes, Bose, like the headphones, dabbles in suspension. This suspension was super smooth, unbelievably smooth, but the drawback was the price and weight, so it never really made it into production. Eventually, they used the tech to make semi-truck seat suspension though, so that's pretty awesome. If you have electromagnetic suspension, that tells me that you're lying, or maybe you're a trucker, I don't know. I've gathered 21 cars from movies and shows, and we're gonna be going from level 1, which is beats walking, to I my pants at level 7. These are like the bottom of the barrel cars. Putting them at level 1 isn't because they're less iconic than the other cars, but just because they're mechanically the worst. First, I want to talk about Saul Goodman's car, his first car. He would always have to park next to luxury cars with this box, which was a bit embarrassing. It made him look like a lawyer too. It was always breaking down, breaking bad, and even random strangers were just clowning it. I was always impressed that he peeled out whenever he drove anywhere. Not because it was fast, but just because it didn't blow up. The next car at level 1 is Ricky's Chrysler New Yorker from Trailer Park Boys. This dude is married to this car, but holy moly, it's a piece of crap. If you haven't watched the show, all you need to know is that people literally call this the shipmobile. The paint job is very interesting, or lack thereof, always full of garbage or has garbage on top of it, but at least it makes for a good hairdryer. For the last one under level 1, we have the golf cart from Regular Show. I know it's not a car, but it had to be mentioned. This thing is so fucking bad that it's almost good. Even though it's always blowing up or something, it always manages to come back to life somehow. And although it's at tier 1, it has literally ended up in space before, which I don't think I can say for any of the other cars on this list. Level 2 is usually drives. The first car under level 2 is Mr. Bean's Mini Cooper. He's always managing to whip it through roundabouts, juking that one Reliance ankles without tipping over, and then parking it perfectly. I'm surprised that that thing is still running after all that. I know I said it's at level 2, but trust me, some of these cars get kind of crazy. The second car under level 2 is the Bluesmobile. The Blues Brothers drove around in this decommissioned police car. It's definitely a step up from the Mobile, but its drivability is hanging on by a thread. If someone flips off this car, it might fall apart. I'm putting this at the same level as Mr. Bean's car just because of the chase they got into where all the cops got piled up. That was badass. Honestly, I might have to take back what I said about the drivability because look at this power slide. Peter Griffin's station wagon. I don't know how Peter Griffin managed to pull Lois while driving this Ford Country Squire. It's literally a wooden box with wheels. This car is painfully boring, but maybe if he knew how to reverse with a trailer, I would like it more. It's only at level 2 because it looks somewhat comfortable and has survived a lot of but it is a very boring car. At level 3, we have the chill cars. The first car we have under level 3 is Scooby-Doo's van. Whether you're solving a murder mystery or just getting faded and eating a bunch, the mystery van is the best place to do it all. I've always thought that the Scooby-Doo mystery van looked super comfortable. It would be a really fun car to haul your friends around in. I think most of all, I like the paint job. Definitely would add this to the collection. Towmater is a choice from my personal collection. He's super chill and very reliable. He also happens to be good at almost anything he does. I think Tokyo Drift Mater would be higher on the list, but Classic Mater is a solid, chilled truck. Also, he can reverse faster than almost any other car on this list. The Dumb and Dumber dog car. It's basically just a chill monstrosity on wheels. It's got floppy ears, a wagging tail, and all of the stains you would expect. Although it's very terrifying, I like it. I think furries would with this car too. It would be fun to roll up to FurCon in that thing. Level 4, tough. Obviously we have to have the cars from the Flintstones under tough, because you have to be pretty strong to carry this thing. Is this even considered horsepower anymore? Is it just dude power? The reason this thing is in level 4 is mainly because it has the best miles per gallon on this list. You just need some strong ass dudes, which I know a lot of. Austin Powers' Jaguar is by far the most groovy car on this list. This thing represents the 60s just how I remember them. Austin Powers is the player of all time. That's why I put him under level 4. Junior's Challenger. Junior's Dodge Challenger was f***ing dope, almost entirely because Junior was driving it. I don't know why Walter gave him this car because he can't even drive with one foot, but props to Walter for actually going through with it and getting his kid a cool car. I hope to do the same for my kid one day. Very tough, Walter. Very tough. Too bad it f***ing exploded. At level 5, we have the badass cars. Ice Cube's Lincoln Navigator. I know this thing got up by the end of the movie, but at the beginning it was an absolute pimp cruiser. You see those damn wheels? The Satchel Paige bobblehead, the big ass spinners of course, and very nice leather interior. Ice Cube looks badass in this thing. I was sad to see it ruined by the end of the movie though. Brian's Mark IV Supra from Fast and Furious. Of course Brian's Mark IV Supra is under the badass level, not only because of what it is, but for the progression from where it started. This dude knows how to build a car. It has a nice body kit, TRD style hood, 19-inch wheels, and smoke that dumbass Ferrari. This thing is awesome. The DeLorean from Back to the Future. It's definitely the most flashy car of these cars yet. I know the Supra has bright orange paint, but the DeLorean left 2 parallel fire streaks in the street before it teleported. Super badass move by the DeLorean. This thing would be the best car at any street takeover. That's why it's the last one on level 5. Level 6 is balling. Of course, the basketball god from regular show is the first on level 6. I've never seen a more chill baller than this guy. The whole car is flexing. This thing looks like it was spec'd by Johnny Dang and Bling Bling Boy, especially with the wings on the roof. I like his fit too. The whole entrance from the sky is another reason I put this in level 6. Jordan's Lamborghini Countach from The Wolf of Wall Street is a super baller car. This car is the epitome of his badassery and success. Well, success. Wrecking it was kind of a representation of his downfall, but we can ignore that for now. The Countach makes about 455 horsepower with a naturally aspirated V12. Definitely a fire collection piece. I'd say the Ferrari that Ferris Bueller stole is extremely baller. No wonder he and his friends borrowed it. I low-key would too. I think this car is baller, but not Ferris necessarily. I think the valets that whip the car around town are the true ballers. Level 7. My pants. The first car under level 7 is Batman's Tumbler. I would absolutely myself if I saw, heard, or got to drive this car. They're not insanely fast, but they're just so cool. They make about 500 horsepower with a Chevy V8, but they're just super heavy. I'm not sure if you could actually destroy this thing either. Super cool car. James Bond's Aston Martin is definitely a car that I would not want to my pants in, but I might have to. This car has twin front-mounted machine guns,
rotating license plates,
an oil slick dispenser, a rear smoke screen to get away from the bad guys, ejector seats for whatever reason you might need ejector seats for, a bulletproof shield, and a hidden tracking device storing this place.
I would definitely crap myself. This car is so cool and so good looking. I would definitely not want to scratch this thing, so I probably wouldn't even drive it if I had the chance to. And for the very last one on this list, we have Optimus Prime. I would absolutely soil my pants. So this is Wes's 1998 Honda Prelude SI. Looks like he's got an intake, an exhaust, some cool looking fog lights, beautiful sunset as well. I think these cars look awesome. He sent a video as well. Let's check it out. Me too, Wes. Me too. I really like the audio meters at the back. That's super cool. Once it's manual swap, this is going to be an S tier car for sure. I'll just give you S tier right now. Don't worry about it. Now that is what I'm talking about. This is a Goofy Goober's truck. It's definitely been through some stuff. It looks like a very reliable truck. I like those little lights on the bumper as well. I can't really tell what the paint looks like from here, but
they sent a video, so let's check it out.
it looks like a very good work in progress, a great project truck. I'll give it a So this is George. He submitted some crazy Not only did he submit this crazy S2K with Recaro seats, a manual transmission, a roll cage, beautiful photography might I add, but he also submitted this Honda Civic Type R. I don't know where this guy got his money from, but S tier for both of these cars by a long shot. George, nice job. Next on the list, we have G59's VW. This thing is super low and just looks awesome. I mean, it has pretty cool fitment. I definitely like the luggage carrier. I think those are slept on for sure. But wait, what the fuck is that sound? Oh my God, I can't even believe my eyes. Is that an R33 Skyline? S tier, of course. This guy submitted a very beautiful G-Wagon. My only experience with G-Wagons is playing with them in Fortnite, but they're really cool cars. I'm not really sure how you managed to take this picture without being in the reflection. And also, I don't really know if you can drive yet. A tier for the G-Wagon. Is it lowered? I can't really tell. As long as it's got a clean title, it looks like it's pretty good. Can't really tell what condition the interior is in, but it looks like a good car to me. I'll give this an S tier. Go Mad Dog submitted his
2017 Hyundai Santa Fe.
And this thing rips. I'm gonna have to give you a D tier. Is this dude's name actually O Barbecue? Well, anyway, he has a really cool Porsche. I like the red accents and red brakes. I don't usually like black wheels on cars, but I think it worked really well right here. Let's take a look at the interior. Dang! So we got a manual transmission. The interior is really clean, looks freshly detailed. Maybe that's just how clean you are, but I like everything about it. This is by far an S tier car. Nice. So Dexter fucking Morgan submitted a fire truck, which is pretty awesome. Dexter, this is a great daily driver. I appreciate the submission. This is gonna give you, I'm gonna give this one a, I'll give it an A tier.
ODST Vulcan's 2016 Ford Mustang EcoBoost
Premium with LEDs. So not only does he have a super clean Autobot symbol, but he's also got underglow. Thank you for showing the different colors. You actually did do RGB, so nice job there. I think I prefer the blue from like the rear angle. I think that looks better. Not necessarily a huge fan of the EcoBoosts, but you know what? Whatever floats your boat. So the next submission is from something 911, and this thing is absolutely awesome. It's so unique and really cool to see a Civic that's actually up off the ground and can do shit. I mean, look at those tires. Those things could go anywhere. He has plans to build a custom turbo kit for it, which I think is absolutely awesome. I'd love to see that. You're already at S tier. Let me know when you get that done and you'll be at whatever's above that. Nice job, dude. Wirt is my day one, and I love your BMW. I love F10s. I think the 5 Series is awesome. This thing looks great, but I have an issue with your BMW and many others in this submission list. You guys have to take those fucking grills off. I really like the BMW though. Keep it up. It looks clean. Nice job.
I don't have a car.
Now we got Sif with the C5 Corvette. This thing looks super nice. I really like the red, and I think it's cool that it can wink too. I think C5 Corvettes are some of the better looking Corvettes. Sif, I'm gonna give you an S tier. Crusader Eduardo. Here's some photos and sounds. I don't have a lot of photos. It looks like plenty to me. He's got a Dodge Charger. I like the engine bay. I like that strut bar you got. I think the purple looks great. I have no idea where you live, but it looks straight out of War Dogs. He sent a video. Let's hear how it sounds. All right, dude, you have to have hearing damage because that was way too loud. I think it sounds pretty good, but really way too fucking loud. Black Bear has this crazy Toyota Hilux. I mean, it's not that crazy. It looks a little bit stock, but I really like the wheels you got on there and the tires. 566,000 kilometers on the odometer is insane. A tier for sure. Whipple submitted this Mini Cooper. I really like it. Let's give it a listen. I think it sounds great. Mini Coopers definitely do handle like go-karts. You're right. A tier.
This is a certified hood class.
1993 Toyota pickup has 3 slow and 5 speed. The last picture is what my shift knob looks like. I really like the bumper. I like the lights on top of the roof and the lights on the bumper. This looks like a really nice rig. I'm sure you could get over anything in this thing. I really like the first gen Tacomas as well, so great job. Now that is what I'm talking about. Not only does it look great, but it hits 45 miles an hour. It's a 6-speed manual. I don't even know how you do that on a lawnmower, but that's great. Please send me a video of you driving this. A tier. Oxford Green 330 Ci E46 automatic transmission. transmission. I'm gonna dock you a point for the automatic transmission. Older BMW auto transmissions are not that good, but the E46 looks great. Green looks great. I think this is one of the few colors that works really well with a beige interior. So that's a very nicely spec'd E46 you got. 1992 Honda Accord. That looks like a very chill car you got. The Steelies are a Honda classic. The gap between the body panels is another Honda classic. I think the rear end looks very nice. The interior looks pretty good. I'll give you a very solid B tier. I forgot who submitted this one, but it was taken with Google Maps, which is very impressive. Doesn't look like it's moved in forever. So I'll give you an F tier. Oh wait, I just realized the dude who submitted the Honda Accord actually submitted this one. So I'll give you an S tier. My 23 WRX that I bought myself at 18. Wow, dude, I need to know what you're doing for a job because it does not look cheap. I think it looks cool. I'm not a huge fan of these, like the newer WRXs personally. It might be with the rear bumper, I don't know. But it looks like you've done a great job with it. They're great cars, so that's all that matters, right? I might give you an S. I'll give you an A tier. My clapped Corolla. Dude, that doesn't look that clapped. That looks pretty clean. I like the wheels. I don't know how you got it into that fucking game, but looks like a very cool Corolla. Here's my M5 boy. So with this 5 Series, cool wheels. Those wheels can work. I don't hate the E60. I do not like those grills, as I said earlier. It has a lot of potential. Keep it up. Runaway Rail Fan. I don't think this is an NPC car either. And I agree. It does seem like a starter vehicle in like Forza or something. Definitely a cooler car. I don't think this is absolutely regular traffic. You should definitely do some mods. Maybe lower it a little bit. I'll give you an A tier just for being based. We absolutely fuck with the bike. This is Frantic's Monte Carlo. 350 brake horsepower or more. You have to just hear this thing. It sounds great. Frantic, I'm gonna give you an S tier. This is great. So here we have a $400 2002 Impreza, which is hopefully gonna be a rally car one day. First of all, this is a great car. Second of all, $400 is amazing, and I really like that you want to rally it. I think between the two engines, I go with the EJ205, but it's up to you. Let me know what you end up doing. B tier for now. So Lucan submitted this 530D with the turbos from a 535D. I really like the F10 with the N57 engine. I think they're really cool. I don't think these engines are quite as good as the M57, but it's still great. And this thing sounds nice as well. I can't really tell, but it looks like you have a quad tip exhaust, which is super cool. I might have to give you an A tier for this. This is really nice. This thing is sweet. I think it looks really cool. I mean, making it into a pickup is pretty crazy, but you know what? I respect it. I'm gonna just give it a B for now, but let me know when you're done and you'll be at probably above S tier. I don't even know what this is. People seem to like it. Mustang GT and an IROC Camaro. Those are two very patriotic and really cool cars. Unfortunately, I'd give both individually a C, but since they're together, I'll give them an A. This is a really great work truck. They don't build them how they used to. I think it's cool that you're building an engine. Let me know when it's done. I'm gonna give it a C tier for now though. 1977 Mercury Cougar and how I decorated it for summer. It's a very beautiful looking car. I really like the way you decorated it for summer. I think the interior looks really cool. I like the red. This is a very nice car. The interior looks like a very nice person is driving it, but from the outside, it kind of looks like an evil villain or something. I'm gonna give this one an S tier. I just really like it. I don't know about all that smoke back there though. So this is Mike Tickleson's first car. Mixed around 200 horsepower, looks awesome. It was even in Minecraft. I think this is a really cool car. I've never even heard of this brand before. I'm gonna give you a B tier. It looks like a pretty cool car. Interesting. I do not know what kind of BMW this is. I mean, I know it's an E90. I just don't know if it's a 335 or a 328, but it's a pre-LCI. I don't think the pre-LCIs look the best, but it's cool that you put a lip on it, and I think it's sitting really nicely. I like the ride height a lot. I'm gonna give you a C tier for now just because I'm an asshole. 1965 Ford Mustang. It's pretty cool. It looks really cool, man. I think it came with maybe 120 horsepower. Maybe died over the years. Okay, they sent a video. Let's see how it sounds. That sounds healthy, dude. That sounds like a really cool car. I think Ford Mustangs are great. I'm excited to see what you do with it in the future. I'm gonna give you a B tier for now. The cheapest car you own. You must be a very rich man if this is the cheapest car you own. And also, why is that wheel in the background the same size as the car? I think it's cool that you have a bumper on this thing. Looks like you live out in the middle of nowhere and you can probably spin some good donuts or something. I'm gonna give this one a D tier. It's not an F because it has a light bar and a bumper. The Frankenstein. Zack Attacker got the color scheme from Eddie Van Halen's guitar. That is super cool. I really like how it looks. It looks like you put a ton of effort into this thing. Here's a closer look at the engine bay. This thing looks absolutely sweet. This is by far an S tier. This thing looks great, man. This dude just said hello. And it's an E92 BMW. I know nothing about it. It looks very clean. I think the bumper looks great. I'm gonna give it a B tier for now just because I don't really know anything about it. Phantom Spiders 2014 Subaru Impreza Sport Premium. This thing looks pretty clean. I like that red intake. Looks like you need a new filter though. Holy shit. The smoke tail lights actually look good in this case. Looks like they sent a clip. Let's take a look. Ruined Benz. Well, that's a pretty ironic name. I think this thing looks great. Super low. I don't even know if you can drive it like that. I really like the photography. I think the wheels are pretty cool too. The red interior is super nice. So far you're at S tier, but let's see that video just in case. Very good roller setup, very good looking car. I like those intake noises as well.
I'm gonna give you an S tier for this one.
We're trying to hit 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year.
Hit that like and subscribe button, boy.
Thank you.
This is a very chill and very tiny car. I like those steelies. I also don't know why you're in the fucking shadow realm because your friends look super creepy. 240s are awesome. I don't know what I think about those fender flares and the body kit, but you know what? It's cool. I hope you drift it. It looks really nice. I like the hood vents. XJs are awesome. I really like this generation of Jeep. I feel like these rigs can go anywhere. I'm not really set on those fender flares. I think the blue is cool. I like the roof rack and everything. I'm gonna give you a B tier for this one. Miata. It looks super cute. Very innocent, and since it's your first car, I'm gonna give this one a B tier. Are you driving in a river right there? I don't know. The E34 is very slept on, and what the fuck happened to that key? I think it looks nice. That Pepsi looks like it tastes good. Could probably use a paint job. I'm gonna give you a C tier for this E34. Very cool. I really like the Lexus LS400. This thing looks sweet, and I'm kind of glad you didn't put like a chandelier on it and like slam it and stuff, but I'm also, no hate to those people either. BMW 130i M Sport. This one's super cool because it's very rare in the US and Canada and wherever. It's like a 1 Series hatchback. I think this thing is awesome. I've driven these in Assetto Corsa and they're very nice. Now that is tough. And your grandpa is really cool as well. That thing is popping a wheelie. Is that your grandpa in there? This thing looks awesome and I think the paint job is perfect. S tier. 89 MR2 Supercharged. I think normally this would be an A tier because MR2s just handle like ass, but I'm gonna give it an S tier because of the cat. This is Civic 99's 98 Civic. I think this thing looks great. I really like the wheels and the fitment, and the color is amazing. I really like this generation of Civic. I would give you an S tier, but I'm gonna just have to give you an A tier. This is FX's Chevy SUV, and don't let this thing fool you. It looks like a regular soccer mom car, but you have to hear this car. I've never seen a car that looks like that make a sound like that before. I'm gonna give this one a B tier because it kind of just looks like you cut the exhaust off, but it sounds really cool and I bet you can jump sand dunes with it or something. So yeah, B tier. Autograss Junior Special. This is a super cool car. Look at that suspension back there. They sent a video, so let's check it out. That's an awesome car. I'm gonna give that thing an S tier. So this guy has an MR2, and is that a little red truck? I'm gonna give this 2-car setup an A tier, but if you haul little Christmas trees in that red truck, I'll give you an S tier.
This Gianna, she alright.
Gianna seems alright to me. You could just fucking park. That would be much better for your score. Gianna, I'm gonna have to give you a D tier. This thing looks sweet. I really like the green with the cherry blossoms. That looks awesome. Did you spin those donuts? Yeah, this car is definitely an S tier. Looks like you put a ton of work into this this thing. Is that a Mercedes 190E? This thing is absolutely an S tier. I really like the color of this car as well. Is it a wrap or is it paint? Either way, it's really cool. S tier. What the heck? This is badass. Look at those wheels. Those are super scary. I really like the matte paint job as well. This truck is awesome. What kind of bike do you have back there? I really like the red accents. This is an awesome build. And they forgot to send a picture of the engine bay. So here's the engine bay. That looks sweet. Nice job. I feel like this is a very fitting submission for Jack Daniels. A tier. Nope. S tier. S tier. Check out this Harbor Freight Predator swapped go-kart. This thing looks super nice. I'll give it a B tier. I'll give it a C tier. No, I'll give it a B tier. This is a very patriotic Jeep. I'm happy to see that it's doing some sort of off-roading. That might be a rubber ducky in there. So typical Jeep stuff. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll give you a C. This is a very clean Mazda wagon. This is just like the Mazda Speed 6, but a wagon. This thing is absolutely perfect. It has a manual wagon. It looks really good inside and out. S tier car. Look at this AE86. This is really cool. It looks super clean from the pictures. The headlights are really clear, and I really like that foggy photo you took. This is such an iconic car. It's definitely an S tier. The Wolf of Wall Streets might have my dream garage of all time. This guy has an E46 M3. He's got an E24 as well. The E91 is clean. I really appreciate that you have wagons. I think that's great. I like the SUV as well. Very much an S tier garage. Nice job. I present to you my 2003 F-150. I really don't like the N20 engine. I think the facelifted bumper looks a lot better. I'll give it a C tier. I really don't like 320i's. I just don't think it's anything special. This is going to be an F tier. Now this is tough. Inky is a 1963 Volvo Duet. Standard B18 straight 4. That is a very cool truck, man. I'd like to see more of it. I'd like to see a video if you have any. I'll give you an A tier. 2020 Suburban LT with the 5.3 Ecotech. Light up wheels, center caps on the Jetta GLI. They sent a video. Let's check it out. That was super badass. I'm gonna have to give you an F tier. This 2010 Ford Ranger Sport is very cool. They built a custom drawer in the truck bed to haul tools around. It's a work truck that this dude shares with his dad. I think Ford Rangers are great. I think building custom drawers and compartments and stuff in trucks is really cool. I'd love to do something similar to my Tacoma. I'm gonna give you an A tier. This is great. Keep it up. Let me know when you get those bumpers. This rig looks awesome. The bumper, the lights. I feel like you absolutely know what you're doing taking this thing off-roading. That's a pretty good suspension flex right there as well. I'll give it an A tier. This is Butterball's real car. Butterball, you need a new GPU. Smoke has this little BAS4. It looks very clean. I like the black. It looks like you got a cold air intake in there. Let's see the video. That first shift was kind of diabolical, but I can tell you for sure that your clutch is going to last forever. And that car seems quick as fuck. The B8 is going to get an S tier. Rotted Subi is going to get an A tier. Not perfect, but working on it. Well, I can tell you something that's not perfect. I think this is a very nice looking E36 besides those... Yeah, I'm sure it's fun to drive around with the soft top down, so I'll give you an A tier. I'll give a 2.5 RS A tier any day of the week. I think the stance is a little bit aggressive for a Subaru, but that's just my opinion. So I guess the mechanic from LS Custom watches my videos and posted cars that he's working on, so of course, this is going to be an S tier list. These are very cool cars. And my favorite out of these is definitely the Hellcat. 2015 Mustang V6. So apparently it's unique because it sounds like a GTR. Let's listen to the video and see if that's true. This thing actually does sound really nice. It's sad that you have to sell it on Facebook. I'm excited to know what your plans are for the future though. Well, this is just awesome. I have no idea what kind of car this is. It has a number 7 on the front. Maybe that's telling of something. I really like the roll cage in the back. Comparing it to this Ferrari, I definitely think the bottom one is much cooler. Very boring Ferrari. I think I'll give the Ferrari an F tier and the car below, I'll give that an S tier. That bottom one looks like Franklin's car twin.
Man, fuck you.
This looks like a bootleg Mr. Bean car. I think it's pretty cool. I like how tiny it is. Oh, the red seatbelts are definitely a plus. I'll give you an A tier for this one. That looks like a really fun car. An E46, finally. I think this thing looks great. I really like the headlights you have on there. Automatic is a bit unfortunate, as I mentioned earlier. I don't really think the beige interior goes well with the gray exterior, but you know what? I'll give you a B tier. It's a very good entry. Hell yeah, brother. This looks like a classic American man's daily driver. I'd love to go to Harbor Freight in a car like this. I'll give you an S tier just because I think this is above the other trucks we've seen so far. You're right, this is totally an NPC car. It is good news that you got a cooler car that's being driven up. Let me know what that is and I'll put you in the next video. Another good truck one. I like it. Is this an automatic transmission? Very retro. The lack of headrests is kind of cool. I like it. As long as you drive it like it's meant to be driven, I'll give you an A tier. Yes, now that's what I'm talking about. I'm very happy to see one of these on the list because Mark Zuckerberg drives one of these. I think this might be the best car yet. I love Honda Fits. Oh my god, it's a manual as well. Yes, dude. Oh my god, yes. S tier. Yes. Bavarian Motor Works. It's a very cool looking Thunderbird, but it's also a very large tire. For that reason, I'm gonna have to give you a B tier. 250,000 miles, and it does need an engine rebuild. See a huge gash in the side of the truck from when I was 7 and I hit a beam with this side of the truck. It's a very cool looking truck. I like that it's for farm use. I'm gonna give you a C tier for now because it needs an engine rebuild. This looks like Franklin's car if it was red.
Man, fuck you.
I don't know about those floor mats. I personally don't love them. I know a lot of people that do though. It's a cool car. I like the photography. I like the Wes Anderson style of this picture. Yeah, it looks like a cool car. I'll give you an A tier. Now that is a really cool VW Beetle. To those who have never been in the presence of a straight piped VW, you have to try it. You can feel the sound in your chest. It is truly amazing. This car is very nice. I really like the view spots that you took pictures at. That reason, I'm gonna give you an S tier. Oh, 370Z. Oh. Dude has an NVIDIA catback. You know what? I love it too. I think the 370Zs are really cool, especially if you're getting into drifting. It's like you just have to weld the diff and then you're ready to go. Yeah, it seems like a cool car. They're not my favorite personally, but whatever floats your boat. Let's check out the video. Okay, yeah, this is pretty cool. I'll give you an A tier. It's a clean car. Wow, that's really nice. Look at that interior. So clean, so red. I would definitely pull up to a metal concert in this car. Kind of looks like some witchcraft bullshit with a stormtrooper on the back. That's a crazy license plate name as well. I don't know what you're talking about reliable daily when you actually sent a picture of this thing on the back of a trailer, but it seems cool. I'll give you a B tier because I don't really know much about it. Nice, another stock Ford Ranger. Beautiful. Look, it even has an American flag. Give you a B tier. I'll give you a C tier. I'll give you a B tier. Yes, that is fucking cool. It only weighs 25 tons. Oh,
I thought it was 26 tons.
I really like the use of the skateboard to prop up the hood, and I like that your steering wheel is not in the car. This is a very cool car. Giro. I'll give you an S for this one. Damn, that's crazy. Mind the bird shot to the grill. This dude's actually out here killing birds. Craig Beamer posted the best M Sport BMW with the inline V6. This thing's super clean. I really like the tasteful accents as well. I'm gonna have to give you an S tier for this one. I don't usually like newer trucks, but I think it looks great. I think the wheels are a little bit too fancy for a truck, but you know what? I'll give you a B tier. I have mixed opinions about the RX-8. I think yours looks very nice. This is definitely an A tier car. Have you ever wondered what people think of you based off your car's interior? It's surprisingly telling of your personality. This is what your interior says about you. Rally. A real rally car, like a 2.5 RS or something, has a super cool and super uncomfortable interior. They usually have very tight bucket seats, harnesses, a gutted interior so that you hear every pedal on the road, and also a co-driver with a clipboard.
Medium left, listen to my call.
Although rally interiors are intimidating, they're also extremely safe. These cars can flip into trees and stuff, and you will come out completely unscathed. The coolest thing about rally cars and race cars, in my opinion, is the flocked dash. At least that's the coolest part about the interior. Flocked dashboards look awesome, and it's not hard to do it. It leaves a very clean looking dash, and I think it brings the whole interior together. Crusty. Your car smells like absolute shit. It has torn and stained seats. You can't clearly see through the windows because they're so dirty, and you prefer driving with no air circulation. You have the vents all the way off. Who does that? That's nasty. There's always a bunch of trash on the back seats, dishes on the dashboard, and like an apple core in the cup holder. The car most likely is an older one with tan or gray carpet interior. If your car looks or smells like this, you're crusty, bud. Blue collar. My blue collar boys out there have loose tools all over the floor. There's a half-eaten gas station breakfast on the dash, empty Zinn containers everywhere. You're a hard-working man, brother. Your steering wheel is most likely worn down because you don't have soft hands, brother. You spend the whole day underwater welding, so it's time to enjoy the interior of your Ford F-150 Ultra Premium Dually Mansport on the way home. This thing has about $50,000 down and a monthly payment of $5,000 for life. You have some really nice leather seats, which are unfortunately stained to because you have to use the truck for work. You have a very nice sound system though. I don't know how else you'd survive that thing without some nice bass backing your country music, even though you live in the suburbs. Drift cars have very tacky and cheap interiors. Gutted door cards, heavy 5% tint, NRG bucket seats, hydraulic e-brakes, and probably a manual radiator fan switch. Your clapped S13 dash is cracked in 5 places, and you might have one working door speaker. All of this being said, I know you can get down on the track. These cars are not built for comfort whatsoever. They're built to comfortably drive sideways, which is an uncomfortable thing to do. If your interior is like this, you're probably wealthy but in a poor looking way. Drifting is not cheap. Dusty. You drive a bigger car, one that can be lived in. There's 2 types of dusty cars. One's for adventurers and one's just because you shed too much. If you have a dusty car because you're an adventurer, it means you probably have a golden retriever, you're not afraid of getting a bit dirty, and you drive something cool like a 4Runner. But the other kind, you don't love showering by any means, and your passengers prefer being in your car with the windows down. In some ways, this is worse than crusty. You might drive a 2010 Civic or something if your car looks like this. Edgar and friends have surprisingly clean interiors, cuh. There's a very potent cologne smell, but not unpleasant. These dudes always have a very nice G35 or S10 interior. Of course, we have to have the Starlight headliner, black leather seats, and a slightly tacky TikTok shop lighting kit. I know it's not fantastic, but it's clean for what you've got. Lower class. Lower class does not mean no class. You try your best with what you have. You probably have a clapped Camry or something. But as I said earlier, you play the cards you're dealt. While the passenger seat recliner does not work and the wing mirror is dangling off the hinge, you still manage to install some AutoZone seat covers and a Little Trees air freshener. You have bubbling tint unfortunately, but at least it looks a bit badass. A drawback from lower class is that you don't have amazing soundproofing in the car, so there's a lot of road noise. Upper class. This interior is most likely a German car. Nice leather, seat warmers, modern navigation, and all of the small things you would want from a German car. You might be an engineer or some sort of doctor. You don't really like cars that much, but you like comfort. So you just got a very regular traffic seeming base model German car with all of the comfortable amenities that you might like, but nothing as crazy as the next one.
But before we get into the next one, the Gassy YouTube channel is trying to hit 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Please tell your friends so we can all get Gassy.
Next up, we have pristine luxury. So this car has non-GMO grass-fed leather seats, lava rock heated steering wheel, naturally waterfall scented air ducts. This car has it all. Square cup holders for the Fiji water. A car with an interior like this tells me that you're some sort of CEO or weird billionaire. Very cool spending choice regardless. Lexus luxury goes under this section too. These Lexus LS400 builds have a crazy interior. The backseat windows have curtains, there's sometimes a chandelier, a bottle of whiskey with a couple of glasses, reflective tint all the way around. This is real luxury. Tasteful. I don't consider navigation in cars as a tasteful addition, because whatever the car company puts in the car, it will most likely be outdated within like 5 years. I think timeless interiors are what make a car tasteful. So I think whenever I get the chance, I will personally get a car without a f***ing iPad in the middle of it. I also don't love plastic wood trim or things like that. Enough of what I don't like. I really like darker interiors. It doesn't have to be black, but I think unless it's white, I prefer dark. I like dark brown. I think dark red is really cool. Black is always nice. I really like the older Porsche seats with those plaid cushions with the leather surrounding them. I also don't like chrome things unless it's actually metal. Then it's really cool. If you have a tasteful interior like this, you really know cars. You like driving them for the comfort, but also appreciate the simplicity of no digital bullshit all over the dash. Next up, we got the Rancher, brother. If you're a regular Cabela's enjoyer and live a little bit in the middle of nowhere, you probably took the seats seats out of your car and replace that shit with mechanical bowls. Your pedals are all worn out because your boot spurs started shredding them. You have about 20 DUIs because of how much whiskey rubbed leather is in this thing. You have a very nice sheep fur steering wheel cover, very clear fishbowl tint because you don't have anything to hide, deer antlers mounted on the tow mirrors, Cabela's is on speed dial on the navigation. There's also a freezer in the center console for some summer sausage. If you have a car like this, you are a very professional rancher and you know what you're doing, brother. Next, I want to give a quick shout out to my soccer moms out there. This Honda Odyssey is built for hauling kids. The iPad holders on the back of the headrests, goldfish all over the floor, a bunch of stickers littering all of the windows. Awesome. If you drive a car like this, then you're a very busy mom. You don't need any navigation system because you somehow know exactly where you're going all of the time. And don't worry about the seats at all. There's a bunch of holes in them from dogs biting them, kids biting them, you biting them. You might as well just let them go. This car has a very interesting smell as well, but it's kind of nostalgic and very comforting. And now we have to talk about the hippies. When you open the door to this awesome Volkswagen van, you will be blessed with a very strong skunky smell mixed with patchouli oil. To climb onto the front bench seat, you'll have to push the dream catchers to the side and step over the rolled up yoga mat. These seats are covered with a massive peace sign blanket. They're surprisingly comfortable though. Everything about this van is meant to be enjoyed, including the psilocybin mushrooms growing in the corner. This interior is very fitting for outdoor adventures and road trips. Having something like this tells me that you're a very chill dude and probably have long hair, and you love your tie-dye. Now we have to talk about the takeover interior. We've all seen street takeovers from the outside on Instagram Reels. The good, the bad, and the ugly. But not many people know about how the interior looks in takeover cars. Well, of course, it's the same as any other Hellcat or base model BMW, but they all share some similarities. The inside of these cars are hotboxed with tire smoke, littered with Hennessy bottles, and smells like shit. Because fun fact, the back seats are actually covered in human
They
shit.
can't hold in their own bowel movements.
Because they have too much adrenaline rushing through their brains when they're spinning around. The G-force of a rollback actually makes the shit come out of them and fly into the back seat.
And all of their interiors look exactly like this. That's why people are always hanging out of the windows. Not because they're having fun, just because it smells like absolute ass. Wheels. Possibly the first human invention ever. And yet we still use them in our day-to-day lives. I think that's why people underestimate the beauty of good wheels and tires. Because how can the first ever invention be any better than it was 1,000 years ago? Wheels and tires are very easy components to neglect if you don't understand the importance of them. Because on the surface level, they seem to all do the same thing.
Roll.
And for the most part, you're right. You could drive on Steelies across the country, but for those who like driving for the enjoyment or the sport, it makes all the difference. Just imagine Jordan trying to dunk in flip-flops. Before I get into the different setups and put you on some crazy tire and wheel game, let me just catch you up with the basics so that things don't get confusing later. First, I'll talk about tires. Tires have all of those little numbers on the side. I'm sure you've seen these types of markings on tires before and probably have no idea what they mean, but let me explain them. This letter right here stands for the type of car. In this case, it's passenger. That's why there's a P there. For a truck or something, it might be A/T for all terrain, but there's many other types. And then the first number, 205, that's for the tire's width in millimeters. The next number, 55, explains the size of the tire's sidewall, but not in millimeters because that would be way too simple. In this case, it actually means the tire wall is 55% of the tire's width. The tire is 55% of 205. So the second number is always dependent on the first one. If you had a tire that was 215/55, for example, then the sidewall would be larger than the 205/55 one. I don't know why they do that, but it works. The R stands for radial construction, which is the most common way that tires are made these days. 16 stands for the size of the inside of the tire. Pretty important to know if you want to get tires for your wheels. 91 stands for the tire's max weight. 91 is 1,356 pounds per tire. Then finally, the V is the tire's max speed rating. There's many other letters for speed rating, but V means the tire could comfortably handle 150 miles an hour. Oh, also there's usually markings explaining heat resistance, tread wear, and traction. For heat resistance, they're usually rated A through C. A is good heat resistance. That's all you have to know. Tread wear is your tire's longevity and stickiness. Having a tire up to a 200 rating means that they'll be good for only like 20,000 miles, but having a tire with 700 to 1,000 traction rating means they're good for like 80,000 plus miles. But keep in mind, the lower the number, the more sticky the tires will be. Finally, traction measures the tire's ability to stop in wet conditions, graded from C to AA. AA is the best. The max PSI is also listed on there somewhere, but I don't usually pay attention to that. Okay, now I'll briefly touch on wheel basics before we get into the good stuff. There's a few things to think about when you're getting wheels. The height, width, and offset are all important for the fitment and how the car handles. The lug pattern and the way that the wheels were made is important for strength. So height and width is pretty self-explanatory, but offset is a bit harder to understand. Imagine a line drawn on top of the wheel through the middle. This would be 0 offset. Moving the tire closer to the car would be positive offset, and moving it away from the car is negative offset. This is pretty important to keep in mind when you're buying wheels, because you want your wheels to fit the car nicely and look badass. How the wheels are made is more important than you think. Steelies are the basicest of the basic wheels. They look bad and they're pretty heavy. Okay, to be fair, I've seen them look good in a few situations, but it's pretty rare. Cast wheels are a step up from Steelies. They're made by pouring aluminum into a wheel-shaped mold. If you're buying reps, then you're probably buying cast wheels. They're much more affordable to manufacture, and that's why the wheels are cheaper. They're not as strong as flow forming or forged, but better than Steelies, I suppose. Multi-piece wheels. These are the gangster wheels. There's 2-piece wheels, 3-piece wheels, more piece wheels. Anyway, these look great and can be made using the process that I was just talking about. Lug nuts or lug bolts? What in the world could they have to do with anything, right? Well, more lug nuts, more strength. That's about it. Have you ever wondered why rally cars can float across gravel like it's nothing? I can hardly run on gravel, let alone take a corner at 80 miles an hour comfortably. The setup that those cars are running can carve into the ground so nicely. They have lots of control while driving. You're more likely to break a rim than pop a tire. These poor wheels are getting sandblasted with rocks while you're cruising through the track, so that's why they break. Rally tires are so fucking fat that they can weigh like 60 pounds. Rally tires are generally pretty tall too. They have a very interesting tread pattern to help with cornering as well. Kind of like spits rocks out to the side or something. I don't really understand how it works, but it looks cool. Drag is quite the opposite. Not that kind of drag, this kind of drag. They have pizza cutters for front wheels, like very thin 17 by 4.5s in the front, which is insane. And then something crazy like 34.5 by 17 in the rear. What the fuck? A setup like this is on slicks, of course, to get as much grip on the track as they can. They look awesome. I swear, some drag cars look like the old bikes, but backwards. We all get angry at other drivers on the road, whether it's just a little bit or a lot. Today, I just want to talk about some of the drivers that piss me off so badly. So badly. Bad drivers never miss the exit. For some reason, some people think it's more important to get off at the correct exit instead of living. They will risk their lives not to miss the exit. I've never been able to wrap my head around this. Either you miss it and you're 5 minutes late, you manage to make the turn and you're there on time, or you hit the divider and you kill yourself and possibly other people. Then you will never be there. So yeah, what? Just miss the exit if it's risky. It's not that big of a deal. My girlfriend, somehow this
Beautiful woman.
always manages to accidentally go through multiple drive-through coffee stands, accidentally drive up to Target, and spends 2 hours there instead of going grocery shopping. But she always manages to get to work on time due to optional school zone speed limit suggestions. If you manage to look past all the random tote bags and interesting decoration choices, her car is pretty comfortable and she's a good driver. High schoolers. Okay, this might be a lot of you, unfortunately. You are not baby driver. You just got your license. Please learn how to drive before you start going 80 miles an hour in a fucking 25 mile an hour zone, please. I don't want to die during my regular commute because of a high schooler who thinks they're the baby driver. Also, your car cannot handle all of that. Most high schoolers have whatever they can get as a first car. Any car is a great first car, so it's most likely not built for autocross, and you should not drive it that way. Old people. Really old people. If you're old and driving, that's great. I'm happy for you. And you guys are usually the safest people on the road. But it gets to a point. If I'm behind someone who's going 5 miles an hour on the freeway,
I will not feel safe.
if you can't comfortably walk or take a shit on your own, I feel like you're better off not driving. I know you most likely have the cognitive ability to remember how to drive most of the time, but there is not a chance that you have the same reaction time that you had 50 years ago. So you end up driving slow or getting into an accident. So all the old people watching this, please be careful out there. Base model BMW drivers. While I am someone who owns a base model BMW, I'm talking about something more specific. It's more of a mindset. Being a base model BMW driver doesn't mean you actually drive a base model BMW. It means you drive your car like it's a supercar, but it's regular traffic. Base model BMWs are far from bad cars, but they are not that fast, and you have no reason to be driving them that fast. I feel like I see more M3s going the speed limit than 328i's. You definitely need therapy if you're a base model BMW crash out. Bikers, get off of the road! I can't tell you the number of times that I've been on a back road at night. I turn a corner and then boom, biker. These entitled vegan assholes are always in the most inconvenient spots. I love biking. I'm personally a mountain biker, but stay off of the road, really. It's fine if you're in a city with good bike lanes that don't intersect with traffic too much. It's fine if you live in the middle of nowhere. And it's fine if you're from the Netherlands. But otherwise, just try not to touch pavement with your bike. I don't know. The multitaskers. You are not about that. Multitasking is not real. Just look at the road, please. Not your phone, not your passenger, just the road, please. I used to have this coworker that would literally look at his phone the entire time he was driving. Like he would have the game propped up on his dashboard while we were going down the I-5 and he'd just be staring at it. I would have to give him call outs like we were playing Rainbow Six Siege or something, like, dude, stop sign. Or like, grandma holding a baby right in fucking front of you. And even though he was looking at his phone the whole time, he would still get the directions wrong. Anyway, yeah, distracted driving is bad and it pisses me off. The average male New Yorker is super annoying to me. They always have somewhere to be. So they could be in a 60-mile-an-hour zone, a 35-mile-an-hour zone, or even a 5-mile-an-hour school zone. These guys will still manage to cruise at 80 miles an hour minimum. There is no way you have to be somewhere so badly and that urgently. These guys always camp in the left lane until it's their time to strike. As soon as they see an innocent family of 5 carefully driving to soccer practice, they make sure to cut them off just to make their trip a few seconds faster. I don't know why, but these dudes are always listening to the worst music too.
I'm not worried about your man, he's a cheeseburger.
And don't get me started on what happens when they see police lights. They do not pull over. They just take off and put more people in danger. The police have pretty much just given up. If you drive like this, I don't like you. People with bumper stickers also are super annoying to me. I feel like bumper stickers are usually just rage bait, especially political ones. Do you think someone is gonna see your bumper sticker and then actually change their political opinion? No! They're just gonna get fucking pissed off. Also, those little family stickers make me want to rear end the car even more. You know what's worse? Bumper stickers that are trying to make you seem like a good person, like,
I support my local co-op.
or some bullshit. You're not fucking better than me. Road ragers. I know this whole video has sounded like road raging, but the people who actually start tweaking out on the road are ridiculous to me. I've never understood how you can actually get that angry while driving. Enough to like actually crash your car into someone and blow up just to prove a point. The only time you should be stepping out of your car is to give someone your like insurance information. But when someone gets cut off and then they get out and start fighting, there's no reason to be fighting. Like, what the hell? It's also super weird to me when someone's like swerving behind me because I'm going the speed limit. Chill. Let me go 20 in a school zone. Shiesty dudes. If you're really about that life, I'll steer clear. I'm not talking about those dudes. But the people who think they have ops, wearing a shiesty in the car, driving around with the driver's seat all the way back, and basically putting black paint on the windows as tint, these dudes piss me off. All of that work to stay anonymous, and then they have a straight piped car. I can hear you across the state. Also, they cannot cut up. These drivers are surprisingly ass at driving. They're usually unlicensed too. People like this were probably born in a gated community and just want to look like they have a lot going on in their lives. People who can't use a ratchet strap. Not knowing how to use a ratchet strap pisses me off in the first place, but not knowing how to use one when you're actually hauling something is when it becomes a problem. I hate seeing people have stuff flying out of their truck beds or looking like it's gonna fall out because they don't know how to secure things. I never drive behind these people because I might become a pancake at any second. Even if it's just lawn clippings flying into my windshield, it's super annoying. The bitch-ass semi-truck driver duos edition. This one pisses me off the most. Picture this. 2 semi-truck drivers are driving in a line. Then the one in the back has the wise idea to pass the other one. So they get into the fast lane. This isn't a problem yet. They're in the fast lane. It's okay. But then they start passing and then they just sit right next to the other truck. Doing this just trolls the whole rest of the fucking freeway. They're probably talking on the radio like,
You really got him with this one, Chuck.
Yeah, that's right, Falcon. Needed some fun in my life since I've been driving for 6 years straight.
fuck you! This shit pisses me off so much. Now I'm late to work, so the that Kroger can receive their Lay's chips shipment about 5 seconds earlier. Subwoofers. Hear me out, please hear me out. I have a pretty crazy sounding 12 in my wagon, and I listen to it on full blast in the back roads and on my way to the gym. It's enough bass to shake the trunk open, but it's just awkward to me when people have their music absolutely blaring with the windows down in a grocery store parking lot. It doesn't really piss me off, but it's just awkward because I'm like looking at them and they're looking at me, and it's like just fucking weird.
Damn straight. They been to play all day.
Harley riders are closeted. They're absolutely not comfortable with their sexual situation, so they decided to get a loud bike and a leather jacket with spikes on it to look more masculine. You know what? I couldn't care less. It's okay to wear weird leather jackets and stuff, but the shit that pisses me off is when you don't let someone pass you because you're on a Harley or something. These dudes have such weird egos. Also, how is there no middle ground with how these guys look? They're either really fat or they look like heroin addicts, so I don't know what that's about. So you know how car manufacturers are just making shit? You gotta wonder what the best engine is for every number of cylinders. Starting off with one cylinder, the Predator 212cc. This thing is an icon. If you've ever ridden a mini bike, a go-kart, or a pressure washer, you're probably familiar with the Predator 212. With some mods, these engines can get you going like 70 miles an hour on a mini bike. 2 cylinders! 2-cylinder engines are cool because they can rev so high. Like Honda made this engine that could rev up to 13,000 RPM. I imagine the vibrations alone would be terrifying. These 2-cylinder engines aren't very common in cars, but BMW's bubble car came with a 2-cylinder option. Sounds like shit. The 3-cylinder GR Corolla engine is insane. 300 stock! That's like 100 horsepower per cylinder. They also sound really cool too. Engines with an uneven number of cylinders sound so good. I don't know why. This car is high-key a dream daily of mine. I know this is more about the GR Corolla than the engine, but this car comes in a 6-speed manual with all-wheel drive, and it's that 3-cylinder turbo engine. W Toyota once again. For the 4 bangers, the K20. Honda dropping the K20 was like Kanye dropping Graduation. In my opinion, this is peak 4-cylinder experience. Cheap, reliable, and fast. Bang! Also, it's pretty small, which means you can drop it in any car. The K20 came stock in cars like the Honda Civic Type R and the Integra Type R. Unfortunately, I don't usually love 4-cylinder exhaust notes. I think EJs sound okay sometimes, but I don't know. 4 bangers just usually sound pretty ass. I'm sure there's a scientific reason for like the vibrations or some bullshit. I don't know. It just sounds kind of bad. For the 5-cylinder engines, I can't tell you how badly I wanted to give this one to Volvo. It's gonna have to go to Audi though. As much as I despise Audi, purely fueled by a love for BMW, they can make a pretty badass 5-cylinder engine. They've been making 5-cylinder engines since the 80s, and they've been doing it well. They put these engines in quite a few cars, but people would recognize them mostly from the older Quattros or maybe the RS3. 400 horsepower stock coming from 5 cylinders is pretty cool. As I said earlier, the engines with an uneven number of cylinders sound so badass, and 5 cylinders just sounds that much cooler than 3. I think 5 cylinders is the best sounding number of cylinders you can have, maybe besides 10. Let me know what you think though, I'm undecided. 6 cylinders. For 6 cylinders, I want to make a few categories. 6 is a pretty universal number of cylinders to have because there's inline 6, flat 6, and V6. So I want to talk about the best of each of those categories. Porsche obviously makes the best flat 6. The GT2 RS is crazy.
700 horsepower pushed out of 6 cylinders.
0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds.
I feel like this might be the best of the best as far as 6-cylinder engines, but let me get into the rest so you can decide. As I've preached before, BMW is the king of inline 6. The S54 from the E46 M3 is going to be my shout for the best inline 6. The last high-revving, naturally aspirated M3 engine from BMW. 333 horsepower with a really smooth power curve is awesome, first of all, and it's reliable. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? I'd hate to end it there for inline 6s though. I'm gonna give the best turbo inline 6 to the 2JZ. I'm sorry to all the RB lovers, but the 2J is just a better boosted inline 6. As for V6s, this one might be a bit of a surprise. Fuck the GTR V6. Fuck the EcoBoost, of course. Guys, the V6 winner goes to the Honda J35. Not only does this engine make pretty good stock power, but it's super reliable too. 7 cylinders. Nothing! 8 cylinders. 8 cylinders might be the most badass number of cylinders you can have. Having a V8 engine just means you like cheap, dumb power. Chevy, Ford, and Chrysler all make the best American V8s that we all know and love. And I think the small block might have been the most influential engine out of all of the V8s. But none of these sound nearly as good as the Ferrari 136 or the BMW S65. Europeans always know how to make things sound great. I'll give Lexus the crown for luxury. The 1UZ FE was pretty freaking sweet. And I also want to give a shout to the BMW S65 for being the most stupidly engineered one, but 9 cylinders. These are just like the 7-cylinder engines, but better in the plane world. If you like planes, you'll love 9 cylinders.
El número 10.
The Lexus LFA sounds so fucking good. Definitely the V10 of all time. It's a 4.8 liter naturally aspirated V10 developed partially by Yamaha's music division. These bitches make pianos, so you know it's gonna sound really good. They basically tune the sound like they would tune one of their pianos. It has a very deep aggressive idle and a screaming top end. It performs well and all that, but this one wins best V10 because it just sounds so good. It's probably the best sounding car on this list, or in the world. 11 cylinders.
Fuck you!
12 cylinders. The V12 is Kodak Black's favorite engine. The Europeans knew exactly what they were doing. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mercedes, they all made insanely good V12s. But I want to talk about a lesser known gem. The BMW, of course, S70. They built a V12 specifically for the McLaren F1, which made 627 horsepower in the 90s. And it was just an awesome engine overall. The Ferrari Colombo V12 was also insane. There's just too many V12s to talk about. They're all awesome. They sound cool as shit and they perform like 2 inline 6s next to each other. They're just so awesome. 13, 14, and 15 cylinders.
Fuck you again.
Actually, I don't know why a V14 doesn't exist, because it's like you could have 7 on each side and that would be kind of cool, but it just isn't real. 16 cylinders. So here we are, 16 whole fucking explosions happening in the engine. You want to know how that sounds?
Bang, 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 bang.
16 explosions happening in the engine. More cylinders, more power, right? Let me tell you about the Cadillac V16 from the 1930s. This thing was extremely luxurious at the time and made a very solid
165 horsepower.
That 3-cylinder engine that I mentioned earlier made 300 horsepower. So 13 more cylinders and it loses 140 horsepower? What the hell, Cadillac? And for the next 16-cylinder engine, I have to talk about the Bugatti. Way back when Bugatti dropped the W16 in their Bugatti Veyron, which is an 8-liter quad-turbo engine making 1,001 horsepower. I don't think anybody should own this amount of horsepower stock, but whatever, fuck it, Bugatti, let's do it. And then they stepped it up a notch, and the Chiron and Super Sport came with an 8-liter quad-turbo V16, W16 I mean.
That makes up to 1,600 horsepower.
1,600 horsepower. 100 horsepower per cylinder in a W16. That's the fastest street legal car ever. It's crazy. I feel like people act differently based on what they're driving. If they're driving something like a Ram 2500, they're probably feeling all blue collar and tough. If they're driving a BMW 5 Series, they're probably smirking behind the tinted windows and feeling like the Wolf of Wall Street. Some people buy cars from certain brands to show off who they are. And the brand you buy from says a lot about your personality, but it might not be exactly what you want. This is what your car brand says about you. Tesla. Toyota. Toyota is kind of ball knowledge. If you drive a Toyota, you just know who you are and what you're worth. Your time and money is better spent on a Toyota than in some fake luxury car. You know that with a Toyota, you can get wherever you need to go instead of waiting for AAA on the side of the road with a BMW. Also, Toyota makes some of the best cars. The 4Runner, the Tacoma, the GRs. Toyota makes some great cars. Subaru.
Subaru.
In my opinion, if you drive any older Subaru, you're 100% based. The older Outback, Legacy, and even the WRXs were all better than they are now. The new ones are just too messed up. Like the newer Outback is just pretty boring besides the dude from my Discord server. They have CVT transmissions, they're really big, and the engines usually aren't that powerful. The old ones were obviously slower, but they would come with manual transmissions, they were way smaller, and they were just cooler in my opinion. Same goes for the Forester and many other Subarus. If you drive a newer Subaru, you're slightly boring, besides the dude from my server of course. And if you drive an older one and really go on some adventures with it, you're so cool. You probably have a golden retriever, vape a lot, and have colored hair. And you're at least a little bit gay, but that's okay because your car probably smells like raspberry and wet dog type of mix. Also, why are Subarus like the puppies of cars? I don't know, they just seem, I feel like that's just how they are. BMW. According to the Gassy Discord server, BMWs are the most overrated car brand. However, I'd like to argue that there's a few sides to BMW. If you have a G80 or something, you're probably just a drop shipper under the age of 20, or your parents bought it for you. You only got this because you saw everybody on TikTok had them. You have no idea what it actually is. You don't have a love for BMW or anything to do with cars. You just like people looking at you. Older BMWs are a different perspective. The 2002, the E24, and other similar ones offer a very engaging and very fun driving experience. They're definitely enthusiast cars. If you don't drive your BMW for the badge and instead drive it for what it's meant to be, you're a BMW baller. If you have a BMW SUV, you're the absolute best taxi that your friends could ever wish for. These cars are track hawk killers and super comfortable. I don't think most BMW SUVs hold true to BMW's core values, but they're definitely a very cool daily option. Hyundai and Kia. If you drive a Kia or a Hyundai, you're very ethical and it pisses me off. They're very cheap cars, somewhat reliable, and generally pretty boring. If you manage to own one of these for more than a week without it getting stolen, and these cars are reasonable for commuting, honestly, I'd suggest you just leave it downtown with a USB stick next to it, let it get stolen, and let that insurance money hit. You're probably not going to care about that piece of shit anyway. I get if you have a Kia Stinger or a Hyundai N thingy, then it's pretty cool, but I don't know if Hyundai or Kia are ever going to outrun their pasts. These cars are just kind of boring. Also, what the hell is up with Kia Souls just being the most dangerous cars on the road? People who are driving Kia Souls are always causing some kind of fatal accident for no reason at all. Also, those cars look butt ugly. There's so many other options before getting a fucking Kia Soul. If you want a cube like that, you should get like a Ford Flex or one of those cube cars. Anything but a Soul. Those things are so ugly. Lexus. If you're driving an older Lexus, you're kind of like a luxury Asian core. I feel like you're super luxury and super Asian. Lexus is such a great brand. Reliable, quick, comfortable. The only thing that keeps me from getting one is that they're hard to find with a manual transmission most of the time. It's literally owned by Toyota, so they always make great cars. If you drive a Lexus, you're probably more into the comfort of driving than the sport. Mercedes. If you drive a Mercedes, you're either rich or coping for not being rich. But to be fair, their base model cars are pretty nice too, so I don't blame you for getting one. People who drive a Mercedes are cool. They're real life mob bosses. Fun fact, everybody who owns a Mercedes has a Tommy gun in their trunk, cannoli between two fingers, and a cool gangster hat. Also, Mercedes made that one ad with the dude spinning tires at the stop sign, which was super badass, so yeah. If you drive a Mercedes, you're cool. Ford. If you drive a Ford, you are a man. Even if you're not actually a man, you're definitely a man. Ford is every dude's basic necessity. Whether it's a Ford Ranger, an F-150, a Mustang, or a Focus ST, these cars are dude cars. Well, maybe not the lame Ford Focus or any of those weird ones, but for the most part, Ford is a basic necessity for dudes. If you drive a Ford, something reasonable and cool, then you're awesome. If you drive like a Ford F-650 for no reason at all, you should probably sell it and get a Prius. Lamborghini. Alright, I hate to admit it, you're pretty loaded. If you're in the financial situation to drop a couple hundred racks on a car, you're definitely loaded. But do you know cars? There's so many Lamborghini owners that buy the car just for the status symbol, and it's kind of sad. Yes, they're really cool cars, and maybe I'm just jealous, but I would personally spend my money on a car from a different brand if I had the opportunity. If you drive a Honda or an Acura, you drove a car from a very good company. I wish they made more rear-wheel drive cars, but they still make good ones. The S2K is a great choice, of course, and then the Civic Type R, and if you want a little bit of Honda ball knowledge, the 2000 CR-V is super dope. It comes with a table, which is definitely a plus. If you drive a Honda or an Acura, you really like cars, and you wanted to buy something less expensive so you can build it up and make it awesome. Chevy dudes kind of remind me of Mater. Why did so many cool car brands have to become boring and safe? Nissan is a prime example. We went from the 180SX, the 240SX, and now we have this bullshit. I'm not saying Altima drivers are safe by any means. Their new crap is just more boring than their old crap. Safety should definitely come second with cars in my opinion. If you drive a newer Nissan, you're a level up from the Kias and Hyundais. If it's an old one, not Datsun old, but just a bit older, then you're really cool. Wait, I almost forgot about the Zs. The 350Z doesn't look amazing in my opinion, but it's a good car for drifting. You literally just need to weld the diff and then you're good to go. So Nissan, you're cool, I guess. Mini drivers are definitely bold. These cars are cooler than you'd think though. I personally don't love the way they look, but holy shit, are they fun to drive. These things stick to the ground. They come with a 6-speed manual transmission and usually have a reasonably cool engine. My Mini Cooper is the R53, so it comes with a supercharged 4-cylinder engine, which is really fun. They can look somewhat cool, but honestly, I just say you need a good amount of self-esteem if you're gonna drive one of these. Saab is ball knowledge. These things can get down. If you drive a Saab, I feel like you're a bit mysterious and you can actually drive that thing for what it's worth. It was a Swedish brand born out of an airplane brand. They're just about as safe as Volvos. I don't know why Swedish people are so good at making safe cars, but keep it up, I guess. If you drive a Saab, you definitely listen to indie rock music and you're very particular about coffee. Fiat is Ferrari's deformed dwarf runt half-brother. Basically, their only connection is that they're both Italian. Fiats are kind of like the Italian Mini Coopers in the way that they just stick to the ground. I would never bring one of these cars to a drag strip, but they're very ideal canyon carvers. Volvo, peak human ever. Volvo owners are the absolute best. Owning a sleeper Volvo is possibly the most humble thing you can do. Volvos can do everything and they're super safe too. Have you ever met an asshole Volvo owner? Me neither. They're always the best. The V70R and the S60R are awesome, of course, and the Volvo 240 can do anything. So yeah, keep it up, Volvo. If you own a Volvo, you're winning in life. Alfa Romeo. You're just like the BMW dudes, but with a hint of Italian. Actually, more than a hint of Italian. You're very Italian. Also, these cars are harder to fix than BMWs, so the car's either broken or you're just a really good mechanic. Mazdas are kind of sleepers. If you drive a Mazda, you're either a high schooler with a bit too much horsepower, or you're a car guy and you know about Mazda's untapped potential. The Mazda Speed 6, for example, makes 275 horsepower stock. It's all-wheel drive and it can come with a 6-speed manual. They're also pretty reliable, and they're reasonably priced too. Of course, Mazda also made the RX-7 and all those other cool cars that I don't want to talk about right now. Mazda drivers are either a little bit annoying or just chill dudes who like cars. If you're watching this video right now instead of then you might need some budget car ball knowledge. Who doesn't want a cheap, awesome car? Doesn't sound very realistic, right? It feels like you can only choose two out of cheap, reliable, and fast. But luckily, there's some cars out there that almost check all 3 boxes. This is budget car ball knowledge. The 1995 to 2009 Subaru Outback XT or Legacy GTB. Guys, these cars are bangers! If you'd like to track your car, rally it, or even daily drive it, this thing will get it done. The interior is comfortable, and there's plenty of space inside for grabbing some bulky groceries. You might even be able to conquer a Costco run with one of these bad boys.
We're Costco guys. Of course we
have a 2009 Subaru Outback XT.
Since these things don't use too much fuel, you're going to be driving them everywhere. The 2.5 liter flat 4 is pretty sweet. The Legacy GT makes a monstrous 265-ish horsepower and 250 foot-pound of torque, depending on the generation. The Outback XT makes lower but similar numbers. An awesome part about these engines is that they bring the center of gravity lower to the ground, which improves handling quite a lot. These cars will turn your local dirt roads into full-blown rally courses. These cars rip stock, but will drive even better with a suspension upgrade. Don't even worry about driving it too hard because the 5-speed manual gearbox is known for being incredibly durable. Even the less sportier versions of these cars will still rip. A good Subaru Outback or Legacy will set you back around 2,000 to 6,000. It's a kind of wide range, but there's a lot of cars out there. The Jeep Cherokee XJ, 1984 to 2001. Hell yeah, brother. If you like to get your hands dirty and you're always digging around in the mud, then the Jeep Cherokee XJ might be just the car for you. Arguably considered the first true SUV. This thing has a relatively light unibody chassis, an excellent four-wheel drive system, and either a bulletproof four-banger or a more favorable inline six, putting out 190 horsepower and 255 foot-pounds of torque. Both of these engines are known to last around 300,000 miles. Well, that's with regular maintenance, of course. Don't just let this thing rot. The Jeep Cherokee XJ is capable of conquering any dirt road you throw at it, and capable of getting over a lot of crazy technical stuff. Also, they look so nice, holy moly. If you want to build this thing up for real and throw on some strong aftermarket parts or even a lift kit, don't worry, there's a big market for this stuff. These cars are a great platform for a sick off-roading setup, and honestly, these things look so nice for the price. Expect to find a working XJ on the market for around $2,500 to $5,000. Okay, next up, we have kind of a surprising one. People don't usually see this on the budget lists. The Honda Civic. I'm just fucking with you. Everybody knows the Honda Civic. The Honda Civic is a cult classic, an all-around reliable, fun, cheap car, and very moddable. These cars can do anything from gapping a Hellcat in a drag race to picking mushrooms off the side of your local backroad corner. Honda Civics kind of have a heroic history. These cars were born from an oil crisis in 1972, requiring a need for more fuel-efficient and reliable cars. Then bang! Just like that, Honda locked in real quick and made this shit. The Honda Civic carries a great racing background with its lightweight chassis, high-revving engines, and precise steering coming from Honda's Formula 1 experience. The modding scene for these cars is so popular that you'll probably come across an ad for some Civic parts just by scrolling through your Instagram homepage. Because of the popularity, swap kits, aftermarket parts, and mods are super easy to find and really cheap. This is probably one of the cheapest cars to find on this list, costing around $2,000 to $4,000. Whether you're looking to upgrade the fuck out of this car or enjoy a bone stock, it's a very, very, very solid choice. Okay, now we have another banger from Subaru. What do you know about the Subaru Forester? It is a fantastic shout for everything. Anything you can do to a car, you can do to a Forester. Fuck it, off-road this car, grab groceries in it, and of course go to the track in this thing. The Forester was built on an Impreza platform, which means it's got a very solid all-wheel drive system with that nice Subaru classic 50-50 split. And I believe they're mechanical, so it's kind of, I don't know, it's really cool. This thing is really great for rally and off-roading. Also, the parts are interchangeable with a lot of WRX parts if you want to upgrade. Subaru built the Forester with the idea of it being a tough SUV for people who actually go on adventures and do things, but with the drivability of a normal car. Subaru also made a sportier version of this car with a turbo, which is a little more expensive, but still possible for an affordable price, the Forester XT. With ground clearance of about 8 inches, these cars are surprisingly good at off-roading. I think one of the best parts about this car is its interior, with a very simple design and a very roomy feeling. It's hard to beat. The average price of an old running Forester is somewhere around $3,000 to $6,000. The Forester is definitely some ball knowledge. The Volvo 740 and 240. If you've watched my channel for more than a minute, you probably already know how great Volvo is. I love Volvos. Here's some crazy budget shouts. The 1987 to 1993 Volvo 240 and the 1987 to 1990 Volvo 740. Yes, sir. These things can take a head-on collision with like 6 or 7 Cybertrucks and not even have a scratch on them. Other than being built like bedrock, these things can get down. The 240 has a rear-wheel drive system, and the 740 has an all-wheel drive and two-wheel drive powered by the B230 FT or B230F. The B230 FT engine packs a humble 165 to 175 horsepower stock and an easy 300 horsepower with some plastic surgery. The B230F engine has 115 to 135 stock and around 200 to 250 with the forbidden snail setup, which is more than enough horsepower to get a Swedish teenager driving sideways. A great part about these cars is most parts are interchangeable. Yeah, Volvo pulled some weird Alabama cousin shit and reused a lot of parts across different cars. So luckily for us, parts are easier to find and a lot easier to install. You could probably find one of these cars for around $2,500 to $5,000 stock, and for just another $2,000 to $3,000, you can modify this bad boy to go from Swedish and boxy to Speedish and foxy. Overall, these cars are a great, solid budget choice if you're looking to have fun sliding around and crashing into things. The 2000 Honda CR-V. Please hear me out on this one. The 1997 to 2001 Honda CR-V with the B20B or Z is the perfect sleeper car you can buy for cheap. They look funky and cool, they're super reliable, and you can easily throw a turbo on these engines. The B20B is a solid iron block engine that comes from the legendary B-Series family, which makes it compatible with a lot of B-Series parts. Big win! You could probably find a beat-up CR-V for around $1,000, but if you want to spoil yourself, maybe $2,000 for that nice interior. To make this thing as badass as I'm saying it could be, you're gonna need the following: a turbo kit, ECU, tune, map sensor, fuel pump, and injectors. Sounds like a whole lot of debt, right? No, bitch, you're only gonna be down like 3 to 4 grand. This setup will probably have the engine at like 250 to 300 wheel horsepower comfortably and reliably, or 400 if you're ready to send a piston to the moon. Parts are readily available and cheap since it's a B-Series engine. This budget CR-V is an all-around fun car to drive. It can go anywhere, it looks reasonably cool, and yeah, twin, just get one already. Also, they have a table in the trunk, dude. And for camping purposes, the seats go all the way down very nicely, just so you know. So I've been needing a new car, and I'm gonna visit some of the nicest places in the US to try to find one off of Facebook Marketplace. Starting off with Detroit, Michigan.
It take less tools than that, but she don't give it that it needs, you know.
200 firm on the price. That is not bad for some transportation. I don't think I'm getting very far with this bad boy. Wait, dude, that's actually sick. 300,000 miles. Holy sh. Okay, what the f is going on in Detroit? What'd they do to the mail carrier? Perfect for a project vehicle. I don't know, man. I mess with the 1 Series, dude. I think they look a little funny, but these things are quick. Holy sh. What kind of golf courses do they have in Detroit? And it's got an off-road light too.
That's crazy.
Is that a winch? Dude, this thing is sick. I need something kind of cheap because I'm not trying to spend too much money. What the fuck? Oh, it's just a Detroit cleaner. Okay. Man, you know what? Michigan sucks. We're going to Baltimore. Damn, that thing looks cool. What? Yo, that is a lot of space on the trailer. Dang, that is a long truck. That thing's cool, dude. I like this. Damn, this place sucks too. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Yeah! They couldn't just take the off of that car to take the pictures? That's crazy. Why do they have this shit in Oakland? This guy details boats. Wait, what? We just got the back of the truck? Hey, for 1,500 bucks, I'd want the whole truck, not just the bed. That's crazy. Is that a 2-stroke with a CVT transmission with a f***ing cooler? That is crazy. 45 miles an hour on a f***ing cooler? No. If anyone wants a 45 mile an hour cooler, let them know. Ay. Oh man, that is brutal. Why are you even trying to sell this? We gotta go somewhere else. All right, Cleveland, what do we want? Holy shit. Why is he running away from me? Oh my god. Is that the intake? Classic. $10,000 240. That's got the RB25 though. That's not bad. We're missing some of the truck. Alright, I'm bored of Ohio. You think I can go to like Dubai? What the fuck? You can get an F1 car? Wait, what else do they have in this place? Jeez, dude, this is a cool car. Oh, okay, why do they just have a bunch of like women for sale here? Oh, that's a nice E39. All right, back to the US. Okay, let's go to LA. LA has some nice cars. Dang, this thing is clean. I feel like there's too much camber back there, but maybe that's just me. Oh yeah, this is just sick. I like this. Hey, it sounds healthy. I mean, it's cool. It's got the cigarettes on it. So what kind of exhaust? It's a pretty straight pipe. Oh no. It's a lot of teeth all over this thing. I think I have this one in GTA. 450 grand?
1968.
Dude, California's got some nice cars. What? Dang, this is sick. Runs great. Nothing hurts on it. Okay. Oh, this shit sucks. I think it's just the headlights piss me off. It looks like stupid. One day, guys. One day. Yeah, that's just about what I expected from Tacoma. Why is it so short? Dude, imagine getting in a collision with this thing. There's like nothing there. 1986 Toyota Custom Camper. Read below. Will do. What? Camper or like liver? I feel like this thing's been lived in. Might look a little bit goofy, but it used to be a Sea Breeze until it was redone at some point. It includes a fridge, a stove, and a sink with water. What the fuck? 6,000 pounds. Oh my god, this poor car. Let's see what we got in New York. Oh, Yo, what the? Oh, what? Yo, what? Only 30 grand? I'll take this. That's cool. That's cool. 1973 Fiat 500 Jolly. It's a replica? You guys are selling a replica for 42 grand? Well, it looks very jolly though. Damn. Look at that thing. Honda Rebel. Oh, what? You could just reach your hand out and touch the back tire. It's got to be so hard to steer, right? All right, we need to go like to a city in the middle of nowhere. Holy sh! This place is literally in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that's what I expected. I got nothing here. Oh man. It's a fucking dog. Dude, this place sucks. What? We got a Mazda something here. Yeah, this place sucks too. I mean, what am I expecting? What? Oh, God, that thing is loud. I'd be scared to buy anything from people out here. What about Alaska? Yeah, where are we? I'm gonna do 500 miles for Alaska. Let's see what we got out here. 6 racks? No, what are we doing? Good for a daily. Price is firm. I know what I have. Oh, there he is. What is going on in Alaska? Everything is just rotting here. It just looks damn cold up here. Oh man, got the ice scraper and everything. Needs a brake job. Oh man. Yeah, I'll stay down here with the rest of the US. I'm good. Go, let's look around Reno. I got the Ghostbusters car in Reno, Nevada. Subaru Forester, but it actually looks kind of nice. Annual. Oh, and it's the XT, so it's boosted. This thing is cool. What? Okay, I gotta go down to Reno. The 735. What? So when did we just start lifting any car? We got the 2026. Hi.
Before we go to the next place, hit that like and subscribe button, twin. Please?
I'm just gonna go to the middle of the US and put it on 500 miles and see what we can find. Oh yeah, look at that, right in the damn middle. What? This thing is a jet. Oh, what? What? It made just shy of 800 wheel horsepower.
No more bullshit. You are either on my side, by my side, or in the fucking way.
Holy, oh my God. What is in the middle of the US? This is crazy. Okay, so if I go into the cars tab, it looks like we got some crazy BMWs. I don't want to look at more BMWs because that's probably boring. Oh my God. Why is it so blurry? Super Bowl 34 Wilson Sports one-of-a-kind car for sale for just 35 racks. Look at this guy. The commuter car. I don't like it at all. Oh no, what happened? This was definitely like a meth lab, right?
Got it warmed up, so got it idling now.
I have to get one of these.
2003 Toyota 4Runner Limited Sport Utility 4-door.
Oh, we got the Supra. Only 100K. Not bad, not bad. We can make that happen. Oh, the Geo Tracker. Somebody once wanted to race me in one of these things. That's how slow my car is. This Optimus Dime, tiny little truck. I wonder what the towing capacity is. That's awesome. Whoa, wait. Oh my God. No. Oh, what is this? No. Custom built? I don't doubt that. The Beetle just went from gay to bisexual. This thing is hard, dude. Only 3,500 bucks. Let me tell you something. If you're gonna put a subwoofer in your car, just don't mount the amplifier to the side. Just put it somewhere else. Thank me later, man. Got the Rolls-Royce Ghost for 1,400 bucks. Oh, 1,400 a day. Okay. This thing's just about as ugly as crap. Got ratchet straps holding it together. What are you paying for? Super weird. Let's move over to Oklahoma. Oh my God, what? Is this an LS? Wait. What in the world? What even is that? Is that sequential? Holy shit, this is sick. I wasn't aware that Mount Everest was in New Mexico. This thing's been everywhere. What? Okay, that's more likely. It's a nice fan. I wasn't aware of these. I wasn't trained to react to anything like this. Now that is what I'm talking about. Look at this thing. It's a little too low. I think it looks nice. It just seems like it'd be hard to drive. Oh, it's a replica. 2J. Oh, okay. Monkey? What? And also, where's the exhaust? Ah, man, I don't know. I don't like this. That's too colorful. Now I want to know if the West Coast or East Coast has a better marketplace. I'm going to search within 500 miles of Weed, California and see what we can get.
You don't know the power of
of the dark side.
I totally forgot to hit the cars button. No way, $5 million in Sacramento, California? That is crazy. Looks pretty clean though. Oh, no way, I love these things. The 850 Ci. I wish it was a CSI though, because those are the V12s. I mean, maybe this is as well, I don't really know. 15 bands for a fucking lemon. Wow, that's a pretty cool audio system right there. You're in the middle of nowhere. Damn, that looks clean. Oh, he's got a mini truck to go with it? That's crazy. This paint match too. Oh shit, crusty tires. Huh. Wait, what's the obsession? Panel truck, no paperwork. Oh man, does it come with the bikes and the fucking legendary chest? You guys remember that dune buggy racing game on the phone? Probably so fun to drive. The Stagia? Interior is a 9 out of 10. What are we talking about? Needs to move in next week. I don't know what that means. Do I live in the van? That shit sucks. Yo, this thing can go 80? Holy, that is sick. I don't think this thing has been turned in a while. What is this? Oh, it's a trailer. Oh, wait, that's kind of cool. Sleep in there, put in there, drive around with it. That's cool. What did we do to this thing? Holy, the dash was all the way up here. That's crazy. Oh, this is a banger, and I know bangers. Cleanest 350Z I've ever seen. What the fuck is going on here? This says Alfa Romeo, but this is just a bunch of catalytic converters. This is actually a really good business startup. All you need is a Sawzall. Yeah, you're good to go. These things are bangers as well. If you like adventuring, you need to get what? You need to get one of these, because look at that. You can sleep up there. You can do whatever you want to do in here. And it's got the snorkel. Does that mean like you could have it submerged in water up to here? That's crazy. See what we got in the East Coast. Starting off soft. What the fuck is that? Window cleaning, window tinting, pressure washing, and much more. You got a niche down, my friend. It's the big ass vacuum cleaner. What are we doing? East Coast, you gotta lock in real quick. Let's see what we got that's actually good. What the are we doing? Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Oh, yikes. The 88 740. I like these, man. That's luxury. That is luxury. Hey, only 80 bands if you need one of these. 2022 Ford Transit. Rocket Barstool Racer? This thing is rocket powered? Oh my god. Wait, why is this whole row kind of sick? First, we got this thing. And then next up, we get a Honda CR-V, which is just fucking cool as well. And then we move one over. Actually, we can skip these two to this guy. Another beautiful Honda. That looks kind of weird, but oh my god. But it's a nice chassis. And then we got the Volkswagen GTI, which is so nice looking. Oh, we got the Recaro seats and BBS wheels.
Oh man.
Why does a cat, is that a cat? And why does it have holes in it? Is that not just like leaking exhaust? I don't get it. Hey, it's cool though. So for a mere 23K, you could have this whole line, including these two. Oh, E39 540 wagon. Oh! So we've got a bagged 540i. Isn't that the V8? Am I tweaking? That's a V8. Only 7,500 bucks? Dude, this is definitely a steal. That is nice. A Reliant? Still looks a little shitty, but kind of cool. Hey, wait, doesn't Gru drive this? Wait, what the fuck is this? Milling machine. Only 825 hours. So robots are just taking everybody's job. Why do we have an engine-powered dog sled? That just doesn't even make sense. The East Coast just won. We got the Sip Factory machine that you can drive. Dude, imagine just driving around the small Imagine just driving around the small streets of New York with this bad boy. Oh, that's a keg though. You can't drive with that. Are they mining Bitcoin up here as well? Oh, this would be sick. I need one of these in my life one day. Can you imagine the little gardening projects you could do with this? Hey, didn't Basketball God drive this? Oh wait, no, he didn't. Oh, now this is some ball knowledge. 2000 Honda CR-V. What a purchase. This might be the best yet. I might choose an E90 M3 over a E92. Oh, I wouldn't want to buy this from Chicago though. What the fuck? You do not need to show off the Chevy that badly. Here's the owner. I thought this was like a joke. I didn't know these were actually in the US ever. You can bring a Mustang to the course? Ow, what? 6 batteries? We got the Porsche House Edition. So you can drive it and live in it. Oh, this is sweet though. I'm glad they're off-roading this thing. Is this even allowed? Oh my god. This is under vehicles? Wait, this is a... What is this? Are we in a can... Wait, what? There's a steering wheel over there. Oh my god, what is this? Liberty Outdoors. Okay, I gotta look up how much this weighs. 56,000 pounds?
It's DJ Rusticles. So it's not nice.
How is he looking at me with a straight face when his hair looks like that? That is a cool setup though. Whoa, look at those amplifiers. That's crazy. In that thing? 1988 Ford Coachman. I like Miatas when they're lifted. I think it looks cool. Wait, this is only 8,500 bucks? Dude, this is sick. What do you have to bring up in the air that high? Nobody have a use for this truck?
No.
Oh my god, this is so badass. Oh, and look at that exhaust as well. This is awesome. This sucks. Why would you build this? I don't understand the point. 12 grand? No way. Why are we just selling anything on Facebook Marketplace? Is this a fatty group? No, Fiat group. From Japan's Supras and Germany's BMWs to India's... Which country actually has the best cars? Italy. Yeah, Ferrari, Lamborghini, blah, blah. Fuck off. It's Fiat time. The Italian Mini Cooper. It's slow as crud, unless we're talking about corners. That's where these bad boys shine. The Fiat 500 is ugly as slow as but can take a turn like it's on rails. So yeah, obviously Fiat isn't the best brand from Italy. We've got Ferrari, of course, making bangers like the F40, the 250 GTO, the 812 Superfast, and just way too many other cars to list. But I'm not gonna give them the crown just yet because we can't forget about Pagani. I also can't forget about Alfa Romeo with the Italian BMWs. This country is a tough one. I'm gonna give it to Ferrari, even though they're an asshole brand for not letting people modify their cars. Still think they're the best cars that Italy has made. Canada's cars suck. I'm gonna give the best brand award to this thing because of the T-Rex. It's time for some freedom! The USA produces the most badass eagle-screeching, gun-shooting, gas-guzzling cars of all time. I'm not talking about the Cybertruck though. And dude, the US knows ball. Like the Cadillac CTS-V wagon? That shit's dope! Also, the 2005 Ford GT was an instant American classic. The Dodge Viper scares me, and Corvettes are pure badassery. Honestly, I didn't used to love Corvettes, but then I helped my friend work on a C4 and it made me understand the hype. Those cars are pretty freaking raw and sendy. Why the hell do American cars make you sit so far back though? When I sit in one, I feel like I could roll the window down and touch the back wheel. Maybe that's why they have such a bad reputation for handling, but a really good reputation for looking fucking awesome. Hell yeah, brother. I personally think the American car brand battle is between Ford and Chevy. That's coming from a non-American car enthusiast, so take that with a grain of... To ease your mind, I'll give the crown to Ford for now because the Raptor R is dope and the old F-250s are really cool. And the 3rd generation Ford Ranger.
Now let's focus on Europe for a little bit, since they got some crazy shit you might not know about.
Turkey dropped the TOG T10X, which looks super boring to me and has a terrible interior, but I just really like saying TOG. So that's definitely a point. What the f is an Andal Bokek? The United Kingdom. While they do have some interesting food choices and design choices when it comes to cars, the UK definitely has dropped some heat. When I say interesting design choices, I'm just talking about any car from Reliant and the City Rover. Yuck! Okay, that being said, the UK dropped McLaren, Aston Martin, Jaguar, Rolls-Royce, Lotus, and like a shit ton of other bangers. Rolls-Royce has the Phantom, of course, which is just peak luxury. And the Aston Martin with the DBS Superleggera. I love the brap noise that these things make. Jaguar dropped the Shaguar, which is Austin Powers' daily. I'm kidding, the Jaguar F-Type R is a mega Jag win. And Lotus made the Fox body, Carlton, which looks freaking cool. And oh yeah, the McLaren F1. Okay, out of these, the best brand from the UK is going to Mini. Germany. Germany. What a great country. The nature, the beer, the pretzels, it's all amazing. But all of those beautiful things mean absolutely nothing compared to their cars. And holy shit, these Germans can drive them however fast they want. It's just so unfair. So what are Germany's best cars? The Mercedes 190e is such a beautiful car. Mercedes actually crafted the most exquisite looking car when they made the 190e. Just look at this thing, right? As a BMW glazer, I think these things look nicer than E30s. Also, fun fact about the 190e, some trims had self-leveling rear suspension, so that's just badass, I guess. This is gonna sound like an absolute generic cornball opinion, but the Porsche 911 GT3 RS is such a good car from Germany. I can't help but give it a spot in the top 3 best cars from Germany. You already know all about it since it's so popular, so I'll move on to my next pick. Okay, this one might come as a bit of a shock to you. No, I'm just messing with you. It's the BMW E46 M3. Beautiful looking car, raw driving experience, and such a cool engine. 333 horsepower from that straight 6, probably feels so good to drive. Guys, can you please spare a buck so I can get one of these, please? I'm gonna give Germany's best brand to Porsche. Porsche knows how to make some good damn cars.
Bonus round.
Brazil. Brazil also has a super cool and weird car community. They have so many front wheel drive cars that most people lift the back for better traction. I think it's cool that they have such a strong underground car community, even though they're kind of set back by having so many front wheel drive cars. That being said, I think the best cars that this country has ever produced are all rear wheel drive. The Chevrolet Opala SS. This thing just looks like any other American muscle car, but it's Brazilian, so I guess that's cool. The Volkswagen SP2 is way too cool looking. I really like the stance and the headlights. Chevy made the Puma GTB in Brazil, which is also awesome looking. I think it again looks like any other American muscle car, but with a little bit of Brazilian swaz. I'm gonna give Volkswagen the best brand award for Brazil. France. Oh, bonjour, je m'appelle Gassy. Yeah, the French don't really have Jacques shit to offer. I'm kidding, they made Bugatti. I've talked a lot about Bugattis in my best of every cylinder video because as you probably know, these cars have insane engines and they look bad freaking ass too. Also, Puget is super cool. They made some of the best hot hatches like the 205 GTI. Looks just like a French VW in my opinion and packs a pretty solid punch. And you cannot forget about Alpine. The A110 looks so mean. I don't know what to think of the fog lights on the newer models, but they look badass on the old one. They don't make dumb power, but they're such light cars that you don't really need all that. France, the best car from your country is not Renault, even though Renault made the Celio V6. They just fucked up so badly with the Avantime that I'm not even gonna consider them the best car brand. It's gonna be Bugatti, right? I don't know who else it would go to. Sweden! Yes! It's time for some beautiful brands to be mentioned. Whenever I think of hooning around in the snow, I think of Swedish cars. To all the Subaru dudes, spare your comment, I know you exist too. But anyway, these Swedish people know how to make some super safe and super cool looking cars. Although they up the Saab 79X, Saab also made some sweet cars. The 900 Turbo, for example, was a sweet ride. But Saab, I can't give you guys a crown sadly. If your cars were that good, then maybe they'd still exist. But I'll toss you guys a participation award for that Aero wagon. Volvo can have my children. Volvo is just such a cool brand and they make a shit ton of cool cars. The 850R, the V70R, the S60R, and of course all the variations of the 240. Volvo just knows how to do it. But what do you think? Is Volvo above Koenigsegg? Dude, the Koenigsegg Agera RS is just like, what the fuck were these Swedish dudes snorting? Adderall? Fentanyl? Yeah, this shit is just like peak. If you've got one of these, you might as well just drive it for a bit, then die. You finish a campaign. Obviously, Koenigsegg makes faster, cooler, and more expensive cars, but that's not a good reason to put it above Volvo in my opinion. I'm gonna toss Volvo the crown for Sweden, but feel free to argue with me in the comments because I don't know how nicely that decision sits with me.
Wow, we've been through a lot of major countries already, but we still haven't even touched on places like Japan or Egypt. Wait, what cars does Egypt even make?
Egypt. Yikes.
Wow. Was ass. Subscribe so you don't have to drive that car, twin.
Australia. Australia has some of the most weird and interesting car communities out of all of these countries, and it's awesome. Have you seen those burnout competitions? Ford Australia used to make the Ford Barra engine, which is basically an Australian 2J, and it is awesome. You can find this engine on some of the Ford Falcons and some variations of the Ford Territory. That's definitely a point for Ford. The Holden GTS makes way more power than it should, and the Holden Monaro CV8 looks so nice. Ah! The Proton Jumbuck sucks, so Proton definitely isn't getting the crown. Between Holden and Ford, I'm gonna give it to Holden just because I like the look of the CV8. Oh shit, but I also like the sound of the Barra engines. Maybe I'll just give the win to Ford because of the Capri Turbo being badass, so it's gonna go to Ford again. India. Well, these cars are definitely something, like the Riva G-Wiz. These dudes actually named a fucking car G-Wiz. Well, anyway, there's a few Indian bangers at least. Tata makes some cool cars like the Tata Safari. Looks kind of like a Land Cruiser in my opinion, so that's gonna give Tata the crown for Indian. Let me know if India made a better car than the Tata Safari because that's the coolest one in my opinion.
Now let's see what Asia has going on.
Vietnam. Unfortunately, Vietnam doesn't really have anything cool as far as cars go. A company called VinFast basically dominates the market, so I'll give them the crown. Japan. Japan is historically the most badass country as far as cars go, according to me. You know that one dude, Smokey something? That dude is so badass.
Man, I'm finna whip this hoe.
And all those other guys too. Japan has produced some insane cars like the Toyota Supra, the R34 Skyline, the Honda NSX. Japan is pretty hard to beat. But you know what else is hard to beat? Making a car shittier than the Mitsubishi Mirage. This thing definitely docks a point from Japan. Luckily, Mitsubishi is cool otherwise. They made the Lancer Evo, the Eclipse, and some other fire shark. They made Subaru, which is cool, Toyota, which is a classic, Lexus, which is just Toyota but cooler, Mazda, Honda, Acura, Sushi, Nissan, Infiniti, mini trucks. One day I will own enough property to drive a mini truck on it and haul my mini bike on the mini truck. I love Japan. I'm gonna have to give the best brand from Japan to Toyota. Malaysia, the Proton Satria GTI is so sweet looking. The front lip, the headlights, the hatchbackness, the dual exhaust. This thing looks sweet, and people mod the shit out of these cars. The Bufori Geneva is exactly the car I would drive if I became an evil villain. Peruta makes cars so boring that I'm gonna give Proton the #1 spot because of the Satria GTI. China makes some weird cars. The Landwind X7 is just a Range Rover clone. It's such a weird car. A Chinese company called NIO makes a cool futuristic looking car called the EP9. I like the way it looks on the outside since it's just so over the top, but I don't like the interior at all. There's no reason to have all those screens. The BYD Seal looks boring as shit, and the Xpeng P7 also looks boring as shit, so I guess the winner by default is NIO. Indonesia. I messed with the Datsun Terrace, but otherwise I'm not interested in Indonesia's cars. So South Korea. The Kia boys would be nothing without South Korea. South Korea makes the absolute best NPC cars ever. Kias, Hyundais, and I guess Genesis is cool even though it's still a Hyundai. South Korea is trying to dig themselves out of their car history by dropping the Kia Stinger and the Hyundai N thingy. These cars are an upgrade from the horseshit cars that South Korea has dropped in the past, I suppose, but they're still not fantastic in my opinion. But more on the Genesis. I feel like this brand is the biggest step forward for South Korea because the Genesis G70, for example, comes with that turbo V6 making 365 horsepower, which is 1 horsepower for every day of the year. And I personally think the design looks nice. This is a reasonable attempt at making a car to compete with a BMW 3 Series or an Audi A4 or something. And then they made the G80, which is a bit bigger and kind of competes with a 5 Series or an A6. Even though it's a new brand, I'm gonna give Genesis the crown for South Korea at the moment. I don't like the fucking Kia Soul. Mexico. The Vool 05 from Mexico is sweet. It looks like a car that you could only drive with your best friend because it's so tiny and the dudes look so funny sitting in it. The Mistretta MXT has such a cool looking interior and also looks like an Audi TT mixed with a 350Z and then swazzed up a little bit. I don't like the Zakua MX3 EV at all. I might even say I hate it. Vool is definitely the winner of Mexico. The United Arab Emirates. Holy fuck. These dudes are rich. Have you ever seen the W Motors Lycan Hypersport? This thing actually looks like a transformer. This country is just a GTA 5 lobby. What the fuck is the Devil 16? You want a little bit of car with that exhaust? I can't forget about the Zaruk Sand Racer either. I didn't even know cars like this existed outside of Hot Wheels. Also, they just gold-plated a G-Wagon for the sake of it. I'm sure that amount of spending freedom is pretty nice. The Generelli Design 1 is another funny buddy car, but also badass. Out of all these cars from the United GTA 5 lobby, I've gotta give the win to the Devil, right? I mean, all of these cars are just so insane that I don't even know how to put one above the other. I probably don't even have to say this, but correct my opinion in the comments. Saudi Arabia. The Toyota Land Cruiser 300 from Saudi Arabia is cool. It looks like it could get over a lot of stuff. Also, the Isuzu D-Max Desert. This thing looks so badass. I love this thing. It kind of looks like it has a truck bed just for the sake of it. It's such a small truck bed that you couldn't fit anything in there, but you wouldn't want anything in there if you're jumping over sand dunes anyway. These are all huge cars. I guess they don't have to worry about gas prices. So I'll give Isuzu the winner for the D-Max because that thing looks awesome.
Next up is Africa and Loki. I didn't know they were cooking twin.
Kenya, starting off so strong with the Safari Rally Land Cruiser 70. I just love everything about it. Can you imagine pulling up to your bud's house in this shit? The Mobius 2 looks like a plastic G-Wagon, but I kind of like it. I don't know. I imagine it'd be practical in Kenya somehow. The Volkswagen Polo Vivo is locally built and looks like regular traffic, but has a little bit of potential, I guess. I'll give it to Toyota for the Safari Rally Land Cruiser 70. Morocco. Laraki wins Morocco. No argument needed. So I guess Nigeria knows a little bit of ball knowledge. They made this knockoff G-Wagon, which looks pretty cool in my opinion, and then the Puget 504, which is also cool looking. None of the other cars that Nigeria has made interest me in the slightest, so I'm gonna just say the knockoff G-Wagon brand is my favorite from Nigeria. South Africa. South Africa has some cool ones. We got the Piranha with the Z1. I think this thing looks pretty sweet. If you think this thing is ugly, you at least have to agree that this thing looks super aerodynamic. I really like the Ford Sierra XR8. Although it looks a little bit cross-eyed, it's got a very cool looking chassis and can be built up to look sweet. South Africa also produced a super nice and pretty rare BMW, the BMW 333i, which was only made between 1985 and 1986. It's just an E30 with an E28 engine, and it's kind of like the first BMW M Lite. If you want the M performance but not the M price tag, then you should go with the 333i. I like it. I'll give BMW the crown for South Africa. I think Sweden, Japan, and the UK have the coolest cars in the world. Let me know what you think in the comments though. Some car mods just make sense, and others, these are the best and worst car mods. Starting off strong with aftermarket steering wheels, this mod is perfect if you're using your car on the track, or at least in a scenario where you're going to be running into things all the time. If you're going to use a steering wheel like this, it's good to have harnesses and other safety equipment now that you don't have airbags. That's why I think it's a little bit of a weird mod to do to your daily driver, because you're going to be daily driving with a helmet now. No more airbags. Oops. It's probably not going to feel great when you hydroplane into a guardrail and slam your head into that cheap Taiwanese replica steering wheel, which is probably made out of cardboard. While aftermarket steering wheels can look cool as crap when you buy the right one, they can also look quite silly. The respectable opinions of the fellow car meet enjoyers will probably not approve. 9 times out of 10, the stock steering wheel works just fine. But if you're convinced that you need the benefits from a proper aftermarket steering wheel, then it's definitely worth it. Don't cheap out, bud. Removing your AC. Have you ever wanted free and easy horsepower? Yippee! Well, removing your AC is probably the easiest way to gain a couple of ponies. But why? It's because your AC adds rotational drag to the engine, since it's usually powered by a belt from your crankshaft. After you remove it, your engine isn't sending any power to the stupid climate control. It's just all going straight to the wheel. Okay, I'll be honest, you're probably not going to notice a difference, but it still helps if you're trying to juice every last horse out of your engine. Also, the AC unit itself can weigh around like 30 to 45 pounds, so if you remove it, you're at least getting a little bit of weight reduction. That's like how much a toddler weighs, right? I will personally not be doing this mod though. During the hot summers, minutes will feel like hours when you're sitting in the car. You'll probably be roasted alive. If I'm sitting in the McDonald's drive-thru waiting for my Big Mac, I do not want to be feeling like a baked potato. Also, my Big Mac-sized passengers are guaranteed to be complaining. Removing your AC is really only for the strong and brave. For those who are chasing every last bit of performance from their car, I just wouldn't do it to my daily. Interior and exterior RGB lights. Do you want to stand out? Do you want everybody to look at your awesome race car? Do you want to be the lighthouse in the storm? Well, I have the perfect mod for you. Throw some lights on your car. If you have a riced out GT86 or a squatted GMC, this is the perfect mod for you. 90 times out of 100, I think light kits look a little bit funny, but I would be lying if I said that underglow couldn't look cool. I know I definitely felt some way when I watched Dom Toretto and his team pull up to the truck heist in Fast and Furious with their kitted out Civic rocking some sick green underglow. Like, it can be done, guys. It can look good. Is the outside not enough? Hop on the TikTok shop and grab some interior lights. Now you can see your feet while you drive. Nice. I think the Starlight headliners actually look pretty cool most of the time. They kind of look like a 2017 RGB keyboard, but I really like it, and it's totally fine if you're into that. You'll mostly see these mods in high schoolers' cars because car lights are like the gateway drug to car modding. Gutted interior. This mod is not for the weak. Do not do this to your car unless you're ready to go full race car mode. If you remove basically everything, the rear seats, passenger seat, carpet, sound deadening, headliner, door panels, center console, HVAC, and interior panels, you could expect to lose 150 to 350 pounds depending on your car, which is massive. But do you know what else is massive? The downsides to removing all of this. You will no longer be able to drive your friends around. You will need to drive with your music on full blast, since the vibrations from the road, engine, and even the transmission will be amplified tremendously. Since you have no sound deadening, literally every pebble you run over will be as loud as crap. If you're ready to face the psychological effects of this mod, then it's awesome. But if you don't want to dread driving your car every day, then this mod is not worth it. And now, one from my personal collection, bucket seats. Do you miss being hugged and loved? I have great news for you. The bucket seat is an amazing hugger, and it'll keep your ass from moving even an inch. Even if you're tumbling down a mountain, you will not budge if you're in a bucket seat. Why would you want this though? Bucket seats help you drive much better. Since you won't have to brace yourself while going through corners, you can focus on the road and the awesome stuff that you're doing instead. These seats are snug and cozy if you buy some nice ones, and will keep you super safe, although it might interfere with some fancy airbag systems. So far, this mod sounds like a no-brainer, right? Well, there's some drawbacks. Sometimes bucket seats can look very out of place. If your car is as slow as shit and you install bucket seats, it's kind of like wearing a Cuban link in the trenches. They're also super annoying to get in and out of, especially if you have a fat ass like myself. This is a drawback if you're trying to pick up tortas, but overall, the bucket seat is a very solid mod with very small downsides. Aftermarket gauges. This is a super solid mod that is extremely useful. Whether you want to push your car to its absolute limits, or if you just want to keep things reliable, installing some aftermarket gauges to monitor your car is super helpful. You can see the oil temperature, water temperature, boost if your car is boosted, air fuel ratio, volts, and probably the most important gauge of all, oil pressure. Having these gauges installed will let you know if you're pushing your car too hard or if something is just wrong with it. Gauges can be a pain in the ass to install, especially if your brain works like mine. You need to hook up all these different wires and fuses, all while trying not to make a fire hazard. That being said, aftermarket gauges are 100% worth it. Definitely one of the best mods you can do to your car, even if it's your daily driver. Cold air intake. The cold air intake is another super easy mod that you can do to your car. I'm sure you've probably heard this 1,000 times before, but if you're doing a cold air intake mod, please route it to a spot that actually pulls in cold air. If you just plop that crap in the middle of your tiny engine bay, it's gonna make your car slow. So where should you put it? Try to route it behind a front bumper, behind a headlight, or even outside the hood if you're really cool. But sometimes it can be closer to the engine if you have a reasonable heat shield. Now, if you're not really chasing performance, you could just throw out the stock air box and then throw a cone intake on. You'll hear some really awesome engine noises. Also, if you want a cone intake and you have a turboed car, then it doesn't really matter as much where you put it, because the intercooler is probably going to cool the air for you, and you don't have to be as careful of like not letting that shit get hot. Overall, if you do it right, this is a good mod. It's kind of known to be like another gateway drug mod though.
Turbo in your engine.
Putting a turbo on your engine is an amazing mod for making more power, but it can also be extremely pricey and sometimes inefficient depending on how well your engine can handle boost. Some engines will blow up with just a few pounds of boost, and some engines will take that shit like a good boy. All you need to do is slap on a turbo with some supporting mods like an intercooler, fuel pump, and ECU, and then you're good to go. A great example of this is the 2JZ GE engines. The GE ones are the engines with no turbo from the factory, and they have larger intake ports, so people prefer to put a turbo on these because they're cheaper to buy up front and easier to make power with later. These engines are a great example because they can handle a lot of boost, but you have to do some good supporting mods. To bulletproof this engine, you're going to need some ARP head studs and definitely a new head gasket. So should you turbo your car? Well, unless you're willing to do all the supporting mods to bulletproof your engine before putting a turbo on, probably not. The muffler delete. A high school student's favorite exhaust mod. This mod is like Anakin Skywalker turning to the dark side and killing all of the younglings. You're willing to sacrifice all of your social acceptance for the thrill of driving a loud-ass, fart-can-ass car. You might be considered a menace, but you don't care since you're just doing this mod for the pure enjoyment. This is probably the cheapest exhaust mod that you can do too. If you go full dark sight and straight pipe your car, you could actually feel a reasonable horsepower gain without a tune, especially if your car is boosted. Since turbos are driven by the exhaust, they would be pretty happy with a higher flowing exhaust system. You might also notice a difference with supercharged engines. While some cars will actually sound great with a muffler delete, other cars could sound like they're straight out of SpongeBob. Do some research. Maybe your engine sounds great with a muffler delete. Maybe not. If you're willing to put in the time and effort, try an aftermarket exhaust setup instead. Disclaimer, if you live in California and modify your exhaust, expect a visit from the FBI, ATF, CIA, and National Guard. I desperately need a car, so I asked you guys, where should I look on Facebook Marketplace to find the perfect car for me?
The United Kingdom, bruv.
Toyota Hilux. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that is what. Oh wait, they don't have any front seats though. So we got a 2.4 liter turbo diesel Toyota Hilux. That looks beautiful. Please buy merchandise so I can import one of these. Please, I'll make a video about it if you do it. Ugh. No, what is that? What? It's a compact too? That's terrible. At least it's a 6-speed manual, but this thing looks like a piece of shit. What is this doing in the UK? Top speed Mach 2.5 plus? Combat proven performance? One owner? Okay guys, it's just 4.5 million pounds if you want one.
Why are they selling it in weight? What the Right, I gotta find a car right now. I don't need this bullshit all over my face.
This is not helpful as a daily driver. What even is this for? Oh my god, what is that? I've never seen one of these before. I didn't know they had like nice Japanese cars in the UK. That's pretty sweet, right? What? What the fuck? Meat Life Farms? Oh no, I'm fucking dyslexic. What's that ladder for though? Oh wait, this thing is huge. They have never used this winch before. Oh yeah, that's more like it. I would be whipping around in the UK in one of these things, dude. Oh, the V12 as well. This thing is sweet. What? Was? Okay, what are we doing in the UK? This thing just looks goofy as shit. Are those oil slick headlight covers? Okay, this guy wants us to go to Agartha, which is like the middle of the earth or something. So let's go to Agartala, India. Oh my god, it's just all trucks. Ooh, now that looks like a nice Indian whip. Oh, look at that. It's a Mercedes. Wait, this thing is sweet.
What is this?
Okay, finally we got a reasonable candidate in what is this? It's in showroom condition in Schlong ML, whatever that is. Nice wheels though. Are those reps? I mean, this thing looks pretty sweet. Okay, I gotta get out of India.
All right, brother, time to go to Kentucky.
Okay. Wow, that is clean. Oh, this guy needs to upgrade his fucking storage plan. Is that the same picture, just not tilted? Why did you post that? Okay, well, anyway, this is pretty freaking tough. I don't know why that's there. What in the world? That is clean, though. Oh, what?
I have an insane Mark IV super drag car or street car if you're not scared.
Okay. Oh, what? Where'd the headlight go? Oh, shit. Wait, this thing is legit. This guy's not kidding. What in the world? That is, oh my god.
I cannot handle all that.
Wow, this is a pretty freaking sweet car, dude. Got the Recaro seats. Is that a fuel cell back there? Wow, dude. This is legit. This is very legit. What? We got the Ford Excursion XT the long way. 14 passenger stretch limousine. Wow. How do you even drive something like that? Oh my god. That is sweet. Yes, sir. Look at that. Wait, is this really a Mercedes? Why would you want this? You could flip all the way over and you'd be fine. That's crazy. Is this a golf cart? Is this actually a golf cart for fucking trenches? Wow.
Wait, why do I really want one of these?
Does this say jerk? Oh, jerkings? What? The jerkings truck. That's nasty. How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm just on my way to work.
Bring me a pizza after?
Hey, I didn't do that reading yesterday, so I gotta do it tonight.
I didn't understand how that's relevant to you bringing me a pizza. What the fuck? What the hell did I just find? Hold on, I just hit a clip.
Call you later.
Can I have a pizza? Alright, I gotta get the fuck out of Kentucky. Where should I go?
Thailand?
I can't say that first one. Oh, that's in India. Bangkok. Damn! They got some nice cars. Really? Oh, what the? This is sick. And a BMW E21. I wasn't even really aware of these. Wow. More subwoofers. What are we doing in Thailand? This is a crazy setup. This is like, no one needs this much fucking power. 7,000 watt max. Holy shit. Runs great. Won't respond to is this available. I'm a little rusty for this part. Okay, let's see what else you got in Thailand. What? Why is the Volkswagen like sideways? Wait, they know cars in Thailand. I didn't know about, I wasn't aware of your guys' car scene. This place knows ball. What? This thing looks quick. I need to tension that chain there. There's a little bit of sag. Damn. Oh, wow. That is, look at those welds as well. I'll give you $5 an hour.
Alfa Romeo.
If you don't know whose cat, please catch it. Time to go to Columbus, Ohio. Come on, load. There we go. Gosh darn, that looks pretty sweet. I hate the wing with a fucking passion, but I like the car.
Además, cuando ese carro se chocó, que te dije para sacar, yo nunca me he negado a pagarte.
That's crazy. Dude, this is actually something like Hispanic beef. I don't understand any of this. Is this about the car even? What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm gonna blur that. That's crazy. Oh. Wedge. Stop. Does this thing even drive? The passenger is the battery. This is a roller derby truck in the derby. The wheels are not on it. You bring your own wheels or buy these Jeep stocks for 50 bucks. No mutter, no tram in it at all. Roller only. Willing to negotiate, I need a gun as soon as possible. Yeah, I'm sure you do, bud. Okay, Columbus. This is what I'm looking for. Some kind of sport bike. Oh yeah, that is a nice, that guy looks badass. He does not look closeted at all, I promise. Oh my god, neither does this guy. Look at that, that is mean. He even looks angry sitting on it. He's pissed. So is his wife. Ooh, dang. Ooh, crap. Shit. All right. But that's cool though. Like imagine if you could get one of these to haul your friends around. You pull up to their crib and they like just let the ramp down. It's like having a bridge over a moat or something. That's kind of badass when you think about it. Oh my god, that wasn't a fart. Oh, it's a cool bike though. Oh, look at those tiny ass wheels. What? Dude, this photo is aura. What? Oh, tonight. He's looking at me and his friend. Oh man, this thing looks like it was loved. Besides the little incident in the front. That sucks. All right, let's see what we got here. Marquez. Is this a joke? Long ass truck. What the hell? That's so inefficient, but it's cool though. Why do you need this in New York? I always forget that they have like empty land out in New York. Ooh. Oh, okay. We got a few to look through here. Okay. I can't help myself. I gotta look at this one now. It's just straight out of Happy Wheels. Look at it. Oh, my leg. That's disgusting. I love it though. Oh my god. Okay, the ones I wanted to look at were, wait, what? The 52 racks for a PT Cruiser looking ass. Whatever. Oh, 1JZ. Wow. I'd be too scared to actually drive it because it's so beautiful. Maybe when I am not broke as shit. Okay, what is this? Spray paint all over the place with a Jetta and then this blue tip exhaust. Oh no. Oh, I'm selling my 2012 Volkswagen Jetta 2.5 SE 5-speed manual for $2,500 or best offer. Motor and tires are brand new. Custom exhaust if interested. Message me. $2,500 for any car is not that bad. What's something that I would actually buy though? Maybe I'll have to take a look at the Pimp Mobile. Very rare, but it's only $5,500. It's got a custom steering wheel. It's a V8. Ooh, this is pretty clean. Wait. Hey, oh, wait, that is a beautiful interior. Oh my god. If it got pillows too? Wait, this is $5,500? I might have to send this to a buddy of mine in New York. Wow, that's beautiful. All right, now to go to Iraq. Oh shit. Wait, we got some good selections over in Iraq. Very first one being this massive Hummer. This thing is like tank. Oh my god. In the name of Allah, the benefit from merciful, the BMW 330 V8 730 Li. So they make a 730, a 740. What is it? It's priced $105 and has room, God willing. That looks like a nice car. I'll stop looking at BMWs. I know you're probably sick of it. I just love them so much. All right, Iraq. Let's see. Ah, that's more like it. Yeah, you couldn't get these anywhere else. Free car. I'll take it. Is it actually? I buy any damaged car. Ah, at the price of pleasing God. Okay, man. I really wanted that. I thought it was a free Hellcat. Oh, man. This thing seems kind of beat up. I buy any damaged car at the price of pleasing God. Come on, man. Let me buy a damaged car. Oh, brother, this thing's dusty. I feel like he could have just taken a Swiffer to it before he took the pictures or something. Well, whatever. I know it's like dusty over there, right? Next, we're going to St. Louis. All right. We're in St. Louis. Not yet. It's loading. We're still in Iraq. There we go. Oh, where do you sit? Where do you sit? Wait, where do you sit? Dang, this thing's kind of stands out. I got some really nice negative camber. Clean. Dude, what are we doing in St. Louis? What? Wait, please be a video. Please. Datsun 280Z. Dang, this thing's mean looking, dude. I like it. Oh no. Oh my, what happened? That's cool though. It's just, I don't imagine these Jetta wagons stands out like this. I want to click it. I want to click it so badly, but I can't. I've looked at too many BMWs. I can't relapse. Oh, wait. Ooh.
Honda Civic. No anything. Oh, there's the engine. What the fuck? Why would I get this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is nice. Look at that craftsmanship on this bad boy. If it was only a manual. I love mini trucks. This is cool. This is actually so cool. Can you imagine dailying one of these and it was like cushy? Like imagine if you just tricked out the interior of this, made it beautiful, made the paint all nice and stuff on the outside. Dude, if this was clean, that'd be really nice. All right, well, I think St. Louis is all out of shit, so next. Wait, what the fuck? You can actually go to North Korea? No way. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, we got some options in South Korea. I swear I didn't choose this. We got that the E60 535, not bad. And what do we have here? Big ass truck. This piece of shit. God. And that's about it for South Korea. Okay. Monterey, California. I want to get one of these so badly. Can you imagine if everyone, like all of your friends have one of these and you just go drive around wherever the shit you want? That would be so cool. First gen Taco and then this Miata? Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like this. 21 racks is a lot though, but it looks like it was built well. Dude, I love diesel sedans. They're so nice. Oh my God, it's a hood stack as well. Wait, please, do they have a video of it driving? Oh, you asshole. The smoke comes out of there. It's so cool. 5% tint all around. That is brutal. At night, I'm sure it's hard to drive. Oh no, this poor Tacoma. How does it tow all of this?
What you doing with all that back there?
Wow, that's crazy. We got the Dodge Ram. 1964 Chevrolet something. Oh, it's a C10. There is really not much to the. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you have the tools, that'd be pretty cool. I'm sure Harbor Freight has something for that. Okay, now we're going to South Africa to see what they have to offer there. Boom. Okay, let's see. Whoa. Oh. Wait, what? Guys, find this person. Give me 2 bands. Dang, look at this thing. Redline Racework. Wow, this looks pretty sweet, dude. This is like legit. What is this? Based on the beautiful blue interior. Ah, that kind of gives it away right there. I'm guessing, I'm gonna guess this is a E36 M3. Dang, this is nice. Why? What is that? Is the engine like back there somewhere? Well, it's clean though. Oh yeah, wow, that's rusty. Never mind. Not clean. If you could have a lowered Hilux, I don't know if this is lowered, but like low sporty wheels and tires in a Hilux, I feel like that'd be so sick. Beautiful. No scammers, no chancers. Contact. We got golden coffee beans. Oh, it's just gold. Oh, what? That's way too cool, dude. Holy, South Africa is way ahead of the game. The accumulator. Wow, look at that thing. That would be so fun to have like a fucking race car like this. God damn, this thing is cool. Whoa, what is this? Why they got such cool trucks in South Africa? All right, next we got Sydney, Australia. 5 bands for E34. I just drove one of these today. What? This is nice. Dude, if Australia wasn't so like freaky with the animals, I would definitely pull up for some car stuff. They have fire trucks in Australia. I thought they just used kangaroo. Ooh, okay. Dang. These things are beasts when it comes to the freaking rally shit. Wow. That's nice. That is nice. Some nice cars over here in Sydney. What the shit? What is this? A spider lift. That is freaky. That's cool though. I feel like I could use one of those for something. Only 135,000 Australian dollars. All right, we got another Land Cruiser. Nice. Oh, it's got the manual, but also all-wheel drive. That's cool. All right, next we're going to Newark, New Jersey. I don't mind this at all. I got one of these. That's clean. Dude, I love E91 so much. It's airlift as well. Ugh. What the f— Oh, it's just painting supplies. I thought it was like a hoarder's van or something. It looks like fucking stupid as well. Oh, what the fuck is this? We got the I don't even know what the fuck to call this. Wait, is this a fucking niche? Like, is this a car scene? Oh, the little wind up, bruh. New Jersey, what are we doing? Holy, oh my gosh. Look at that big ass turbo. This is nice. We got the Supra with a hatchback. Looks nice. NA engine, but I don't mind NA. Pretty chill. What is this? Does this say the Mini Warrior? No, Mazimo. That dude, that's sick. I like this. I feel like I'd be tough in this thing. Looks like it covers Tokyo. Wait, what? Tokyo has cars. What? Oh, what the fuck is this? Bruh. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh my god. And then we got the Toyota Chaser. That's clean. I don't love the body kit, not gonna lie, but it looks pretty freaking sweet. And the Stagia, I love these. This bed looks comfy. Oh, and it even expands in case you get fat. Wow, Tokyo has some really nice cars. Thanks for putting me on Tokyo. We got Mini Coopers in Tokyo. Wait, what is this? Why are golf cars so over the top these days? Okay, what do we need this for in Tokyo? What do we have? Man. Oh, wait. These are really shitty because they have the N20 engine, but dude, the chassis looks so nice. The dual exhaust back there as well. Yeah, wow, that's clean, but like, oh, the N20. Oh, this is way too badass for Canada. Like, you pull up in this thing like, got any maple syrup? Eh? Something like that. That maple syrup looks like a I've never seen a CRV that looks like this. Why does it look so naked? Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's because it doesn't have the big tire on the back. Wait, no, this is like definitely weird. I don't know why. Whose ass is that right there? Oh my god, this thing is sick. Dang, they got some big machinery. What the this thing is massive. What the hell? 23,000 hours working. Holy fuck, this thing has been used. Okay, let's see some Chinese ball knowledge. I want to see something that's like badass as shit, like this. 718 came in for $198. 180 bike ball XR. Maybe I need to go somewhere else in China. All right, China, put me on some ball knowledge. Oh, damn, this thing's free. Is it free shipping though? That's where they get you. 138 racks for a Civic. Pretty clean though. It's got, ooh, some Recaro seats. They have these in China? I didn't know rednecks were in China.
Don't give a crap about none of this crap. Hey.
What is this? Yo, what? It's got front suspension as well and rear suspension. What the fuck? Old man's legs are inconvenient. That's fucking awkward. Today I'm going to be talking about some cheap whippable cars that you should definitely pick up if you're looking for a new car. I'll talk about their reputation for being whippable and overall whippability. The Honda Fit is a monster on wheels. Okay, not really, but guys, this is definitely in the top 5 for most whippable cars. While being the price of a discount deal at Domino's, this car brings some solid performance to the table. The Honda Fit makes a very flaccid 130 horsepower, but it makes up for it by being very light and nimble. These bad boys come with a manual transmission or a CVT. The only real choice is manual, of course. With a slow-ass car and a sweet manual transmission, this thing will have you shifting fast and furious style, blowing through every gear like Trump to Clinton. Make fun of the Honda Fit all you want. It does look a little bit like a clown car and makes as much horsepower as my monthly paycheck. But guys, once this thing hits a track, it's unstoppable. This is no secret either. I guarantee if you head to your local track on an open track day, you'll probably see more Honda Fits than there are supercars. This car is so damn whippable. You gotta hear this. A team entered a 25-hour endurance race in 2011 with a 2010 Honda Fit B-Spec and ended up passing a Porsche 911 GT3 in wet conditions. They ended up finishing 15th overall out of 83. They beat a Corvette Z06, a Porsche 911 Turbo, a Dodge Viper SRT10, and some GTRs in testing. The handling on these go-karts is super nimble and responsive due to the fuel tank and engine being mounted surprisingly low to the ground, creating a nice low center of gravity. The car's weight is evenly distributed too, which is super nice. The wheelbase is really short, which helps a lot too. Something I find weird about this car is that it low-key sounds really nice with an exhaust mod for some reason. So that's a big plus. Unfortunately, there are some downsides to this car, of course. It's front wheel drive, which some people fuck with, but in my mind, front wheel drive kind of narrows down the whippability of this car. This would be a top 3 most whippable car, but I had to move it down the list because of the front wheel drive. But it does make the car lighter, so law of equivalence or whatever. The GR Corolla. Right out of the factory, the GR Corolla is a race car, and Toyota isn't even trying to hide it. The GR stands for Gazoo Racing, which was initially the name of Toyota's motorsport program that competed in Le Mans, WRC, and endurance races like the Nürburgring 24-hour. So with the backbones of a performance-oriented company, you can expect this car to be quite freaky. This car gets its freak on by making 300 jacked-ass ponies and 295 foot-pounds of torque out of a tiny 1.6-liter inline-3 turbocharged engine. Shoving 300 horsepower into an engine that size probably took some crazy engineers. Believe it or not, that 300 horsepower isn't even close to its limit. Power Tune Australia, a tuning company out of, you guessed it, Australia, tuned a GR Yaris, which has the same engine as the Corolla, to a wild 740 horsepower with, get this, stock internals. Other things had to be upgraded though, the turbo, head studs, and other little things, but if this is not a testament to how strong and badass these engines are, I don't know what is. Other than the little monster in the GR Corolla's engine bay, it has some more freak to leak. That 300 horsepower and 295 foot-pounds of torque that I mentioned earlier is put to the ground using a 6-speed manual transmission or an 8-speed direct automatic transmission. The car is pulled forwards or backwards with Toyota's GR4 system all-wheel drive, and believe it or not, it's actually good. But you're probably asking me, Gassy, how do you know it's good? Toyota has 8 WRC titles under their greasy belts. While the drivetrains from their WRC cars are not the same as their production cars, you can trust Toyota knows how to make a good drivetrain. The specific all-wheel drive system that's in the GR Corolla can in fact get down. It has an adjustable 60-40, 50-50, 30-70 split, depending on how crazy you're feeling. With all of these parts put together, you're gonna have a very whippable Corolla. These cars whip amazingly on gravel, tarmac, snow, ice, you name it, it will whip it. The GR Corolla's shorter wheelbase, light chassis, and sporty suspension lets you whip it about as hard as crap. Driving this car will have you feeling like a real rally driver. The Subaru BRZ. The Subaru BRZ is extremely whippable as long as you're not lowering it to the floor. These things handle extremely well and they're pretty fun to drive. Being rear wheel drive with a manual transmission, this bad boy is a pretty good option. Stock, these cars make like 230 horsepower with their Subaru Boxer engines, which is then used perfectly by the short gearing of the manual transmission and real LSD. I'd say this is pretty close to the sweet spot as far as power goes. You can put the pedal on the floor and you won't die, but you'll also have enough power to have fun. The chassis and wheelbase are known for being very controllable. So much so that it's known as the modern day S chassis in the drifting community. The chassis and engine combo is also very popular with rally drivers. The Dirtfish Rally School uses Subaru BRZs for their rear wheel drive class. Luckily, this thing has a cheap engine in case you need to replace it and an overall lower center of gravity. Remember, these engines are Subaru Boxers, so head gaskets. But they can actually be surprisingly reliable if you maintain them correctly. Most of the time when these engines blow head gaskets, it's because of poor maintenance and improper care. That being said, if they do break, the parts are relatively cheap and easy to come by. If you'd like to modify one of these cars, there are a ton of aftermarket parts out there. While these cars aren't as fast as crap on straight roads stock, they definitely make up for it in the corners. The factory suspension is already dialed in extremely well. The front of the car uses a MacPherson strut setup, which is lightweight aluminum. They have good suspension geometry for responsive steering and higher grip, while having more positive caster to improve the steering feel and responsiveness of the car. The rear of the car has a double wishbone and super well designed multi-link setup, creating a really solid rear end that keeps good contact with the ground at all times. The BMW E36 is the definition of a whippable menace. If you see a BMW E36 on the road, you know something is about to go down. The BMW E36 comes in a bunch of different trims that are all great, but if you're going for the most whippable trims, I'd go for at least a 325 or up, since they're going to come with a straight 6 and that's where the fun starts. You're going to be expecting to have around 190 to 240 horsepower with an unmodded E36, but the straight 6s in these cars are extremely fun to mod. Although you might have to be doing more preventative maintenance than you want to on these cars since they are BMWs, the chassis is pretty much perfect and is going to be as close to a 50-50 weight distribution as you're going to get in any car. And in my opinion, you can get them looking pretty nice and classy with a couple of cosmetic mods. And of course, with all of the cars on this list having a manual gearbox, this car has one as well. It's a 5-speed manual paired with rear wheel drive and a nice limited slip differential if you're lucky, since they only come in a couple of models like the M3 or the 325i Winter Edition. But it's almost always a mystery if these things have LSDs. The best way to know is just to jack it up and check. What makes these cars crazy whippable is how cheap these these cars are up front. Or maybe I should say was, since the market has gone crazy these past couple of years, but they're still somewhat cheap compared to the other BMWs on the market. Where you really save money is with the parts for these dogs. Almost every junkyard is bound to have an E36 laying around that you can just yank some parts off of. Probably because they've been whipped too hard by a teenager trying his first clutch kick and then sending that thing upside down into a ditch. Once you get these cars dialed in for whipping, you won't be able to crash this thing if you try. They have such nice handling and good control that maybe even your girlfriend could drive it to the store and back without getting in an accident. Now for your favorite part, downsides. These things shit themselves, meaning they leave oil stains wherever they want. Another downside is that you might lose your hearing a bit since these things are built like tuna cans and you can hear everything outside of the car. But that doesn't matter since they're built to party. You can rally them, slide them, race them, mod them. Pretty much anything you can think of doing with this car, you can do with this car. And they have so much aftermarket support too. Get an E36, dude. The definition of a whippable car is literally the Miata. Saying it's the greatest of all time is an understatement. The saying slow car fast is the Miata. With the Miata turning out a very powerful and impressive 115 to 140 horsepower stock might make you think the Miata doesn't deserve the first place spot on this list. But I'm gonna have to disagree. This car weighs about as much as a homeless person's fully loaded shopping cart, making Miata so light and tight that you can carry hella speed through corners like no one's business. Driving a rear wheel drive Miata with a manual transmission literally feels so good. It's like pretending a Glock is a bolt action sniper rifle. Not to mention a chassis balance that gives the E36 a run for its money. These cars have too much steering angle. It's ridiculous. You can pop a U-turn within parking spaces, but you really don't need to use any of this awesome steering angle since the cars turn with the pedals. It's crazy. It's so easy to get the perfect amount of slip angle with these cars that when you're taking any corner, your steering wheel is pretty much straight. Even if you're still learning the ropes of driving, this car will be there for you. They will forgive you for your mistakes that would otherwise leave you with a guardrail as a passenger. And with traits like these, you already know that the aftermarket support is ridiculous. I mean, try and find me an engine that hasn't been swapped into a Miata. That's why Miatas dominate everywhere. They take up like 40% of the track days in autocrosses. I mean, these cars are just so good on tracks. There are countless racing series with just Miatas. And when you crash it, which you will, unless you're not whipping it hard enough, you can fix them for pocket change. The only real downsides of this car is that if you're over 6 feet tall, you might get decapitated like the giraffe in The Hangover, since your head is probably going to be sticking out of the top of this car. Overall, it's hard to find stuff to hate about this car other than it looking dumb as hell and a little bit fruity, but it won't matter since it's going to be hard to not look cool while whipping this car around every corner. I was at the gas pump the other day, feeling sad that I have to pump premium into my car, and I was looking at the options on the gas pump. Of course, there was 87, 89, and 91, and then there was diesel and E85, and there's just so many other options that it got me thinking, what is the best fuel? Well, the most popular fuel is 87 octane gasoline. Gasoline is made by sucking some crude oil out of the damn earth, transporting that junk to a refinery, distilling it, cracking it, yeah, you heard me correctly, treating it and blending it, and then sending it to this dude. Society loves this junk. The USA spends over $1.5 billion on gas every day. In my opinion, the worst fuel is electricity. It's not that terrible, but it just pisses me off. I know the instant torque is cool when you're driving, but I would be so pissed off if I had to wait for 45 minutes in the middle of nowhere during a road trip to charge my car. Also, no noise coming out of the car while driving would feel so weird. Electric cars are kind of sketchy in the cold too. Like those batteries drain out so much faster when you're driving through a snowy mountain pass or something. So why is gasoline the most popular? Is it because it's the best? Is it because it's the most convenient? Is it the cheapest? First, I want to talk about diesel. Diesel is my favorite because it usually ends up being cheaper than gas. You'll spend more money up front, but diesel gets much better range. And diesel engines usually sound cool as shit. A lot of people think of semi-trucks or other big long journey vehicles when they think of diesel, but there are so many regular diesel car options out there too. The Volkswagen TDIs, the Mercedes OM606 and OM617, the BMW M57 or N57, M57. The list goes on. There's a lot of cool European diesel engines that will go in regular ass cars. A non-hybrid example is the BMW 335D with the M57 engine. It gets like 45 miles a gallon with an EGR delete, and they make really good torque and horsepower. So why don't people use diesel all the time? It seems like better miles per gallon, usually more reliable, and they sound as cool as crud. Well, unfortunately, diesel cars are just clunkier, to put it simply. They don't drive quite as smoothly as a higher revving gasoline engine, and they have more complex parts like turbos, intercoolers, glow plugs, and all the other diesel bullshit. So there just isn't as big of a market for the diesel daily drivers. So gas is the better option for a lot of people. McDonald's French fry oil. Lots of people try running old diesel cars on used cooking oil just for fun, but one of the funniest is a car fueled specifically with McDonald's fryer oil. An upside to this is it smells like French fries. Downside, it smells like French fries all the time. It makes me wonder what these fries do to my guts. But is gasoline better than hydrogen? Sounds futuristic, right? But they're real. Hydrogen powered cars are shitty as though. Definitely worse than electric cars, so yeah, bad. They're too new to be good, and there's very few filling stations for hydrogen-powered cars. They're very inefficient too, sadly. Speaking of inefficient, grass clipping power. For all the landscapers out there, I think I've just found a solution to all of your problems. Hear me out. You can gasify almost any plant, right? So theoretically, a lawnmower bag could be a fuel tank, right? I mean, you'd need a ton of grass to power it, but I might have to patent this revolutionary lawnmower invention, because as you're mowing the grass, you're powering yourself to mow more grass, which is basically freaking like something. What's that called? Is this an example of perpetual motion? Let me know in the comments. E85. This is a cool one. E85 makes gasoline seem like diesel. It has a higher octane, it's kind of hard to come across, and it's a really great option if you're trying to juice a lot of power out of your car. But I'd personally stick to gasoline unless I was building a race car, because there aren't that many E85 pumps, or at least not as many as gasoline, and it burns like quite a bit faster than gas. And it's more expensive, so it's just a race car specific in my opinion. Coffee grounds. Yes, this is real. Some weird British people once tried to run a modded Volkswagen on coffee grounds, and it worked. What the fuck? This thing used about 56 espressos per mile, making it the world's least economical caffeine habit. Use diapers. Diapers contain a material that can be gasified into a burnable fuel. A Japanese company called Superfaiths Incorporated explored the diaper to fuel process, but it was just too gross. So yeah, don't stick a diaper in your gas tank. Still not as bad as electric though.
Make sure to subscribe to win.
LPG. Have you ever heard of this shit? Let me put you on. Liquefied petroleum gas is like the vegetarian gasoline. It's basically just what you would use for cooking or heating water, but you can actually power a car with this junk too. It's cheaper and cleaner than diesel and gasoline, and it can power a car for a pretty good amount of time. Like the Volkswagen TGI gets around 40 miles a gallon average running off LPG. Unfortunately, its range isn't quite as good as gas or diesel, but the cost per mile is usually less. So why not use LPG over gasoline? Because hardly anyone sells this shit. These cars don't get amazing range, and it's hard to find an LPG gas station. Seems like a good option for city driving or something, but it's not better than gasoline yet. So let's say I'm sick of basically paying a subscription for my car. All of that money to buy the car up front, just to need to spend another $200 every month for gas. Let's talk about solar powered cars. Electric cars, except cool. You might look a little fruity driving around with a massive solar panel on top of your car, but at least you're saving money, right? If you have an electric car in the first place, your public image was already out the window. So why not just throw a massive solar panel on top? Actually, there's a good reason not to, because solar panels aren't powerful enough to power a car yet. It would be super expensive to install, and your car would only charge for 6 months out of the year when the sun is out. Seems like something that might be cool one day. Biofuel. Biofuel is the vegan gasoline. There's bioethanol, which is used to make E85, biodiesel, which is basically the same as diesel but healthier for the earth, I guess, biogas, which turns food waste into gas, and some other vegan options. Why is this not a viable option over gasoline? Because biodiesel and bioethanol could potentially lead to food prices increasing. Since these fuels are made out of vegetable oils, they'd have to just produce so much more vegetable oil, and shit would just get expensive, okay? Biogas isn't very efficient, and all of the waste that it's made from needs to be transported and stored, which ends up taking a lot of energy. Are you out of gas and desperately need to take a shit? This might be a 2 birds with 1 stone type of situation if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Anaerobic digesters can turn
into biogas, which can power engines. Fun fact, there's a car called the Biobug that runs on sewage in the UK. Natural gas, the OG gasoline. This is awesome, except it's not. It makes lower emissions, it's very efficient, there's a ton of this stuff, and it can be used for almost anything. Awesome, right? Nope, it's not renewable. The way it's mined contaminates water and stuff, and this junk needs to be delivered through pipelines, which is super expensive. The badass fuel that got away. Pork power. I'm not trying to sound like a chemistry teacher or anything with all of these amazing alternative solutions to gasoline, but bacon grease is pretty legit. This stuff can be converted into biodiesel, and there have been a lot of cars powered by this junk. Just like the McDonald's fries, it would probably smell really good, but you'd seem fat as shit. Like you're just driving around and the smell of bacon stains your path. Everywhere you go in your car, bacon. Nuclear power is such a cool idea because it's so efficient and could power a car for so long. Like the Ford Nucleon concept car. It would have been powered by a small nuclear reactor that would convert the nuclear energy into electricity. It sounds like something out of a cartoon or maybe Oppenheimer, but it seems cool to me. I don't know. People are just too scared of radiation or whatever. Man, the freak up, dude. Just walk it off or something. My personal favorite. Beer. Yes. If you're on a camping trip or something and run out of gas, don't start drinking your beer. Give your car a sip. Okay, maybe not beer because it's a bit too watery, but some liquors like vodka, rum, whiskey, they could all be used to power your car for a little while if you're stuck somewhere. Is this the real German engineering that we've all been hearing about? Out of these options, I see why gasoline is still the most popular. I think my favorite fuel is still diesel just because the noises that diesel engines make is so cool. But let me know what you think in the comments. I'm about as broke as shit, which makes it really fun to think about what I could drive one day if I had a ton of money to spend on dumb stuff like a Hellcat swapped Miata. Here's some cars I would build. For just going around town and grabbing groceries, I need a built mini truck. Maybe a Volkswagen Rabbit, first gen Taco, Chevy S10, or like a Nissan Frontier. I don't know, just one of those little old small trucks. Hear me out. I want to swap one of these with a turbo 4-banger, like a K24 or an SR20. That'll be so sick, right? If I get the Volkswagen Rabbit, I'd probably just keep it diesel though. I'd want this thing to be a race car truck. I'm talking tube chassis with a little fire extinguisher, of course, bucket seats, aftermarket steering wheel, a gauge cluster on the A-pillar, and all the little things that go into a race truck. I want this thing to sound mean too. I'm thinking high flow cats. And then just some basic other little things like a vibrant ultra quiet resonator or some sort of like basic Blowmaster sport muffler. I don't really care, nothing crazy. I'd probably weld a drone pipe on too because I don't fuck with drone. I'd get a nice blow off valve for the SR20, and I'm thinking a sequential gearbox with straight cut gears. Is that crazy? Should it be a 6-speed manual? I'd probably do the Sadev SL90 if I was gonna do sequential straight cut gears. But then I need a custom bell housing. Well, good thing I'm rich in this hypothetical world because I'd probably have my own CNC machine. Anyway, by the end, it would be like a mini unicorn super truck. Super mini super truck for getting groceries, of course. For my other grocery getter, I'd definitely go for a BMW, of course, E91 335D M Sport. Apparently, these aren't that cool if you live anywhere outside of the US. But alas, I live in the US. I would love to have a built-up E91 335D and maybe even figure out how to put a 6-speed manual on this thing. I know that doesn't sound likely, but remember, I have a lot of money in this unrealistic, hypothetical, fake-ass freaking world, so I can basically do whatever I want. I love the way the E91 looks, especially the LCI version. I think this car with an M57 engine would be so sick. Saddle interior, blue exterior, 30% tint. I would definitely get rid of all of the emissions regulations because these engines aren't that loud and they sound so cool. I'd probably put a Sundown 12 in the back because wagons deserve a little bit of bass. A lot of people take the roof rails off these cars, but if I were to get a diesel wagon, I would want to use this thing for everything. I'd definitely keep the rails up there for a bike or a snowboard or something. Fun fact, E90s come with a ski bag in the back seat. Between these two grocery getters, I'd take both. The homie hauler. Everybody needs a car that you can just haul your friends around in, and it has to be super cushy, at least like in a rich hypothetical universe fake thing. My homie hauler would be a Cadillac Escalade V. These cars are long as shit and badass as shit. They look like big spy cars. I think a fully blacked out one of these would look insane. I want this thing to be a straight up bad guy car. I want this thing to be a straight up bad guy car.
Gassy.
Talking about? Well, that's a straight up bad guy car.
Not like I'm a bad guy or anything, but I would want to look like a bad guy.
You know what I'm saying?
These things have those nice V8s. I'd make sure it's got a pretty low stance, 5% tint on the windows, and all that stuff. A true homie hauler. I'd probably put some subwoofers in the trunk, a Starlight headliner for my buddies in the back seats to enjoy, and holy shit, can you imagine pulling up to your friend's house in one of these things? They're so badass until you have to park. But that wouldn't be my only homie hauler, because I have too many friends. Anyway, my other homie hauler would be a 1969 Ford Aurora. You may be yelling at the screen and punching the air right now because why in the world would I choose this car? The passenger seat swivels around. How fucking badass is that? And also, look at how the doors open. It looks like Moses moving the ocean apart or something. I would make this as cushy as possible. I'd double up on the sound deadening, tint the windows, I'd keep the stock exhaust probably, and just make this thing an absolute beast of a homie hauler. Call me crazy, but does this thing need a diesel engine? Like a 7.3 liter Ford Power Stroke? It sounds crazy, but imagine how much ass this thing would haul. And would probably get dumb miles per gallon too, as long as your friends aren't fat. Out of these two options, I'm definitely going with the Ford. My muddy buddies are the cars that I would absolutely drive to the bone. I would want these cars to be tough, fun, and unbreakable. Here's some options that I'm thinking of. The Toyota Hilux is the best truck that the US never got. These things are perfect. If I were to modify a Hilux, I would want to make this thing a workhorse. Big tires, off-roading lights, seats in the bed of the truck. I'd give it a slight lift, but nothing crazy. I wouldn't want any kind of beautiful interior or anything though, because when I'm out jumping sand dunes with my Arab friends or wheeling around in the mud, I'd want this thing to be able to get dirty. I might have a custom bumper with a winch and stuff just for the looks. If I see someone stuck in a ditch, I'd probably just drive right the fuck past them. LOL! Anyway, if you don't know much about the Hilux, it's like a Tacoma but better in every way possible. And diesel. So yeah, that's why I want to build one of these bad boys up. But would this be as cool as a Traxxas ass truck build? We've all seen those crazy Traxxas trucks. The trucks with absolutely no space in the bed, but absolutely insane off-roading abilities. They're fast as fuck and have really good suspension. I'm not talking about the remote control cars. I mean the real ass, human controlled ass truck thingy. But I don't know what I would start this build off of. The Traxxas trucks look so different from any other truck. Maybe a second gen Tacoma? Anyway, then I would toss like $20,000 in suspension upgrades onto this thing and call it good. As fun as that would be, I don't know if this would be as practical as a built up Subaru. You know the old Subaru 2.5 RS? One of the cleanest looking Subarus of all time? Well, guess what? There's a better one, of course. The 90s Subaru WRX STI. They look the same pretty much, but these STIs are just better in every way in my opinion. If I was to get into rally racing, I would definitely want to start a build off of something like this. Honestly, I would keep the stock ride height, but I'd upgrade the quality of the suspension. I'd do a tasteful exhaust, but the interior would be gutted. Well, not like gutted. Let me tell you all about it. Block dash, bucket seats, little fire extinguisher of course, and we're done. Oh wait, roll cage, you can't forget that. Anyway, this thing would be pretty raw, so definitely not a daily. Are you guys familiar with the old Audi Quattros? They were kind of on top back in the day, so maybe that would be a better option as a muddy buddy car. They had those sweet 5-cylinder engines which sound damn nice. And they're kind of on top for all-wheel drive. So I think out of these options, my favorite is the Hilux build, although I'd have to deal with importing it. I think it would just be the coolest and most unbreakable muddy buddy. Did someone say they have a canyon that needs to be carved? Hold on, let me tell you about my Honda S2K build. I know these things are already perfect for canyon carving from the factory, but I have a few upgrades in mind. Honestly, everything I'm going to be doing for this thing is for handling, because I wouldn't want insane power for canyon carving. I think the S2K makes enough power for me already. So anyway, I'd just do coilovers, stiffer sway bars, I do front and rear strut tower braces, and just harder polyurethane bushings for all the suspension components. I'm gonna be as generic as shit for the wheels. I'm gonna do some NK RPF 1s and Michelin PS2s. All of this grip and go-kartage, you've gotta be able to stop, right? Because this thing is gonna carry speed right through the corners. That's where the big brake kit comes along. I do the Brembo GT kit. Obviously this car is pretty light, so be able to stop with stock brakes, but for canyon carving, brake fade is pretty real. Other than this, I'd just do an LSD, short shifter, and some comfortable bucket seats. I want to keep this thing pretty stock looking and sounding, but just do all the small things to make it handle and drive that that much better. My flashy, crashy cars. Yup, these are just the cars that I'd want in my driveway just so people can see that I'm that bad freaking ass. And I'd probably pull up to car shows with these or something. It's the E24 633 CSI, of course. I think if the Batmobile was tasteful, this is what it would look like. For my E24 build, I wouldn't want to make it that sporty. Of course, I'd drive it like it's meant to be driven, but I just like the way they look too much to risk crashing it. This is kind of unlike me, but I'd put this thing on bags for sure. I'd keep it relatively OEM plus. I've seen a lot of builds with these cars where people wide body the crap out of them and stuff, and I don't think I'd want to do that for my car. And I just want to make it more tasteful. Probably a black paint job with a brown interior. My inspiration for a build like this would be Lee Curtis's 87 635 CSI. In my opinion, this is about as close to perfect as you can get with a BMW. Although his is an automatic, which would not be the case for mine. And I don't really like those window stickers that he put on this thing. I think they're a little bit tacky. Let me know what you think about those in the comments. My other flashy, crashy car would be the Mercedes 190E. It's another one of my favorite German cars. These things are so mean looking and could definitely use some Gassy love. By Gassy love, I'm thinking grandpa spec, except awesome. I wouldn't mod the body of this car since I think the fenders already stick out enough and look cool. I'd do a tasteful exhaust with quad tips at the back. I probably wouldn't do headers or remove any cats, but I would just do a smaller, higher flowing resonator and muffler on this thing. Is it too much to put on chrome BBS RSs? They're so nice looking, but almost too much, you know? I'll stick with these unless you guys can think of something better. Also, some Michelin PS4s to help stick to the ground. Hellcat swapped Miata. I would never do that. For my next category of cars that I would definitely build and own if I was rich, we got clowning around. An all-wheel drive swapped John Cooper Works R53 Rally Mini. These things are tiny and handle like go-karts. The only setback about these minis is that they're front-wheel drive. Can you imagine this thing with a 60/40 all-wheel drive system? That would be so cool. I'd want to build from the R53 Mini since it's supercharged, which would be nice for rally since it has such a predictable power band. These cars have such a short wheelbase that you can turn them around any damn corner. Anyway, I'd upgrade the supercharger by putting a smaller pulley on it. I'd gut the interior, tube it, bucket seats, sunroof delete to take the weight off the top of the car, short shifter, and bang! Rally Mini. Let me know what else I should do to this thing because I think that's about as good as it could get.
I asked you guys to tell me about some of your craziest car related stories and you did not disappoint.
Oh my god, this guy is going in.
What the f? You're gonna want to watch to the end of this video because some of these stories are insane.
I call my friend fat in the passenger seat, so he takes my steering wheel and yanks it down.
The first story is from Ari.
What's up, you can call me Ari. Alright, so I was playing Fortnite with my friends, right? Everything was chill until I noticed it was snowing outside. So I'm sitting there thinking, damn, I want to go mess around in that. So I tell my friends, I'll be AFK for a bit, grab my phone, hop in the car, and call my buddy with a camera. Next thing you know, I'm showing myself drifting through the snow like an idiot, laughing the whole time. 20 minutes later, I slam straight into a concrete barrier. No seatbelt, going about 60, and I get launched. Broke something like 26 bones. Oh my god. Broke something like 26 bones on impact? Holy fuck. So paramedics show up, load me into the ambulance, pump me full of fentanyl, and all kinds of crazy stuff. And I'm still trying to make it a party. I call my friends back, turn on my camera, and show them my face, broken and bloody. They start laughing their asses off while I'm barely conscious, dying honestly. Best time of my life. I spent 2 months in the hospital, had to relearn how to walk, and later sent one of my buddies to the crash site. He found a car door was wrapped around the barrier where my shoulder hit it. So now it's hanging in my garage, dented and all. A perfect reminder of that night. Wear your seatbelt, folks, or drift better in the snow. Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. 26 bones. Are you alive? Wow, totally ejected. Careless, erratic driving. That's crazy. I had an 03 Jeep Liberty for a little bit. Worst car I've ever had, by the way. After a few months, I traded with a buddy for his 98 Jeep Cherokee. He ended up selling the Liberty to someone else, which then caught fire. Yes, they do that. About a month after we traded. I thank God every day I didn't die in a fucking Jeep. Okay, this is what he had, the shitty Liberty. Oh my god, that thing looks like trash. And then he's got this now. Oh, that is nice. I love it. Holy shit. I have no previous car experience, yet at 16, I managed to get my hands on one of my affordable dream cars. It's not much, but it's mine. This 1967 Ford Thunderbird, nice, dude, is my first car and project car. I unfortunately plan to daily this car when it's running better, and I'm learning a lot too. I don't know why that's unfortunate, but okay. But let me tell you something. This car has so many issues. All the vacuum lines are dry rotted. Most of the electrical is a bust. And the
the brakes and steering pump are semi-functional. It has a nice interior though. It gets hate from people at my school, but I don't really care. Do you have a 67 Thunderbird? I do not. Side note, if you did choose this, it probably really made my day. Have a nice day and sub to Gassy. Thank you so much. I'm glad I can make your day. See what they attached. Dang, dude, what? That looks clean though. I don't know what you mean. I think it looks good from here. I mean, just to set the mood for this story, it's a cold, harsh Canadian winter, being like -40 degrees Celsius. Like always, the wind blows the snow around while people who can't fucking drive get stuck in the snow. It's March, and this afternoon, you're taking delivery of a large rental excavator. You get taken from your schoolwork to a call from your father, to which he says the most bone-chilling thing you can ever hear in the winter. The truck driver is stuck. You hastily get out of your room, gather your stuff, and head to the road. After arriving at the job, you realize you forgot your boots and grabbed your shoes. Now you must tough out the day in them.
I about had enough of Canada, bro. I was literally out here in shorts and a t-shirt 2 days ago. I got like 4 inches of snow. What is it?
The rear end of the trailer is in the ditch, and the semi being used is a road only, meaning no all-wheel drive, no lockers, and no easy way out. Then someone had the idea, let's commit OSHA violation. You hop in the excavator with power lines overhead and push it off the ground to get the truck moving. After some pushing and shoving, the truck gets free at 5 p.m. Holy shit.
Well, don't you just love it? Rear-ended, almost went into the ditch, just barely made it around the corner, and now I gotta get that.
After everything that can go wrong going wrong, the excavator is unloaded and the day is over. Then you feel your phone buzz. Another shiver goes down your spine as you already know what the call is going to be about. Hey, the semi got stuck again on its way out, and it's worse this time. After getting a pin on Google Maps, you look at your phone with disbelief. This dumbass made it 500 meters. After arriving, you are even more disappointed. Oh my god. After spending another 2 hours pulling, yanking, and rigging with a tractor, you have no luck. So the guy calls for a tow truck. In the end, we spent a total of 30 man-hours between 5 people in -40 degrees, troubleshooting and swimming through the feet of fresh snow. And do you want to know what we got in return for our hard work? Play some goofy-ass anticlimactic music. I got you, bro. While we were on the phone with the trucking company, the lady says, thanks for getting the guy unstuck. In return, we won't charge you for the extra hours. Bitch! Not only was this a paid job operation, it was also not our fault. Your dumbass truck driver has never seen a snowy back road before. Anyway, 2 days later, we were also taking delivery of a rental D7 Cat dozer. You wanna know what they sent me this time? The same fucking truck that can't get a grip on the snow. Even with preparation, plowing, a turnaround, and other things, he still got stuck, leaving us to work until dark again.
Well, that's a rough spot there. We couldn't do anything with that.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough there. Looks like he's struggling through there right now. Come on, keep going.
All said and done, it was like the cheapest company we could find, but still, if he would let me hop in that truck, I could have avoided half the mistakes he made. I'm just a kid. Anyway, lesson of the day, don't work for a heavy equipment moving company if you have the IQ of an empty Coca-Cola can, because you will need to know how to deal with these kinds of situations on the daily. Wow, that's crazy, Frantic, that's crazy. Being dumbass in a Dodge. Holy shit. Oh my god, this guy is going in. What the fuck? 1 mile an hour? Oh my god. This guy's dad bought the wrong car. He was bidding at an auction and he accidentally clicked the wrong car and bid on it and he had to take it. And this thing is a piece of shit. Look at that. Oh no. We went back and forth on the same road like 10 times going crazy. Oh my god, it's this fucking guy again.
Oh, he's about to break it.
Hi, I'm Marcus. I'm 12. And there's this time where I won my first race using cars. I only race go-karts. It was my first race and I was ecstatic. I was nervous too. I thought I would be 6th or 7th. You're funny. But I was totally wrong. And I was kind of scared because the day before, my cousin, who I'm racing against, crashed in the fastest corner of the racetrack. It was mid-race and someone had a big crash that caused a red flag. He was using the same car model as my cousin, so I got worried. But after all that chaos and controversies, I ended up winning. The race is competed in a circuit time attack and I ended up winning. That was a day I will never forget. Wait, I thought you were driving go-karts. That's real, man. You're 12? Oh my god, this guy's flying. Back in 2020, me and my dad went up to get a Viper in Oklahoma, which was about a 6-hour flight. We get to his house after landing, and when someone has a Viper, you assume they have a nice house to keep it, right? It was under an open shed with a roof and 4 rods holding it up. The house looked like crap. The car was more expensive than the house. My dad went to go test drive it, and it seemed like everything was going well. Keep in mind, we had $40,000 in cash with us at the time. We go inside to sign off the title for the car. The guy didn't pay the car off yet, which means we couldn't have full ownership of the Viper yet. It was a Saturday, so the banks were all closed at the time. The guy suggested we give him the money and we go to the bank on Monday, which at that point doesn't seem right. Between the house and where the car was kept, we said, we're gonna go get lunch and we'll come back and tell you our final decision. We ended up renting a car, going home, and never going back. That's a crazy story, dude. Bro, this is low-key short, but I'm from the central PA area and worked at a dining hall at college nearby. I get off at work around 10 p.m., which ain't even that late, but my town was small as fuck, so there'd be no one on the road. So I'd treat it like it was a rally course. That same road, coincidentally, was the one that I took to get to the plug's crib. So I knew this shit like the back of my hand. Years later, I'm in college out of state now, and I came back home and needed to stop at the plugs for some greens. So I'm booking it, enjoy my little rally course, and cut the 25-minute drive into like a 10 or 15-minute drive. And Lord, does it feel good. It gave me so much adrenaline every time. So now I'm on the way back from the plug spot, and I'm booking it even faster. I drove a front-wheel drive car at the time, but I knew this shit so well. So I took some corners. I was just having a blast. And when I'm talking about I used to be booking it down these roads, I'm talking about 90 to 100 feet an hour crying emoji. So I'm on the way back, and someone that lives on that street, they gravel driveway had rocks coming out on the street. I don't cross the mustard, so I hit this shit going about 80 around a bend, and my shit spins. I catch it, but it spins the other way 2 times and I'm off the road in a ditch. I thought I was absolutely cooked because my shit was stuck, and all my friends I knew with a truck were out of the area by then. I can't call my family because they're gonna rip me a new one. Just then, an old coworker pulls up on me, one I worked with in the dining hall. I passed him earlier on the road, and he said he turned around because he heard the tires screeching and then coming to a stop. Bro came in clutch. He dragged me out, and all I needed to fix was the alignment, and I was straight. I gave him some of my thanks with some greens from the plug. Shit was wild. I got 2 stories. One is about my first accident, and the other is about my first pullover. For my first accident, it happened when me and my friend were filming for a driver's ed parody short film. For a part, I was gonna steal my car GTA style, which would be used throughout the film. I told my friend to keep his seatbelt off and to stop the car in front of me. He was so distracted by the seatbelt and fiddling with the door, he forgot something important. This was on a hill, by the way. As I pulled him out, it started to roll because he forgot to put it in park. Holy shit. I watched while screaming as my car jumps the curb, demolishes my mailbox, and goes over our lawn. It came to a stop thanks to some bushes. Oh my fucking god. So much worse could have happened. One of us could have been run over, someone else could have been, it could have hit my house, someone's car, anything. We kept the footage and used it as an intro for my short film. There was minor damage, but we replaced the bumper, but I kept this scratch on my hood as a reminder not to be so reckless with cars. That is a good life lesson, man. Now for my first pullover. One day, I was driving to my brother's workplace to eat dinner while he was working. I was listening to Freebird. Okay, yeah, I see where this is going. And going a bit quick. Not swerving through traffic or anything, but just slightly passing other cars. To no one's surprise, a cop lit me up. I was driving through a certain part of town and wasn't fully paying attention on where I should pull over. Of all places, I pulled over in front of an adult toy store. The cop said I was going 50-something in a 35 and let me off with a warning. Not even a minute after we both got on the road, the same cop pulls over another guy and pulls into another adult toy store. Where the fuck do you live? My parents still don't know to this day, and I learned my lesson.
I'm driving a shitty 2009 Mini Cooper. I'm going about 1 kilometers on the highway. Definitely legal speed. I call my friend Fat in the passenger seat. So he takes my steering wheel and fucking yanks it down without looking in the other lanes. Did not consider our lives. I went over from the far left to the far right. If I was in the far right already, I would have gone into the ditch. If there was a car next to us, we would have slammed right into that car going 1 kilometers an hour, and I would have I definitely would have either crashed, very injured, or just fucking died.
I reversed my 2005 Ford Fiesta into my neighbor's garage. The neighbor's garage was all good, but my car was fucked up. I was not paying attention. Instead, I was just trying to select the best songs for my 5-minute drive to the gym. That's fair, dude. I also overtook someone because they were going slow. They were going like 5 kilometers an hour under the speed limit. I kind of cut them off, then got to a traffic light. They came out and smacked and broke my wing mirror. Honestly, I'm just a shit driver. Yeah, it kind of sounds sounds like it, I'm not gonna lie. This took place around 5 years ago when I was 9 years old. This story is gonna be pretty vague, but I used to live in a desert village in Saudi Arabia. Me and my cousin, both 9, were driving in the desert. This is legitimately a desert, so it's sort of okay and regulated to drive it at such an age. I shit you not, on the way back, my cousin switched seats with me and pushed me into the driver's seat. But we were already in front of the house at that point, and I almost crashed. Dang, this thing looks cool though. I kind of want one of these. Dang, look at that. I was overtaking someone on an on-ramp. I was eventually going 20 kilometers an hour when I took him over. It was wet though, and I had to slow down really hard because there was a sharp turn. This is in a Volvo 740 with rear wheel drive, so I'm hitting the brakes and turning the corner. I suddenly see the road is supposed to be in front of me is in my left window. I continue to slide until I safely stop the vehicle. By now, I made a full 180 and see that the cars that were behind me are now in front of me like 50 meters away with 4 blinkers on. This took some time to process. I didn't hit a guardrail, not a single scratch on the car. Later on the highway, a guy signaled with a thumbs up to ask if I was okay. I signaled with a thumbs up back and smiled. This was a good lesson. Oh man, I'm glad you didn't crash that thing, dude. I'm so glad it was saved. That is nice. AI camera, bitch. I hope it was just for upscaling. By the way, Gassy, are you Goldeck? I don't know who that is. My bad, bruh. So my friend next door bought a 1994 Bronco. It was not in the best shape, and this idiot didn't even bother to check the frame condition beforehand. So when I helped him check under the car, we noticed that the frame was completely rotted. Like I'm talking, if you touch it slightly, it will crumble. So instead of selling the car for scrap or trying to get our money back, we just borrowed my dad's welder and welded bits of metal. Even about a year later, he still drives it like that. Sadly, I don't have any photos at the moment. That's okay, that's a funny story. A good friend of mine built up her budget for college and decided she wanted a fun car before she finished high school. We landed on a V6 New Edge Mustang. I helped her buy her a good one on Marketplace, but not even 2 weeks later, she crashed the car in the rain and it got totaled. Now today, she has a Miata and is thinking of getting a second car, a station wagon. I completely destroyed this girl's college budget with cars. God damn it. Oh, shit. Ah, yeah, that blows. I'm glad she's got a Miata, and a station wagon is a very good choice. My 2004 Volvo V70R is my first car. That is a crazy first car, dude. That's awesome. It was hit by a delivery truck. Me and my dad saved it from being totaled. It was grandma driven. I love this car. I don't think I ever want to sell it or get an SUV. Yeah, dude, that is a really good car. Look at that thing. They got the Brembo brakes. These things are really nice cars. Watch my Volvo video. Crazy car related story. My toy car exploded because I got hit in a 900-mile-an-hour crash. Rip Lamborghini. Crap. One time I flooded my 1.6 liter engine with 8 liters of oil. How the I was gonna go play soccer with some friends. On the way there, my engine started stalling. I stopped at a gas station and steam started to rise out from the bonnet. The coolant reservoir was overheating and I can only describe the coolant as liquid rust. I then filled my 1.6 engine with 8 liters of engine oil. I still feel dumb after doing that. I don't really understand why you did that. I decided to come back home, and as I did, I became a fog machine. Everywhere I went, my car left a thick trail of white and bluish smoke. People stared and told me something was wrong. I shit you not, I thought I was the carburetor. After clearly becoming an exhaust standard violation, I come past the General Cancer Treatment Hospital. I was trying to keep the most casual expression, but only managed to make that I screwed up smile. After driving more, I head home and take a knee. I didn't get to play soccer with the boys. Oh man. First thing I ever did with a car was an engine swap on my Subaru RS 2.5. Wow, that's a really nice car. This car got into 2 accidents, both with me stopped at a light and getting rear-ended. Luckily, the second time, it did nothing more than was already done. Later, my high-pressure gas line exploded. Gas all on the left side of my engine bay and almost burned to the ground. Now the car runs perfectly fine. Oh, we're clean though. We're clean. I love a 2.5 RS. That's beautiful. Oh, there it is. So you didn't like EJ swap it while you were at it? EJ 205? I'm not a Subaru guy. I don't know. I had my friend test my car after replacing the gauge. I let him drive and found this open stretch of road, and I told him to send it. After hitting the limiter, the whole exhaust from the header's back fell off. I had to drag the car back to my friend's place to fix it up. Free upgrade? Yeah, I think that's a free upgrade. So I was driving on the road, like I do, and there was this person going slow as shit in front of me. So I wanted to pass them on my motorbike, as I do. When I get back to my lane, they come up next to me and threw a drink cup at me and then cut me off and slammed on the brakes. I tried to go around them again and gave them an air jerk. What the fuck? I gave him an air jerk. That'll show him. Then they swerved into my rear tire and I lost control and proceeded to crash on a major arterial road, and they pulled over and I got up and lost it on them. And the woman driving said her husband's a cop and punched me in the face with my helmet on. Dumbass. So I punched her back and got all pissy and called the cops, and the biker cop was the one who showed up. Then she started lying and stuff. Luckily for me, a business nearby caught everything on a security camera. She got arrested for attempted vehicular homicide. I was uninjured but still got checked out. out. Love the videos, Gassy. Have a good day. I'm so glad you're okay. That is a crazy story, dude. So me and my family were on our way to a small town in California, just chilling and dying of heat stroke because of the summer heat, when some dumbass starts going hella fast in a BMW, and he's swerving left, right, up and down, and some shit like that until he hits someone and there's a crash and he flipped my grandma off, who was driving at the time, so yeah, he almost killed us too. I was in the garage and noticed my wooden parking blocks, which I use for reversing into my garage so I don't hit anything behind my car, were a bit off from their usual position. Instead of turning on my car and moving out of the driveway, I decided to simply push my car a little bit forward. However, I forgot that my driveway is a bit sloped. You can see where this is going. After putting my car in neutral and taking off the handbrake because I drive a manual, I ever so slightly shifted the car from the outside, resulting in the immediate downhill roll straight into my gate. The resulting damage was a large hole, shifted concrete, and splintered wood across the whole row. But my metal bumper is 100% fine. The video was recorded 5 minutes after the incident.
I shifted it too far and it rolled all the fucking way down here. There's a hole in the fence. That's not right. The whole thing's a little dented. Chief's fine though.
Back in my Russia, we were going to my grandma's house in a village. The roads in a Russian outside cities are almost always dirt roads. So we were driving on this different route that was faster or something, and then we see a ditch. We were driving a Nissan X-Trail with a CVT transmission. We decided to drive through the ditch and the CVT broke. Typical. After a couple minutes, a minibus, Marshrutka, came behind us and tried to help, but the guy stuck. So yeah, after that we called my grandpa and he towed us both out with his UAZ 452. Nothing crazy, but still interesting, I would say. Yeah, that's super interesting. I need another Pepsi. One time, my friend installed an official tune from Ford Performance, which also included new spark plugs from Ford themselves, into his Ford Focus ST. And not even 5 days later, that shit blew the fuck up. Cylinder 1 was misfiring, and cylinder 4 had no compression, and at the same time started leaking and burning coolant. And this happened out of nowhere. The car only had 95,000 miles. Now we gotta swap the motor because it's cheaper and less labor intensive than doing a rebuild. Wow, that sucks. I was driving on the mountain back road near my house in my 2008 Mazda Speed 3. Let's just say I was on the edge of control with how fast I was going, and I noticed a car decently far behind me, but still visible. As I loomed closer to my slow down point, the car behind me became noticeable. It was a damn cop car. How this fine individual did not pull me over is a story I will always tell. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. Finished detailing my girlfriend's mom's car. On the way home with all my equipment in the car, yellow Evo 5, I see an Aston Martin with his top down, and he urges me to keep up with him. Nonetheless, I begin to race with him. We were speeding down the highway. It's like 10 p.m. going 240 plus. I'm in 5th gear and my car literally can't go any faster. The Aston Martin drops a gear and speeds past me. At this point, I know I can't keep up with the rich guy, so I begin to slow down. When all of a sudden, an SUV pulls in front of me. Now I have a choice: hit the SUV or swerve to avoid. I chose the latter. I wrecked my 1 of 600 yellow Evo. That is terrible. I got out with literally no injuries, but my methanol tank broke and seeped into my exhaust, causing a huge fire. Rip Evo, I love that car so much. I bought it for myself at 18. I now drive a JDM GR STI hatch. Guys, don't speed. I'm 22, turning 23 soon, and I don't condone what I did. It was stupid. I could have died and killed many other people. As a result, I lost my dream car and respect from a lot of people. What? No, you lost this thing? Fuck. That is so clean. Oh my god. That's brutal. I'm so sorry. So this story starts out with a guy named Devin, who was a truck driver in the middle of an ordinary long haul drive. He'd been driving across the country for hours on end, hauling freight. Devin was coming up to what looked like a regular stop along the highway, a small trucker rest area, but something wasn't quite right. As he pulled into the lot, he noticed that all the trucks seemed way too close to each other. In fact, some of the trucks seemed to be parked at odd angles, as if drivers weren't paying attention or maybe something was wrong. Devin thought it was a little bit weird, but he went to go park his rig and rest for a bit. Here's where it gets nuts. After a few minutes, Devin heard a loud thud, and then another, and then a massive roar. The ground started shaking, and Devin looked out of his truck's window to see another massive truck barreling down the lot, headed directly for his rig. He quickly realized the truck wasn't slowing down. He drove out of the cab just in time to avoid being crushed. The other truck driver, who had lost control, plowed into several parked trucks, knocking them all into each other like dominoes. When it was all over, the rest stop looked like a war zone. Several trucks were piled up up and twisted in a mess. Devin was lucky enough to walk away, but it turned out the driver who caused the incident had been suffering from extreme fatigue and made a dangerous decision to keep driving without pulling over. What made this story particularly striking was how easy something like that could happen to anyone on the road. While it might have a touch of exaggeration, it's still one of those stories that gets told every time someone brings up danger, fatigue of driving. And yeah, for the record, Devin definitely survived, but that rest stop was never the same again. Crazy car-related story.
New cars piss me off. Let me tell you all about it. Evolution is generally a good thing, right? Look how we went from inventing the wheel to beautiful things like Galaxy Gas. It's awesome. With all these amazing innovations, tell me why cars are evolving in an annoying and crappy way. It seems like every new car that is released pisses me off just a little bit more than the last one. Don't get me wrong, I think all the new safety features are great, and they definitely save more lives, blah, blah, blah. But where's the fun in that? There are a lot of things car companies are changing that really don't need to be changed. Lane assist. What the f is this lane assist junk about? Do the car companies think I can't drive or something? Lane assist actually pisses me off so much. It's like having a backseat driver, but instead of your broke ass friend, it's the car. If companies are going to lower the standards of driving so much that you're not expected to be able to stay in your lane, then drunk driving should become legal. I think 90% of drunk drivers would probably be better than lane assist users. I think lane assist and auto brakes and all that stuff is kind of dangerous. People are more comfortable looking at their phones and not focusing on driving because they have all these false senses of safety with new cars. Back when I had my 5-speed Civic, I was so locked in. It was such a raw car to drive and it was so loud on the inside that I couldn't possibly focus on anything except the road. Isn't that safer, or am I just completely wrong? Let me know. Another thing I won't get over with these cars is how they look. It's like car manufacturers took all the soul out of designing cars and now they all look like the same pieces of shit. It pisses me off. Old cars used to be unique and have a lot of personality. Even if they didn't look nice, they still had wabi-sabi and weren't like the modern cookie cutter design. I don't think I'm blinded by nostalgia or anything. I think new cars really do objectively look worse than old ones. You know what else is consistently shit about new cars? LED headlights. LED headlights piss me off. Sure, it's nice to drive with LED headlights, but being on the receiving end of them is hell. When an oncoming car has LED headlights, I feel more blind than prime Helen Keller. I have to focus on the white road lines and pray they don't disappear, or else I'll end up in a freaking ditch. I mean, if someone was crossing the road and I was being blinded by LED headlights, I would for sure hit them without realizing. And if you think it couldn't get any worse, sometimes in those new cars with all the screens, you'll be blinded at night anyway. I mean, the brightness on those screens is insane. Most of the time you can change the brightness with a button somewhere, but sometimes the worst ones have the brightness settings in the software, so you have to search around in all the shitty ass menus to find it. I'm pissed. You know what else makes it even worse? Staring at all that damn plastic. I swear there's more plastic in modern cars than there are liberals in Seattle. These car companies add that weird ass bumpy texture to all of it. I don't get it. Why do they think it's appealing? It looks cheap to me. I'm not even kidding though. The door cards are plastic, the dash, the pedals, even the shifters are covered with plastic. It's not just the interior either. In any modern car, the whole engine bay will be coated in plastic covers that do close to nothing. The underbodies are also coated in plastic guards, which probably does help a little bit, but it's still just a dumb load of useless plastic. I'm pretty sure Tesla made like the whole rear end of the Cybertruck plastic or something too, which is fucking bananas. You know what else is bananas? Modern cars that shut off at stoplights. I swear they added this feature just for rage bait. You pull up to a stoplight or a stop sign, the car just dies and it's dead. And now it just looks like you stalled or don't know how to drive the car. I guess this feature is supposed to save the planet or whatever, but if we wanted to save the planet, we should just start freezing the oceans or something. I feel like the only benefit to this feature is it could maybe save you like a tiny bit of fuel over time, but in my opinion, it's not enough fuel for me to give a shit. It's just really annoying instead. Speaking of modern car features that piss me off, car sensors piss me off. I know that sounds like a weird one, but the amount of sensors that are in modern cars just boggles my mind. I mean, they have sensors that detect water on your windshield, like I can't see that shit. And don't get me started on the seatbelt sensor. Why are they putting that in there? It's obvious. I know I'm not buckled in, but the car just wants to remind me every 2 seconds.
If you have a Toyota, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Maybe it'd be reasonable if it was every minute, but no, they make it every 2 seconds. It's ridiculous. Half of the time when you get a code popping up, it's not even something wrong with the engine. It's just a sensor that's gone bad. bad. The more sensors, the more problems. The sensors that piss me off the most have to be oil sensors, because once they add an oil sensor, they feel the need to remove
the dipstick.
And get this, most of the oil level sensors don't even work until you run the car for a while. What if you're bad at measuring oil, so you put a cup of oil into your car and you don't know how full the engine is? So you run it on a cup of oil for like 5 minutes to get an oil level reading, and then kaboom, engine has blown up because of a cup of oil. Something else these companies care about apparently is how high you can rev the car after you buy it brand new. Some of these modern cars have like a 3,000 RPM rev limiter where you can't rev it past 3K for like 500 miles, which I find ridiculous. You're saying I buy a brand new car and I have to drive it like a grandma for 500 miles until apparently it's magically safe, or at least until the warranty is up. I mean, people will build an engine, start it up and walk through the rev ranges for a couple good minutes in their garage, then take it straight to the dyno for a proper break-in. And the engine lasts for longer than the rest of the parts on the car. But the worst cars are the ones that don't even let you rev the car in neutral. I mean, what the fuck, actually weird behavior. For some reason, the design of modern car interiors just gets more and more uncomfortable every single year. When I'm sitting in a new car, I feel naked and exposed. The seats are so bare and made out of like fake leather or some shitty fabric. It feels so foreign. But older cars had a welcoming, warm feel inside of them and really created a nice atmosphere. They're so kind and nice to you. But with the new cars, you hop in and the first thing that comes up on the screen is some bullshit about recording your driving behavior or something giving you warnings about not looking at the screen while you're driving. Some more bullshit. Why do new car companies think that eliminating manual options from their cars is making them more comfortable to drive? If anything, it's so much worse because half of the modern cars don't even know how to drive themselves. I swear 90% of these cars have gas pedals where they're super delayed. They'll wait on the ECU for so long until it actually gives you gas. Sometimes these cars just randomly accelerate super fast and are not predictable. The transmissions are always shifting shittily as well. It either won't shift or it shifts too early. It never gets it right. Not to mention the brake boosters in the new cars just seem super sensitive, and the slightest touch will bring the car to a dead stop. Like guys, I swear it's the car that makes me bad at driving. You know what's crazy about these new cars is how small their engines are getting. Now it's not all of them, but a lot of new cars that are coming out just keep getting smaller and smaller engines with a tiny little turbo to top it off. Don't get me wrong, I love small engines like the GR Corolla engine, the Honda K's and B's, but what sets these engines apart from the rest is that they have potential and they were made to get down and dirty. These new engines are just made to be efficient for fuel economy and the atmosphere. Where's the fun in that? In the 70s, we had 7-liter V8s that were turning out 200 horsepower. Not because that's all they could make, because that's all they were allowed to make. You could take those engines and make them like 600 horsepower, no problem. But the new little itty bitty baby ones are just not built with that kind of spirit. They can't take any more than the company gave them, which is just heartbreaking. And it shows you how much spirit these companies have lost. They've also lost the plot with regulation. Every new car is so damn quiet and lacks a nice exhaust note. All the companies just strangle the exhaust with cats and mufflers and shit. Even if it's not an electric car, you won't be able to hear it, and the CVT is going to make it feel like driving an electric car too. Even if someone steals the cats, the car is still going to sound like shit because it doesn't have the exhaust designed to sound nice when it's loud. And the CVT is just going to sound like a screaming animal or something anyway. Before you tell me about the planet, let me just toss a video of lithium mining on screen real quick. So these things that I don't like about new cars are annoying, but at the end of the day, you can just shrug them off. But I do have one chronic complaint. This part of modern cars has gone way too far. The price. Cars are just getting less and less affordable. The average price of a new car is around $50,000. This crap is not funny. In the early 2000s, a new car was around $38,000 adjusted for inflation, which is still a hell of a lot. But it just goes to show how crazy the car market is getting. With this trend, new cars are going to be out of reach for so many people. The whole point of a new car is to be innovative and come out with new cool features advancing the car world, but we're just going in the wrong direction. And I hope car manufacturers come to their senses. There are a couple cool cars coming out like the 2026 Nissan Z and the rumored 2026 Ford Mustang Raptor, but this should be every new car that's announced, not just two. That being said though, new cars just really piss me off. What am I looking at? What the oh, this is it. Honda Insight Hybrid 5-speed manual. Wait, what? Did this guy modify hybrid? It's a 3-cylinder engine, sobbing, praying, broken heart, wilted rose, but it gets 70 plus miles per gallon. If my project isn't video worthy, I don't know what to say. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh. And that's all in this thing. Holy shit. I'm gonna put you at first place so far. This is insane. My 240 SX with a BMW V8 in it. Oh my god. Wait for the fuel pump. Oh! What? I love this. Hold on, guys. This is tough. BMWs. Oh, shit. Loud Mark II Golf with Audi TT engine. Project car. Oh! Oh! Whoa! What? That is so cool. Oh my god. Wait, isn't this the dude from Cars? Oh, wow. I respect the dedication. This is my 10-year-old friend's car. His friend's 10 years old and then he has a car. Wait, why is this like a cool-ass neighborhood? Look at that fence. My 17 Ford Fusion Sport, 2.7 liter V6, lightly modded, pushing around 340 horsepower. I believe you, dude. With 340 horsepower, you gotta have the fucking scratches and you gotta have the little supports right here to keep up the lip because you got all that downforce. Got louvers in the back. It's pretty sick. Oh wow, you got scratch in the butt too. Fully built 1999 Mitsubishi Eclipse that I daily. Ooh, dude, I don't usually like black rims, but you made it work here. This is nice. Oh, ooh. Oh yeah, that's nice, dude. Holy shit. I like those wheels. Oh my god, that's sick. My Lexus LS400 1999. The front bumper is an S14 bumper combined with the OEM front bumper. This guy's just doing some fabrication. The hell, that's cool. Stop! It's too loud. Do you get pulled over all the time? Yeah, bro, we see that me on. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on, let me eat this. This is my 2001 BMW 325i Touring that has been swapped with an iron block M52 B28 with a built bottom end. You're making 535 wheel horsepower. Holy fuck. With a 6-speed manual? Oh, I was gonna scroll past this one, but holy shit. Not only is it an E46 wagon with big brakes, Michelin tires, nice wheels. Oh, the fucking intercooler. This thing is crazy.
I love you.
Dude, I'm gonna put you at my #1 spot. Even if it doesn't win the whole video, you have a special place in my heart.
Huh?
You can almost hear the turbo behind the lifter tick. Bro, is that fucking Pops recording? My 2001 Volkswagen Beetle GLX 5-speed manual. Oh! Bone Stock Canyon. Plan to make it more like a trophy truck. Hey, I plan on being a brain surgeon, but here I am talking about cars on the internet. My friend's M3 Touring.
This car costs around $450,000 in my country.
You could buy a GT3 RS with that kind of money. Why would you want a GT3 RS when you could have this? I would take a G80. I'd take a G80 wagon over it. Okay, wait, you know what? I can't say that confidently. Deaf Mind Guys Trust. 1000 horsepower K Series CRV all-wheel drive swapped. This is a crazy car, but I've never seen guys spelt like this. I'm gonna start doing that from now on. Send this to Volkswagen, please. 1975 Ford F600, driven by a 330 big block. I thought I was gonna say a 330 pound big back. I can imagine a 330 pound big back driving this thing. Friend's BMW is in a state right now. I'm guessing Kentucky. Guys, we got a Fed in here. It's actually a cop. Mods, do something about this guy. Oh my god, this thing is freaking sick. Oh wow, that's tiny. Looks fun. Why do you guys look pissed off? Like, what did I do? Cool Volkswagen though.
Bone stockish 370Z with an axle back exhaust and lowering springs and spacers.
Currently designing a new body kit for it and some other parts too, Wink. Ooh, nice. This thing's gonna be sick. Hey, you need a Gassy sticker. This thing will be perfect.
Y'all, I may be smoking crack. Oh shit.
You're not kidding. Okay, we got some lightning. Maybe this is him driving on the freeway. Automatic transmission with all that power. Oh, my Audi S6. This probably sounds insane. Look at that engine. Aw. That sounds so cool, dude. This dude's dad has a cool car. What? And there he goes. That looks awesome. Hey, you should send me that POV. That's cool. I own 2 broken cars. Me too, dude. Me too. Currently in the process of swapping a B20B after blowing up my D series. More like swapping a B20B after blowing up my D.
When you finally discover how to love yourself, and then your barber destroys you.
Facts, dude. Facts. Who is this? My 91 3000 GT VR4. I got it for $55 million. Yeah, I personally wouldn't pay that much for... Oh, copyright. I personally wouldn't pay that much for a car like this. 55 million, but it's cool. Oh! It's Frantic again. Hey, Frantic upgraded his headlights since last time. Good looks, dude. Nice. Pretty basic. Oh, that is more like it. This is sick. How do you load this truck? There's like no ramp, no lift gate. Have to fucking jump up there or something. I blew up the old engine, so I slightly upgraded it. Oh, whoa, wait. What the fuck? Slightly? This dude just about inhaled the room. Here's my E91. Okay, thank you for looking. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. I didn't even get to look yet. Oh, that sounds mean. I love an E39. 2013 Lotus something. Lamborghini Aventador. Kind of nostalgic. I remember my first car. Yeah, it's a cool setup, I guess. The fuck? Don't mind my ringtone in the second video. This thing got muddy. Oh no. Okay, they cleaned it. 105 horsepower of pure fury. Yeah, it freaking looks like it. 5-speed manual as well. Yo, whose little thing is this? Wait, are you submitting the car or the bike? Oh, dang it, it's the car. Client reports car cannot stop. Whoa. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, it's popping wheelies. What the who's touching the hood like that? Stop sending the fucking GTR, man. Again? How many times did they post? Now, this is a beauty. Oh, yeah, that is nice. Oof. Listen to that thing, I don't know. Civic? First car, by the way. Yes, it has underglow. Hey, it does have underglow. Civics, I mean, if you don't have a Civic as your first car, then you kind of missed out on a Canon event, I feel like. My setup had 19, Charger Hellcat wide body, Dodge Ram 1500 Hemi, both loud as crap. How can you even legally have that at 19? I mean, I know what a Hellcat engine looks like, but I'm just thinking about a 19-year-old driving this thing. I feel like this song says enough. Damn. Damn! Rally all the cars. Bang! Look at that thing. Oh! That was awesome, guys. Oh, and that was all in this thing? No way. I'm pushing 230 horsepower and I love this car. Tuned to push 28 PSI. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, this is legit, dude. Nice. That thing's kind of stanced. Whoa! What? Dude, you were not kidding. This thing is track ready. I swear, Fiats and Minis are like the kings of the track, and Miatas. No matter what car you bring, these guys will always be in front. Oh, careful, dude. Holy shit. You know what? I really want to put this in the video, but
2 of our last videos got taken down.
Carbon fiber can do wheelies, just to put it in words. Okay, so we got the built SR20. Okay, that looks tough. I like the little tow hooks there as well. Hey, this thing is just eating up that mud though. Oh, my Subaru Impreza WRX Bug-Eye. Oh, this thing looks clean. Wow, those are tiny little... I thought the Blob-Eye had bigger eyes, no? Chevy S10 extended cab. That's a nice truck. Also, those Hokas are pretty fucking clean, dude. Holy shit, this guy has groceries. Oh my, how many animals do you have? The one time this thing had good fitment was in this photo.
Where's the car?
Oh shit. Oh shit. So we have a little bit of fucking badassery in this Discord. I didn't realize. I saw the GR Corolla pop up in the most whippable cars vid, so I figured I'd throw my 2023 GR Corolla. Holy shit. Figured I'd throw my 2023 manual core GR Rolla in the ring. This thing looks clean. These things are so cool, dude. It's like the most unique modern car in my opinion. Off freaking roading. 2003 BMW E60 is my first car, which I used to daily. Oh, that looks like a good time. Holy shit. Okay, so now we got the sub. Oh! Run that back. That is a crazy blow-off valve or something. I don't know what the hell that even is. What the fuck is this? 50-foot assassinators? I can count the pixels on one hand, dude. Oh. Oh, these things look mean. Oh my god. My 91 Camry, this thing, oh, that's a nice paint job. A little dent there, but I'm not gonna even mention it. I did. Listen to that puppy purr. Oh yeah. This thing can get down. My 95 Impreza wagon LX with JDM EJ205, O2 WRX, everything. Holy shit. Wait, the 205 is a turbo one, right? Am I tweaking? Oh, dude, this is clean. We got the RX-8. Oh man, this thing has been run through. Okay, it's like a Halloween costume. Never mind. I thought it was just ruined. Nice, dude. Nice. Oh! Jesus Saves has a squatted bike because why not? Holy! How do you even ride that, dude? It's like doing a wheelie the whole time. That's sick. Wait, what? They have a tire in the engine bay? They're gonna melt? That's cool. Those are nice socks. Oh! Dang, that thing pulls too. Watch that. Hold on. Oh my god, dude. I thought it was gonna fucking go sideways. Oh, shit! This is so fucking pimpalicious. Oh, it's on bags. Oh, the steering wheel. Dude, that is so fucking cool in a pimpalicious way. Oh yeah, this is clean, dude. We got the Outback wagon as well. Is it? I don't know what that's made of, but Nissan Silvia S14. That is clean. I don't know about the wing. Those mirror caps are kind of ball knowledge, no? I thought those were expensive. Oh, the dude with the fucking buses, with the RVs, he's back. All these vehicles are gonna be on my YouTube, and if you're interested, go ahead and check it out. Oh shit, he posted 5 hours ago.
Morning, YouTube, and welcome to another video where I'm talking about the frame and all that's going to be the, the frame for my other and the body.
What happened? You guys are gonna have to tune into this guy's channel because this is insane. What the fuck? What are you submitting? Oh, this thing could go anywhere. Is that a flame? Wait, so you just fucking rage baited me with the flame. That's a cool engine. 93 5.0 Stang and 96 Bronco. God damn. Oh! Nice, dude. You can't be up there. That's cool though. Dude, get off of the sidewalk. Stop. Dude, those lights are so sick. Holy shit, this is clean. I need to build a car like this one day. This is insane, dude. I love it. Bang. My E39 530D manual. Wait, what? I didn't even know this was a car. A manual diesel E39. That is fucking perfect. Wait a fucking minute. Isn't this in GTA? We flip with the bike. Yeah. Mint Audi A6. Dude. Oh, dude, this looks so nice. Oh my god. I really like that you have the low roof rails. Those look so good. Oh, fuck. You have a duckbill? Hey, that's cool. I really like it. I really like it. This thing is so much fun. I've driven a lot of cars, but this little 190E, although it's bone stock, it's the most fun to drive. Me and Mr. White are always... Wait, what? Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, that's tough. That's very tough. Is that a Hummer? Oh, man, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. My Jaguar Mark II from 1961. Whoa. Wow. Oh, wow. Look at that interior. That is clean. Mark III Supra. Wow. Walnuts submitted this 98 Outback monster truck. Holy shit. What happened? Oh no. Dude, this is insane. How do you even begin to build something like this? You just get up one day like, I think I'm gonna
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Oh shit, we got another Cadillac. Ah, these things are, oh, CT4V. Oh my god, these things are so nice. One of the nicer new cars, definitely. Oh dude, these things are butt ugly, but they have crazy engines. At least I just think the headlights look fucking dumb, but like, look at that! We got the V10 in this thing. God, what was the point of putting this in here? Oh, the original message was deleted. I'm so curious. Oh, my Miata RF. Oh man, dude, that you're hitting that corner so hard. Look how much angle is on that thing. God, what a nice road. My 1964 Thunderbird. Yes, it's my daily driver. What? That thing is huge. Wow, look at that interior. It's all green and shit. I'm gonna V8 swap it. Might turbo it later. Oh, might turbo it later. I see what you mean. Wait, isn't that a fucking supercharger because it's belt driven? Gotta think about it. RX-7 FD that my dad owned and sold in 2018. It was tuned around 300 horsepower. Twin turbo setup. Oh. And this is the guy who sold it. God. Why'd you sell it? 650 brake horsepower Mark II Focus RS. Dude, the Focus RSs are the ones that are all-wheel drive, right? I'm sure those things get down. Dude, an all-wheel drive Focus. Oh, it's so sick. It's all stock, but I'm planning on a new intake. Nice, dude, nice. 2016 Chevy Silverado. Man, dude. My 1986 Toyota MR2, currently nowhere near finished. Rebuilding that engine to drop into it. Nice, dude. My BMW M140i with the legendary B58, and no, I do not have a downpipe and a tune. God damn. Wait, this is actually one of my dream cars. It's like the fucking hot hatch of BMW. This is sick. Oh, guys, a B58 in a tiny little car like this? That is crazy. Clanker. Okay. What? 2014 Toyota Hilux with a 1UZ from a 97 Lexus LS400. Custom headers and exhaust with stage 2 clutch. 401 horsepower to the wheels? Oh my... Oh! Dude, that engine is just being tossed around right now. Is it ever gonna break? Holy shit. That is a crazy sounding limiter. Just about to turn 17 and this is my first car, a BMW M323 SI E46. This is a really nice first car. And you got the E90 as well? Your family knows what's up, man. Nice. Okay, what in the world is this? I swear I've seen this on Facebook before. Here's a photo I got drunk of my car. It's a Mark V with a really slow 80 horsepower engine. What? What is this garage? I have a problem collecting projects that I don't have enough time to finish. The red EK is a D-series turbo making 676 horsepower. It's in rough shape though. The S13 is an SR20 swap with a mild knock. Oh, I was gonna be excited about mild knock, but that's not exciting. SR20 swap is insane though. E36 is a real M3. It's stock minus coilovers. Perfect. 300ZX is blown up. It's gonna be an LS car. Okay, that's fair. S14 currently has no engine, but it's an old show car from a shutdown performance shop called Ride Revolution. It was an RB26 swap car. Where'd the RB go? The Mercedes is a car I inherited. This guy has more horsepower than I'll ever have in my life right here. Hey, well, to say the least, you are on top right now for the best garage in the whole freaking list. Please let me know when you're like done building this stuff, because this is gonna be insane. Okay, we gotta see this thing drive. Oh, we got the sound system too? Wait, this is sweet. Oh my god. It sits so nicely. Wait, this guy has all of these cars? This thing. Oh, sweet. This is a sick photo. You should put this on an album or something. What is that license plate? What? Here we have my 94 Jeep Wrangler I bought when I turned 16. I have a built 2.5 liter 4-cylinder that I put in it when I blew up the old motor. Me and my father had a blast rebuilding it. It might have took me like 6 months to build it, but it was on a budget law. And who knew that these 4-cylinders were so expensive? But it has 350 horsepower with a built AX55 speed transmission. This thing is a beast. I don't usually like Jeeps, but this is awesome. Oh, there he is standing next to it. Nice, dude. This thing makes 350? Okay, so here's all my family's cars. They're basically everyone's. F30, 328, X5, F15, 3-liter diesel. Okay, that's a good one. They have a turbo diesel E28?
An E34 with a V8. Oh, but it's an automatic. It's between E28 or E34. You know, it really just depends on if you have friends or not. Like, you need the extra room in the back if you have a couple friends, but if not, go with the E28. My father's 2020 Challenger Hellcat with 727 horsepower. Holy shit. How did you get a Hellcat over there? Oh, that is awesome. I would never expect a Hellcat in a place like this. This is oh. What is this? I present to you the silliest car on the planet. It's a 1997 Datsun Paisar with cut springs. Oh, nah. And some horrible, great interior work. This car is so bad, but we love it. Dude, that thing is sweet. Holy shit, that exhaust is insane. Can you open the trunk with that? What the fuck? You better have good subwoofers so that those, that fur just blows around and stuff, you know? Wait, can you do that? My 2006 Mustang GT. Dang, that is sweet. I'm not usually an American car guy. Hey, let me know when you're done with the build. This thing is sick. My fair weather daily 1991 Civic hatch. Bought it without knowing a damn thing about Hondas. I found out this is like the 64 Mustang of Hondas. You're damn right. This thing is sweet. Holy shit. You just didn't even know a thing about Hondas? I could not make up my mind on the wheel color, so yeah. It's gold on one side and white on the other. Wait, what? Oh yeah, gold. Interesting. My new whip. Oh, this thing is low as fuck. I know this thing is mean, dude. Look at that intake or exhaust. I don't know what that is, but it's the other Mini. Oh, what happened? Wait, why the fuck is it doing that? Yeah, you're gonna need to get that checked out, bud. Where the fuck is that coming from? Yeah, that's a big cat, dude. Oh wait, is it an owl or a cat? This is my first ever vehicle, 1994 Chevy S10. Oh, that is a good first choice. I'd love to have an S10 one day. I think these are really nice looking trucks. My car got some slight dent everywhere. God, this thing, how did you even walk away from that? We got the two-tone Volkswagen rust coat, I guess. Oh, it's everywhere. Look at this guy just looking out into the distance with a cool ass car on his butt. Ladies, one at a time, my 07 PT Cruiser Touring. It's like the Walt Jr. car. My E36 323 Ti engine swapped to a 328 engine with a click tuning wide body kit. Damn, this thing looks like one of those cups back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Like a paper cup design type of deal. All right, whatever. But it's cool. I mean, I wish it wasn't compact. I feel like so many people have been talking about the compacts, like they're so cool or something. I hate them, but you know what? You did it right. It looks cool. My Honda Odyssey with 300,000 miles on it. Oh shit. Okay. Monster truck fitment, dude. You need to slam it. Not sure if anyone remembers me, but I was the guy with the yellow V6 Mustang that sounded like a GTR in the previous video. I finally got that V8. Oh, look at that thing. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh! That sounds awesome. I like the Crocs. You gotta put them in all-wheel drive, though. Oh, shit. Ay, ay, ay. What is going on here? Oh! And he's gone. Another fucking compact. What do we have here? My 2008 Ford FG Falcon. This is a really interesting car. What the fuck? Dude, this thing is Coca-Cola powered. Got the Coca-Cola oil catch can. Oh my god, this thing is actually a jet. I don't even know what to say. This is my 2005 Nissan Armada. It was sitting for years, but I recently got it cleaned up. This thing has a cold air intake and a couple of other mods. Needs a little work, but I love it. Making around 330 horsepower. By the way, the exhaust is broken, so it sounds a little goofy. Dang, dude. This thing has a crazy coat on it. Look at that paint. It's like a gorilla. Nice, dude. Oh, thank you. 2007 Chrysler Aspen with a supercharged 5.7 liter Hemi V8. What the fuck? I didn't know Chrysler was like this.